Hey, Ulrich, we got Heidi up here already. We'll just wait for, maybe give a few minutes for Tiff. Ask everyone to retweet the space. We got multiple spaces going for UFO Twitter Week now.
Heidi, welcome. It's awesome to have you back.
Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. I'm excited.
I can loosh farm a little bit, buy us some time. Is that okay?
Yeah, I was going to mention to Heidi, we might get Nathaniel Gillis to join us today, not as the featured guest, but just as a a side piece to this space. We'll see what happens. Yes, Ulrich, loosh farm away, please.
He texted me telling me that he might make it, but he wasn't sure.
Okay, awesome.
I think, is it fair to say that there's somewhat of a biofeedback rhythm or a cycle to doom? There's times when, doom is not in vogue. It's not the sexy thing to wear. And then there's times when people are craving doom. Do you feel that, Fringe, Heidi? Are there moments like that? Do you know what I mean in the collective unconscious where people are feeling more doomy? Or I feel like right now, even people who don't want
Oh,
the doom, they want the
yeah.
doom.
I think there's definitely a trend right now going in that direction where people are anticipating the worst always, and I'm like, let's let's try to hold off on that thought until maybe we get better vibes out there, and change people's perspective.
I mean, I think both is out there. I think there's people who are fatalistic, who there's somewhat of a cathartic release to say, like, it doesn't make a difference. It's all going to shit anyway. And there's a certain paradoxical freedom. It wouldn't meet my definition, but I think there's other people where it's exactly the opposite. They feel gaslit, and it's not about fatalism or not having agency or not being in control of your life or an external locus of control, but it's people who want other people to wake up and smell the betrayal and feel less gaslit because they feel like there's more power if less of the world around them is gaslit. Do you know what I mean? I think both is going on, because I've got DMs from people who aren't even fans of fans of me. Some people probably don't even like me. They were asking, when's the Doom space today with Heidi Hollis? Like, when's Fringe of Space? And nothing warms my heart than a troll or a debunker, or somebody who just can't stand me, wanting to know when the next Doom space is. And so, on the topic of loosh farming, if you know people that you like, and if you know people that you don't like, even if there's people who you don't care about, there's no excuse not right now to just send them the link to this space, retweet it away. There's really no scenario. This doom space is for everybody, especially if you don't want to be in it. Just find a device and sign in and let it play. If you're against the environment, you know what I mean. If you're like anti sustainability, just find another device, charge it in, and tune into this doom space. And if you're for the environment, of course, right? There's no, everybody should, Donald Trump, whatever you're doing, I know you're listening, stop what you're doing. Everybody pull over your car and just get ready, because we're going to doom hard, we're going to doom deep, and we're going to doom dark. And I'm super excited for today. Welcome, Tiff.
Thanks, Ulrich. Tiff, you have anything before we get started?
Nope, I'm just doing my thing and happy to be here, and I'll jump in when I feel something.
Awesome. There's multiple spaces going right now, so if everyone could just retweet the space, that would be awesome. Um, before I introduce Heidi, Ulrich, do you remember the last time we had a Heidi in the space? Heidi, you forget the doom. You were actually very hopeful, and there was some new info that you were thinking about bringing to us, but you couldn't quite at that time. And I know Ulrich is the best to get it out of you.
I remember that. Heidi, do you remember that moment?
I do. That's
Um,
pretty funny.
if I owe you an apology, I please forgive me. I probably will try to pull it out of you right now. What was it exactly that I was trying to pull out of you, Heidi?
Oh, there's a whole other ball of wax to unfold and melt and dissect and dish out to the world. And I did get the answer that I was looking for, and it was more than I anticipated. And now only reason that I hold back right now is I don't know how safe I will be at this point to share it. So that's a sounds sounds
Sounds
I,
doomy. You're
I
scaring me. You're scaring me, Heidi. What's going on here?
well, it is a little bit. It could potentially be in that direction, but I am still ultimately puzzled with what I've come across, and it's not easy. It is just it's been a big challenge for myself. I was waiting on somebody to give me some information, and they did. It took wow, let's see, it took about 8 months to get, and I anticipated it'd be a month, and I was like, oh my, and it just kind of blew my mind, and I'm just keep staring at what I was sent, and I just don't know. I don't know how to personally just yet handle it, to be honest. And again, there comes the safety element is there, but I am hopeful that when I do take a step forward with this information, that people recognize it for what it is, just like stepping forward to talk about two phenomenon that nobody had ever heard of: shadow people, hat man. I was told, like, what is this? What is this little girl? I was in college, think she's doing, talking about some sci-fi creatures, and so it was a hard crawl to come to the forefront with it. And luckily, Coast to Coast AM, George Norrie, allowed me the opportunity to keep speaking for a couple of decades and then have my own podcast, Dark Becomes Light, on there. So taking it out of the doom into the light. How about that? So yeah, so it is, in all honesty, what I've come across is it's bigger than shadow people, hat man, and and that I'm the first to ever bring something brand new to the paranormal realm like that, and it simply goes viral every day. And I'm like, what this next element is, it's not doom necessarily. It is it's a new hope. You remember me saying that? It's a new hope.
And so just so you know, the secret masterminding evil plan that Doomer Daddy normally has is to get you all relaxed. You trust us, and we're 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 hours in to the doom room. And at that point, you're just like divulging all the secrets. So I wouldn't try to go in now. You know
Yeah,
what
I
I
will.
mean? To trick you into giving that information. I'm simply saying, can
Yeah.
you sort of rewind the tape and
Mm-hmm.
remind everybody here in the audience what the context? What was it that you weren't ready to talk about yet? I just want people to understand the background.
Well, the background goes into the beginnings of my starting and what I was doing, and dispelling and dispersing this information in regards to the conflict in alien contact and shadow beings. So it all connects back to that. And if you want me to dive on into that, I definitely will, because it's
That's up to Fringe. I'm out of control. There's doom everywhere. You know what I mean? I need to be controlled. I don't even know whether it's me talking or somebody else is manipulating me. So that's up to you guys. I'm happy to go anywhere.
Yeah.
But I would like to ask you, does it relate to any of the rumors with an approaching object, and the Webb telescope rumors? I do have to ask that. Otherwise, people are going to blow up my DMs for not asking that question.
No, it doesn't have anything to do with that necessarily. No.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Ulrich. Good try. I think we'll bring Ulrich up again later to see if we can get this up, Heidi. So I'm just going to introduce Heidi. We're going to put her link tree in the nest for anyone who wants to check out Heidi's books and other material. So for people who have not been with us before, Heidi is an experiencer. She's a researcher. She's an author. She used to run a UFO support group for many years, and she's the host of Dark Becomes Light on Coast to Coast AM. And I think that comes out on iHeart as well, Heidi.
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
And Heidi was the first person to actually trademark the terms Hat Man and Shadow People. And we will get into the story about how this information was brought to Heidi. But Heidi, I've heard some pushback on this idea that these terms could be trademarked. And I have heard your story regarding that. And I very much understand it and appreciate it, but there might be people in the community who don't. So I would love for you to tell us why you trademarked those two terms. For myself, when I first heard these terms, I had never heard them before. I loved it. I could not believe that these creatures actually had a name. It was something I had never come across in my life, and I very much appreciate your work in this area. But please explain to people why these terms were trademarked, and then we're going to go ahead and get into your story.
Well, that's just it. It's like this area was created by myself. It's like the whole paranormal topic of shadow people and Hat Man. It's like asking, why does Stan Lee trademark the name Spider-Man? It's kind of like, really? Like, wow, you guys caught on to it? That's awesome. But it came to a point where it was being so heavily abused. And the misconceptions about the whole topic when it comes to shadow people, Hat Man, has been so absolutely manipulated, made into cults. People have died trying to conjure these things, and it's got my name attached to it. And I'm like, it needs to be, first off, when I put this out there, I surely wasn't looking to see if other people were ripping off the material and making shows and documentaries off from it. Sure, every once in a while, somebody would reach out and say, hey, this is amazing. Love to do a show on it. I'm like, oh, sure. But then they come across some guy somewhere that's like, oh, I am the lead on this, and having producers reach out to me and say, wow, you know so much about this topic. Can you teach a guy everything you know? Because we can't have a woman like lead on these topics. It's just not looked at the same way. It's like, it's not respected. I'm like, what? It's so strange to have sat with my computer and written something in 1997 that was poor man copy wrote, to myself. You mail it to yourself. I was a college kid, couldn't even afford to copyright it, but I got a copy written in I think it was 2020, before Art Bell or Coast to Coast, anybody talking about it. So you could look that up on copyright .gov site, and it's like well, gee, how did other people start using that name? Well, I was trying to find a publisher. I'd send it all over the place to other people in the field, because the only people that would publish such a book back then were other people in the field who had their own little publishing companies. So you better believe a lot of people had it, whether they admit to it or not. But yeah, so it's like, I was tasked with these two topics to put it out there. And I gave up a whole lot to do that. And I would gladly do it again. It wasn't about, gosh, I hope I get my own paranormal show. I mean, that wasn't the thought back then, for anybody in these fields, because we were absolutely made fun of. It wasn't something that was revered in the slightest. I did this using my real name. A lot of people don't in this field. I understand, they have jobs, they have kids that don't appreciate what mom or dad are doing. But I put everything into it. I did not care, because nothing else mattered. When I was tasked with putting out this information, I gave it my all. I'm a therapist. I graduated college. I didn't practice for 5 years because nothing else mattered. It was me and my rusty van, filling it up with as many friends as I could, hitting the road, paying for a table at these different conferences, sci-fi, gaming conventions, you name it, not being invited, but paying to be there. And then when they had open mic time, I would speak my truth. That's how this got out there. So you're welcome. If people get upset that I did all that, you wouldn't even know about these topics at the level of anything. It took a lot of sacrifice to do it. And let me tell you, trademarking, do you know the gates to trademarking are very difficult? Did you know that many people attempted to trademark it, but they didn't have the evidence to prove where it came from? But I did. There's only one way to do that. You have to have the evidence and the proof of it, and I do. So, yeah, and it was interesting to see the attempts of people trying to own it, manipulate it. It was just like, wow, what's your real purpose in wanting to do that? You knew I existed. You knew I was out here, but you just grabbed it like, up, that little brown girl, whatever. That's kind of what happened. And, being approached by some big producers too, networks even, that eventually came. And the people were like, oh, that's too niche. Oh no, we can't do a show on that. No. This happened truly. And I was told that directly by a network. I'm not naming names. The very next day I got contacted by a production company. It's just like, hey, we want to do a documentary on this topic. And we see that, this is kind of your thing. Kind of. It is actually, and it's like, I actually own the trademark copyright to it. Oh, you do? So like, what, are you going to sue us or something if we do this? I'm like, who sent you guys? The network I spoke to the day before told me no, but hired a production company to go and do it. So how would you feel? I don't know many people that work for free, but I've given away thousands of my books for free. I've done this for free. And I would, again, do it again. I answer emails for free. I do a lot of things. I know that, people can't handle or understand that concept. Like, I would never do that. So why would she? Well, you haven't lived the life that I've lived, and you don't understand the things that I've seen. I don't question what I know to be true. And look at what the truth did. It opened all your eyes to these two creatures being real. And, if you want to get upset about somebody actually having taken, or, ownership of having done that, well, why? Are you upset that you have a cell phone? You upset who created that? That's just odd. Is it because it's a guy that did it? You're okay with it? My name sounds very fluffy. Heidi Hollis. That doesn't come across as somebody that revealed demons and the devil to the world, but here I sit, and that's what I did.
Well, thank you so much, Heidi. I know that's an annoying question. It's one that comes up. I don't understand it myself. The simplest you put it is, do we fault someone for trademarking a Superman? No, we do not. Spider-Man? Nope, we do not. Batman? Oh, wait, now we have a whole other problem here. So it's fascinating to me that anyone could push back on that, but yet they do, and I'm sure you've been hearing it for quite some time. So let's get into your background, Heidi. So Heidi's expertise is at the intersection where aliens and UFOs and what we have come to know as shadow people, where these things meet. And this is a topic for me, Heidi. As you already know, it's near and dear to my heart because it took me 50 years to realize that my interactions with shadow people and Hat Man were actually related to my abductions by the so-called aliens. It got to the point where I was actually conscious during a few different instances of shadow people actually transporting me during abductions. And that's something that I think it's very important for people to understand. We very much separate the alien UFO phenomenon from what we think of as supernatural and paranormal. And this is how these things hide in the dark, is because we're not bringing these two sides together and understanding that these are just different aspects of the same phenomena, in my personal opinion. I have now, of course, after finding your work, Heidi, and feeling like you were such a breath of fresh air to me. When I first came to UFO Twitter, I would try to tell people, hey, just so you know, these shadow beings, they are involved in abductions. And I got laughed out of spaces for saying that. And then I came across your work, Heidi. I will tell you, it was life-saving for me. There are a few people in the field I credit with saving my sanity, and you're one of them. So I apologize that you have to explain yourself on the TM thing. You don't have to, but you chose to, and I very much appreciate it. Know that there are a lot of people out there you are helping, and I'm one of them. So after coming across your work, I then actually had a personal conversation with Ted Rice. Ted Rice has seen the shadow beings. He was very matter of fact about it. He said, "Oh yeah, they have this technology on their belt, and they turn back and forth." It is throughout Carla Turner's work, and I've now come across many other abductees who are putting this together. So thank you so much, Heidi. Um, I think again, and I've said this before, if you look at the number of people who see aliens and UFOs, that number actually pales in comparison to the number of people who see these shadow beings. They see Hat Man. So this is a very important topic for the community. And by the way, I am not saying every single shadow being is a gray alien. What I am saying is some of them appear to be, and there's definitely a relationship there. So, Heidi, I would love to hear and you can just go basic. I know you've gone super thorough into your background, but I think we could stick basic for this audience. Just give us an idea of how you got involved in this topic, and then I'd love to speak about CAF and how he gave you this information that you have spread to the world. And thank you again for being here.
Oh, wow. I really appreciate that's a very kind of you to say. I mean, even just knowing that the information has helped one person has made everything worth it. And I'm proud to say that it's changed the landscape. And I would have never guessed, when the information was passed along to me, and they said, this information was going to do exactly that. It would spread around the world. I'm like, what? I'm in college. I have a lot to do, and they're like, don't worry about it. We'll take care of that part. And so this information comes to you by beings that a lot of people have disregarded for a long time. But something that's important to know that you just said there, in regards to being laughed at for discussing this conversation about this connection between alien beings and shadow beings. And well, how did that ever get left out of the conversation? Why is this new to people? This is because of the hands of others digging into my material and picking out the parts they wanted because it fit their narrative. Like, when did it become a paranormal conversation only? I had a UFO group. Sure, we spoke of some paranormal stuff there at times too, but my group was literally called UFO to You. So UFO, the number 2, the letter U.com. And it was one of the few UFO websites out there when websites were coming out. And I know it was one of the top websites out there in the world because back then we voted on it. It took votes, and it was, I had great graphics, and, it was just wild. So how did the people who hunt ghosts came to own it? You could thank your local ghost hunter, because a lot of them were really, I haven't seen any of these creatures. You're probably, seeing the shadows of ghosts. I'm like, what? I'm like, these things have never been human. So you just wait until you see one, because you will, because that's what I understand is going to happen. And sure enough, one by one, and then hundreds and thousands, of all these people all over the world were like, oh my gosh, these things are real. So yeah, it's a shame that the conversation got diluted, where I still get messages. I just heard that aliens are connected to shadow people. Like, what in the world is wrong with these people? This is old news. Old news. It got Hollywooded to be paranormal? No, it was individuals that kept saying, and then I saw shadow people in a haunted house. Yeah, you would, because that's the pattern that was about to happen, that I wrote about. But anyways, yeah, so getting involved in all of this, and yeah, I've gone in depth on what my background is. But for those who don't know, I was raised in a haunted house. So I was familiar with ghosts. Unfortunately, very, very familiar with them. I'd seen everything, and I wasn't happy with what it was I was dealing with. A lot of people are looking for this stuff, and when you're a kid, you're just terrified. You don't want to see that stuff. You just want to enjoy yourself, have fun. But no, I had to deal with poltergeist-like activity and dark things that like to play tricks. It wasn't cool at all. But my parents grew tired of the haunting, and so they built a brand new house. And this house was built out where there were a few homes, and so there were a few street lights, and I'd walk oftentimes in the dark and see strange lights in the sky. And I noticed that they would follow me sometimes and do zigzags and whatnot. And I felt oddly protected, though I felt oddly like I could somehow reach out to them. I didn't quite understand that, but I just had that inner something. Also, upon moving to the new home, the haunting stopped, but I started having out-of-body experiences. And I know it was real because I left footprints on the side of the house once. And it was crazy because, it was just a matte, like aluminum siding. And myself and my sister were outside, and we saw the sun was kind of reflecting on the side of the house, and you could just see like almost extraordinarily sweaty feet, oily feet going up the side of the house. I remember standing there going, what the heck? And my sister and I were looking, and I put my foot next to it. I'm like, it's my freaking foot, and getting my dad to come over and have a look. And he thought we're playing a trick on him. I'm like, really? Like, how could we do that? I mean, it's just ridiculous. So other things help prove that out-of-body experiences were happening. But also things got even stranger when much later, my sisters and I realized we were having the same nightmares. And it wasn't like the same theme, but we were seeing each other in the nightmares. And it was just so disturbing, absolutely disturbing. And I moved to college, and it kept on. I kept had odd things going on all the time, and didn't quite see craft and things of that nature. But it wasn't until I took a break from college and I went to go to the state of Iowa. I was staying at a friend's house over there, and broad daylight. I know you guys that are familiar with my story, you probably have heard this, but in broad daylight, walking along this path, and I'm walking with my friend, and she's just chat, talking. And I saw something in my peripheral vision that went from a bush to a tree. And I was like, what the heck did I just see? It followed us all the way to our destination and followed us on the way back. When I got home to her home where I was staying, I'm a cartoonist as well. And I drew what it is that I saw. I'm like, look, I don't know what I just saw, but this thing was following us. And I drew what I call the head and shoulder shadow. I know it's funny, but it kind of looks like a hulky man with his head directly connected to its shoulders, with slanted red glowing eyes, and nothing pleasant. And I'm thinking my friend is going to look at this drawing. And if you want to see what it looks like, if you go to HeidiHollis.com or shadowfolks.com, goes to the same site, and you'll see what that creature looked like. And I show it to her, and I'm thinking she's going to laugh her brains out. And she looks at it and goes, ugh, not him again. Dad, look who's back. He's like, not him again. And I'm like, what in the world? I have seen ghosts. I just didn't know what I was dealing with, what I looked at. And so I had to go upstairs where I was staying, go upstairs and grab something and turn around to leave the room. And that thing was blocking my way out of the room. And I don't even know how to describe that terror, because every time I think about it, it just hits me all over again. It was so paralyzing, and it was huge. I don't know, 8, 10 feet tall. It was just hulking over me. And I could feel it wanted to kill me. Like that's a weird feeling to know without words, this thing wants to kill me. And I knew if I ran, it would get me. I knew if I swung at it, it would get me. But I felt as if something encouraged me to close my eyes and walk slowly, saying a prayer. And I walked right through it. And people are like, "Oh, what did it feel like?" Like, what? It is not a nostalgic feeling. What do you mean? Like, this is something I'd like to forget. I was frozen in fear. Like, I didn't feel anything. I'm glad I survived walking through it. And by the time I got to the top of the stairs, my legs were just jelly. They just collapsed out from under me, and I just stumbled down the stairs. My friend opened up the door at the bottom of the stairs, and I just kind of rolled out. And I just had no air in my lungs to say, like, it's upstairs, it's upstairs. And I didn't know it then, but I know now. That thing, I thought I was done with it, but I didn't catch that when I started having nightmares of shadow spiders, is what I call them. Shadow spiders, like the size of your hand, or thousands of tiny little ones all over me, or ones that took up the entire ceiling. I have a drawing of one on my website too, when it took up the entire ceiling. Can you imagine that? I mean, I would wake up, I'm having a nightmare, and I wake up and it's actually in the room. I saw it in my dream, and it's in the room, and I am like running. I'm looking for something to kill the freaking sorry, I'm just moving something to kill the freaking spiders, hoping that they won't return. I didn't know what I was dealing with. I thought that I thought I understood, but I ghosts and whatnot, but this was different. This was threatening. This was dark. It was infiltrating. I just didn't know. But something that's important to know, though, as I was staying at that family's home, they were religious, and I had walked away from my religious thoughts on things because I had witnessed so many things. It was hard for me to I believed in God. I believe Jesus had existed and he's supposed to come back one day, but I just kind of stepped away from it because what I was seeing in front of my eyes was more real, and I didn't know how best to process other things. So I just walked away from it. So this family's really religious, and they got into my head a little bit. They're like, "You're worshiping the devil that you're interested in UFO stuff." I just had this inkling to look into the topic because of something that I learned that I kind of skipped over. There's so much to talk about, but that let me know I had experienced something alien connected prior. And so I left. I'm inside their house, and they're talking this stuff to me. And I'm like, I go out into the back of their home, and they had a big empty parking lot just behind them. And it's just open sky. The stars were really clear. And I just let whoever it was out there in the universe have it. I was like, "Look, if you have anything to do with demons, demonic stuff, I am done. Right now, I'm not looking into it. I am done. And I am meaning this, And I'm like, that's it. And I saw a little light in the sky that went kind of zigzag. And I just mumbled under my breath, "That's not good enough." And that's when this extraordinary craft appeared just briefly at one side of the parking lot and lit it up, just the length of the parking lot. And I get chills even thinking about it, because it was so immediate and it was so purposeful and it was so over my head. And I remember just tears, like, oh my gosh, they can hear me. I just knew it. I just knew it. And the feeling that I got was, we're here and we will be here, like to reassure you, protect you, or whatever it is. And it was like that familiar feeling I had as a teenager when I see the little lights. And yeah, it was a very important moment for myself, because I knew I had a connection with something out there, but I didn't know quite what. So yeah, so that and this is the same time frame. I'm getting shadow spiders attached to me. I just saw this head and shoulders shadow guy, and I just had a major craft respond to me. It was the first one out of many that would respond, and it really set the pace for myself. I went back to college, went back to where I was living in the state of Wisconsin, and shadow spiders followed. And Fringe, I could go into the topic of, the college roommate and how it really dove in, but it's up to you how deep you want me to go into that.
Yeah, would love to. So I put your shadow head and shoulders up there, and then as your link tree is up there, and then just a couple of screenshots from your book are up there as well.
Sweet.
So yeah, I would love to get into how you were given this information about Hat Man and the shadows.
Yeah.
And by the way, I thank my lucky stars and God above that I have never seen shadow spiders. I don't know
Really?
how I avoided that, because it would definitely be up my alley, but it is something I've never seen. But Heidi, I cannot tell you the people who have written to me who have said that they have seen these things, and I direct them to you because I say, well, you're not the only one. There are so many people out there seeing these things.
Yeah.
It's crazy how many people are seeing them. So if you could get into how you met, your roommate, and then how you met Calf, and then the information that was given to you would be great.
Yeah. It's oh my gosh, it's such a wild story. It's like every time I think about it, I'm like, that just blows my mind. So I moved back to Wisconsin, and I had friends that knew I'd seen UFOs and whatnot, and connected me to a UFO group that met. Not mine. This was a different one. There was a hypnotherapist counselor who would try to help people get over their PTSD. Like, imagine that, PTSD, and this was not popular back then, and found all these people were experiencing alien abductions. She was stunned. So she started a group, and I want to say there are 20, 25 people that met once a month because of the terror that they went through, sleeping with guns and knives under their pillows. And here I contact her because I'd seen some UFOs, and she was really suspicious of me, like I was a journalist. I'm like, I'm just going to school. I don't know what you're talking about. So she finally let me join. I was the only one that went there without having had alien abductions. But when I joined, but I was reading, about the alien abductions, read, the book Communion and all these different books. And I was staying at I had a place that I was staying at, and I want to say it was a couple weeks after I joined the group. I had a black unmarked helicopter come over the house, and just what I'd heard about these things harassing people in the group. I just couldn't believe it. It looked like it was going to land on the house. It was so low in the middle of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. It wasn't like there weren't a lot of people around. I just couldn't believe it. And harassed me for a couple hours. So that was the first thing. And then I moved not too far, literally a couple of blocks away. And I got this apartment by myself. And my dad was very adamant, like, oh, young lady shouldn't live by herself on the first floor of an apartment. But I was like, I got fancy bars on the windows on this first floor apartment, Dad, I'll be just fine. Until somebody broke in while I was in bed, so asleep, and I heard it. And that's when I was like, wow, I'm trapped. I can't get out. There's bars on the windows. And This is in the college side of town, and I'm just like, okay, Heidi, as soon as your feet hit the floor, you're gonna run out the door. And I did. I started running for the door, and that's when I saw something the size of two small children in my living room going through my bookshelf. And I remember, again, it's like fight or flight. I thought I was about to die, and I'm like, stood in the middle of these two beings. And I'm like, who are you? What are you doing here? I'm talking real fast. And they turned and they looked at me. And that's when I saw they were gray alien beings and big bulbous eyes, the size of small children. And they didn't have any clothing on. And they had like, people say they have a slit for their mouths, but these had their mouths open like, oh crap, she's up type of look. And I was like, and I was just grabbing stuff out of their hands, like, put this down. What are you doing here? And it just was the craziest thing because, I didn't feel threatened because they were so tiny. I'm like, give me a break. I thought it was, somebody's breaking in. Here's these tiny little ugly things that, I think it kind of sunk in my head a little bit that they were not human, but I wasn't, because I'm 5'8". These things, I don't know, 3.5 feet tall. I know they're little things. And I'm like, what is this? People are terrified of these things, and then I heard, but again, I'm in the fight or flight and I heard noise behind me and without getting like too much in details, I found that there were 2, 4, 6, there was about 8 little grays in my apartment, just going through all my stuff, like just really loud. And I'm asking all of them, who are you? What are you doing here? And they're not answering me. They all turned and looked at me with a shocked look on their faces, like I'm up. And the door is there. I could have gotten out, but I'm not feeling threatened at this moment. And again, this is only a couple months after I joined that UFO group. And afterthought, I was thinking, probably because I joined that group, they wanted to check out who the heck joined the group that hadn't been abducted. I just didn't know what to think. So long story short, skipping some other details on what took place, but the next day, I saw the head and shoulder shadow guy. I couldn't believe it. I was like, are you kidding me right now? Like, these things came full force back in, just all over. And it was just like, I couldn't really understand. I just get rid of these little gray guys, and one was a hybrid, half human, half alien. And it's like, they called their boss in, I learned that they called their boss in later. So that thing started harassing me. And so again, long story short, I moved across the hall to a bigger apartment because I got a college roommate. And I thought it'd be fun because she was an art major. I was an art major at the time, both cartoonists. And but she was Pentecostal, very religious, like never cut her hair, and wore the big skirts with the tennis shoes. They're just so super religious. And I told her, I was like, look, I've seen creatures, I've seen, UFOs and all this stuff, and I'm like, just give a warning, it's probably going to happen. And she's just like, well, I'm not afraid because your demons can't touch me, type of thing. And pretty much took the stance of all my friends who weren't experiencing these things. So they took great pride in picking on me about it and just laughing about it. I'm like, whatever, So I just, that's just typical, but you learn to laugh about it too. It's like, I know it's weird, but yep, I saw another craft. That's all I can tell you. So she moves in, and I would see like the edges of things. I don't even know how to say, kind of transparent edges of things, like faces and just things going past me and shadowy things. And I draw it. Well, I caught her drawing the same freaking thing, but with a ton more detail. I'm like, oh, you can see them. You can see them. She's like, yeah, but I don't know what they are. I'm like, you drew an alien face. It's like, but she's like, oh, but, she still called them demons. I'm like, Well, it's because she just couldn't, give it another definition. So still, it's like I still didn't have any comfort from friends my age or in college that were dealing with these things. And it was just this group I would go to, and I'd go and just listen to their horrible, horrible stories. I don't know. Okay, Fringe, I've talked about this with you because I sat in the room with people cursing, swearing, planning on killing aliens, gutting them. They took my kid. If they do that mother effing thing again, I'm going to, just horrible, horrible experiences. Bringing in their bloodied pillows because the praying mantis came again, just sick stuff. And I watch these people slowly start talking differently. Well, I guess it wasn't so bad. After they sent the probe up through my gut and tore me wide open and I cried and, they raped me, they taught me their language. Oh, I'm like sitting here going, what? Oh, they taught you something. You've been spending years hating them. And now you're okay with it? Well, I'm special, Heidi. You're special? Huh. Okay. I just kept for years I would listen. I wanted to be supportive because they became friends and I didn't want to be insulting. And I kept my opinions to myself. I honestly, for a little bit there, I even felt like they were teaching. They were teachers of a sort. It's like, we don't think we need to go to school. We're angry at our parents because they're forcing us to go to school or church, but it's for our own good. And I started to think that perspective. But I remember the tears. I remember they're all there for PTSD, for crying out loud. They're there for PTSD. And they
change to watch, Holly. It's refreshing also to listen to you the last time we spoke, because it was interesting to hear that this is back in the 90s, I believe, when this group was going on.
This was like 90, 94, 95. Hale-Bopp Comet was going on too.
And then now some of those same people are the ones telling us, that this is all good. It's all for our own good. They're upgrading our consciousness. They're here to help us. And these are the same people who used to want to kill the aliens. So I'm always very interested in how their minds are changed. And of course, I look at it as some type of influence from the aliens themselves. We also have, strange psychological conditions among humans justify, the behavior of our own abductors. It's all very interesting, but to hear that some of the same individuals who are now propping up the love and light propaganda, these people used to understand that this was not okay, what was happening with the humans. And by the way, I don't really care what the aliens think. People say things like, well, we just can't understand them. We don't know their motives. They're so far advanced. They don't have human thoughts and human motives. I don't care what their motive is. What is the outcome? The outcome is I'm being ripped out of my bed. And at times, men, women, and children are being sexually assaulted, not just experimented on, not just having their eggs stolen and being put into a petri dish, not just that, but actually being sexually assaulted. And no, I don't care what their motive is. I don't care if their motive is pure. It makes no difference to me. The outcome for humans is what I'm concerned with. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Heidi. You were able to see some of the OG abductees change right before your very eyes. It's a fascinating topic.
It is. And it was really weird to be part of it because I found I was getting, when I'd question them, I'm like, dude, you showed us the shotgun you got, by your pillow, and the looks of like, why are you questioning me? Why? Because I changed, because I got to be more accepting of it. I was like, so I learned to just like kind of take a step back and watch. And again, I didn't want to poo-poo what people did to make themselves feel better. I just didn't, because the terror they'd gone through, I'm like, well, good. You're sleeping at night. Great. oh, that's wonderful. Like, this is awesome. You don't need to take any more tranquilizers to, to relax. It's great. But then the stories got to be, oh man, they would be abducted with others, right? And because they became more accepting of what was going on with them, with themselves, they were asked to go calm down the other humans they were taking and abusing. And they felt so special to be the counselor. And it's like, just breathe through it, breathe through it. Yeah, they ripped your guts open, but just, just give it some time. I'm like, you held their hand while they, what? I was just looking at them differently. So I felt bad. I was like, oh my gosh, you helped another person get abused. I just, it broke my heart in different ways because they're patting each other on each other's back, and I just, and they were my friends, and I just didn't know what to think. But, so here I was part of that group, and my college roommate, I'll just call Samantha. She was just like, oh, those lunatics, what's wrong with them, and don't have them come over here to the apartment. I don't want their demons to fall here. And I mean, just horrible stuff she would say. And, and now one day, here's this friend of mine being she was so insulting. I can't even describe to you, but, one day she calls me in a panic. And she is just crying, carrying on. There's something in my classroom. I'm like, in your classroom? It jumped on the hood of my car. I'm like, what? And no, she's Puerto Rican. She had a speech impediment as well as a very thick accent. And she's just getting down with it. I don't speak Spanish. I don't know it. I took German for 6 years. And I'm like, what? I'm like, do you need me to come pick you up? Like, she sounded like, I don't know. She was just sounding in a panic. And she goes, no. It's shocking me. What is shocking you? She's like, but it feels good. I'm just totally confused now. I'm like, okay, I don't know what's happening. She went to a different college than I did. And I was just like, look, I'll meet you and we'll talk about it later. And so we meet up in Lake Michigan and in my car. And she's telling me this unbelievable story. She's like, Heidi, I'm driving through downtown Milwaukee to my school when this crystal see-through like being jumped on the hood of my car and shoved its head through the windshield. And I'm like, huh? Like, first off, I never heard of a being like this. And I'm like, oh, I can't. I don't even know how to match it. And she's like, and it was really calming. She's like, so I felt really calm and automatically felt like I could ask it questions. Like, and I'm like, who are you? And it's telling me, starts telling me things, but Heidi, like when you go to the dentist and your mouth goes numb? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, well, my mouth went numb and it answered me back using my own mouth. And I'll just never forget the look on her face. It used my own mouth to answer me back. I was like, what? I'm like, this is crazy. And she's like, it told me it was no mistake that I studied in class. She had to learn about the Native Americans dancing until exhaustion so they could meet with their like star people, where they came from. And so it's like this being is telling her this was to open your mind to understanding our connection to mankind. And it told her he was there to introduce what is to come, meaning the next thing that happened. And I'm like, well, that's wild, and she's telling me this story. She's starting to go into details when she's like, I need to meditate. I'm like, you need to meditate? I'm like, what the heck? You're telling me the coolest story. I want to hear more details about this. And she just closes her eyes. First off, I didn't know that this is something that she did. I didn't know she meditated. She closed her eyes for just a few moments. And that's when this voice came through and it had a reduced accent and everything. And because she had the thick accent. and it said, "Hello, I've been waiting to speak to you for a very long time." And I was like, "Samantha? What is this?" And the voice came back and said, "Oh no, this is not Samantha." And I'm like looking around. I'm like, what is, it's dark outside. I'm sitting in the car. There's like no cars around. I'm like, okay. And I honestly, everything was going through my head. I'm just like, she pulling a prank on me? What is going on here? I'm like, no, she was crying on the phone. No. What is this? And I said, okay, who's talking? I'm kind of being a little bit of a smart aleck. And it says, well, I'm what you would call an alien. Oh, really? Okay. Where are you? And I'm just like thinking as well, like here I'd been part of this UFO group, and I'd seen several of them be hypnotized to recall their different experiences. And again, the lady who put on this group, she's a hypnotherapist. So she did this. And so I'd seen it where the person is not just talking about what it is they're experiencing, but almost as if the being starts speaking through the person right then and there as they're hypnotized, recounting what took place. But I also had two friends by the same name, which was so weird, who had the experience of having a regular being speak through them. Okay. And I could go into a little detail on one of them because she's still alive and she has had unbelievable stuff happen, and she's actually written a couple of books in regards to it. But but to get back to this, so here's Samantha just speaking about this voice is speaking about being an alien being. I'm like, oh, where are you? And well, I'm in a ship very high up, but I cannot show myself any longer because your governments have the technology to shoot us out of the sky now. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then he just kind of offers up, but I think I'm close enough to project an image of myself. And I'm like, what? Come again? What? And the car kind of filled with this hum. And I don't even know how to describe how far I pressed my body up against the side of the car as I watched this small, childlike looking creature develop in the car seat between us. And I'm like, oh, okay. I think I see something. Okay. But it was out of focus. And he was pinkish, fleshy colored, more rounded features than like a gray would have. They have more rigid, pointy chin and pointed eyes. His were more rounded. He had like a smile on his face, and but the large black eyes still, but kind of looked like a kid, pinky, fleshy colored skin. And I'm like, okay, I see you. It's like, I believe, okay, you're here, And I said, but you're kind of out of focus. And he said, well, that cannot be helped because you have weak human eyes. I'm like, oh, what the heck? My eyes are weak. I didn't think they were weak, but okay, and then it faded away. And I'm like, so I'm all ears. I'm like, okay, let's continue this conversation. And one of the first things that he started saying was something that my friend would never bring up. I had lost my mother when I was 7 years old. And he says, your mother was not your mother. And it's like, but she was your mother. She volunteered. We needed her DNA for you. And this is something I believe I took out of the version of the Secret War book that I have out now, because it was so far-fetched and so odd. So I just didn't touch upon it. But I have to check. I can't remember. I took so many things out of the newer version. And so he's talking about that and started saying, oh gosh, the conversation involves so much, and I couldn't put it all into the book, but essentially letting me know that he was there, for us and wanted to connect. And it was so wild because my friend, she pops out of it because she sees a symbol. She's like, I see a symbol, Heidi. I'm like, and I hear her voice coming back through, and I'm like, a symbol? She's like, talks about a triangle with a line through it. And she's like, it's his name. And then she gets the letters CAFTH, calf. And I say the name, like, calf? And he goes, ugh, I hate the way your human mouths say my name. And I'm like, another blow on us humans. So like, well, excuse me, but but yeah, so that was the introduction to this guy and this being. And I remember leaving the lakefront, and she is just like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. And she started reading my UFO books, and she did not like reading English. English is a second language for her. And she's like going through the books. There's got to be an answer. There's got to be an answer. She wants to hop on the phone with all the, demonic worshipers that went to the UFO meetings with me, and, like talking to them. And she was just, flipped out with it. And I'm like, wow, this was amazing, and it wasn't long after that after the initial freaked out panic mode, what was all that? And then we're like, you think you could do it again? It's like, let's try, we're college kids. We're like, we don't care. Well, what's the lottery number? I just got evidence that something not human is real, and we have access to it. Are you kidding me? So yeah, tried to milk it for everything we could. But we got us nowhere. It really got us nowhere. He was not forthcoming with anything. It's like, where are you from? It would not benefit you to know that. What's the name of your planet? If I told you the name of it, you wouldn't know where it's located at anyway. So it's like, well, what's the point? It just became really kind of a senseless contact. I didn't understand what it was about. And it wasn't until it got more interesting when I mentioned a dream I had. And it was like really the first element of gaining understanding of why he made the effort that he did, when I said, well, I had a weird dream. It's like, I saw the moon coming towards the planet. And I thought it was going to, look like it was going to crash and hit us. But then a craft, a UFO, showed up to the right side of it and started pulling it at such an angle it didn't hit the planet, but it seemed to have popped our protective bubble, if you will. And winds, just crazy winds. Houses were tumbling down the street, and it was just so quick too. It was just like the loudest sounds of wind I could ever even imagine. And then it just stopped, like it got sealed all of a sudden. And it was just a crazy experience. And so I mentioned this to him, to Kath, and he essentially goes, well, I'm not in charge of dreams, but I'll tell you what happened. It's like, he said, we saw the moon being pulled towards your planet by the darkness inside of it. And we intervened and pulled the moon to the side. Like, it was so simple. I'm like, huh? I'm like, the darkness inside of the planet? What are you talking about? And he goes, you call them shadow people. We call them shadows. And that was the first introduction to the reasoning for why an alien being suddenly made itself known to myself and my college roommate. That changed the course of a whole heck of a lot. So that's the beginning of it.
Just the beginning. That's
Yeah.
great stuff. Okay. So on this whole moon thing, just to make sure I understand, is he saying that the darkness did he say the darkness inside the moon is the shadow beings?
No, he was saying the darkness inside of the planet, this planet, was pulling it towards, pulling the moon towards us.
Okay, so I misunderstood that. Okay, I got it, got it. Tiff and Ulrich, do you want to jump in on any part of the first part of the story? And then just some housekeeping. We will open it up for questions, time permitting. I think it's important to get to questions with Heidi, especially. A lot of people are having these experiences, and it's good just to be able to talk about it and get it off our chest and just tell somebody else what's happening. So if you want to ask a question, go ahead and put your request in. Just please be patient because I do want to get through the rest of the story before we open it up to questions. Tiff or Ulrich?
I honestly, I'm listening, and I guess I feel lost this year. As it's not that I am not believing in these encounters. That's not it. I am not certain of the dimensional aspect. Like, are we all in agreement that this is like a multi-dimensional situation? A lot of these things are happening in the astral, in the dream. I'm just always confused on, are we saying this is like a third dimensional thing? Or, is this the akin to, like, the place where dreams take place, and it's a crossover of some sort? Because I always feel very lost in that since I've never met physically any entity, just not in the sense physically, like, it was not a third dimensional entity anytime I've encountered anything.
Uh, you know, yeah, these things are absolutely multidimensional, and I think without knowing it, I was always talking about that space, that connectivity between alien beings that could walk through a wall, and a shadowy presence that could possess the being that could walk through the wall. Interdimensional space, interdimensional beings. That's the whole conversation. That's the whole message that there's something that is absolutely able to mess with the normal process of things here for humankind. Um, and it is that battle between the negative and the positive. It's so cliche. I had walked away from such talk, and I hear I'm
It's not though. It is like the tale as old as time, it's always been a battle for our souls. Like every from biblical text to our current situation, it's always a battle for our soul. See, I've had encounters with demonic entities and shadow entities and things of that nature, but I at the time I was struggling in a place like I was overcoming drugs and I was going through a lot of childhood trauma I had to work through. I was going through a lot of things, and so all of my demonic experiences, the sleep paralysis, these all these crazy events, I really accounted to the fact that I was overcoming these struggles in life. And that was how they were manifesting. And I'm not overcoming the struggles anymore. And my experiences now are positive. And it's not like I feel like I'm being told I'm going to be saved from cataclysms, because that was the catalyst, was the Doom Vision in 2017. But it was like and then all experiences stopped until I overcame a few more obstacles I didn't even realize were still like bothering me. I didn't realize I was still not I thought I was pretty evolved, and then I had a couple of rude awakenings that I was not, and ever since that it's been like not I don't want to say positive, it's been peaceful. Like it's a spiritual awakening process where I'm processing things and I'm getting more downloads, and but it's not I'm not I don't feel manipulated. I feel like the whole process from the demonic, the doom to now has been a slow ascension process. And I wonder, and I always fret in these spaces because it's like this is more doom oriented, that I will be offending someone, and I don't want to. So I'm going to say, if we can go all out doom, we can also go all out in my feelings. And that is, if there's unaddressed shadow work manifesting for people, and say Whitley Strieber, he's getting his nipples twisted, but this is happening in this astral environment, to his ethereal body. He's being abducted and they're forcing him to meditate through nipple twisting, is what I understand. Is that because that's how they can get through to him and force him to spiritually awaken? If the solution to these entities, we had a space earlier I was listening to, if the solution to these entities is connect yourself to source and be uncorruptible, isn't that still the same story from as old as time? Is like, it's a battle for your soul and become so close to God you're uncorruptible.
That was a whole lot. I didn't. There's a whole lot to say about a whole lot of stuff that you said there for sure. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, the battle between good and evil. That again, at the time, it was nothing I really cared to hear about back then. I was not into that topic at all because I didn't believe there was a hell. I didn't believe there was evil necessarily. I really didn't. I'd walked away from it. So I had to get schooled by what looked like an alien to me. God is real. Do you know Jesus is who he says he is? Do you know that we have the same God that you do? You know, and it's like, what? I had to flip everything upside down and put myself back into those hardwood church pews and learn again. I mean, I'm not a Bible thumper. I'm not a church goer even, but I had to learn that these beings I was connecting to, there was more than one. There was another one called Sepphoris that I don't talk about as much. But Kaf was the main contact. But, you know, I like to tell people, it's like if you know, what I was communicating with, what it had shown itself and the information that was given, if it was so wrong, it wouldn't have been as successfully put out there to the world as it has. I could not study something that never was spoken of. I couldn't study this. People are like, oh, you're the top researcher of. I'm like, researcher. This information was given to me. I didn't have a pack of people I could sit there and ask questions to. No, I put out the information about what these things were, what would be happening with them, how they would grow to such a level that we are at right now, unfortunately. And it's disturbing to have seen the patterns go as they are. And when I see the next patterns happening, that's when I hope people realize, and have chosen their sides, because it does come down to that ultimately. What side of the fence are you on, the positive, the negative? And yes, we do all have a journey. We all have a journey, you know. Is anyone's better than the next? There's so many stressors and anxieties that people could pick up along the way that form us to be who we are. And I think that everybody has that understanding that their perspective is unique and how they view who and what God is. I am, in all of this that I discuss, I'm Christian. I am. Because it's hard and so odd for some people to understand. But in the midst of all of this that I was, dealing with, had walked away from, and had criticized people, I had good friends that, a lot of Latino friends that were all Catholic and super religious and all this stuff, and I would take great pride in saying, "Ooh, if I step foot in a church, I'll probably start on fire, everybody," because they thought I was a demon worshiper. Anyways, talking about UFOs and all this stuff. Though I had my faith, my belief in God, and Jesus had been real at some point, but it wasn't until, I wrote the Secret War book, the first one that talks about the shadow people, Hat Man stuff, that, I'd ever really got to understand, oh gosh, how could I say? That I really bashed Jesus. I bashed him so bad in that book, the original version of that book, just before I published it. I wrote it in 97, and I'd sent it all over trying to find a publisher until 2001 finally got out there. But I'd put, if Jesus were around, I think I would have seen him by now. People think he's in your tree trunk to a piece of toast. And I mean, I felt that they were seeing what they wanted to see. I really did. And here in the midst of my criticism, he showed up. And I would have never in a million years thought I would see him. No. And I'm somebody who, this is strange. And again, I've been involved in this for a very long time. I've interviewed a lot of people for, under my podcast, Under Coast, and other shows that I've done. And I'd always try to find people that had the same memories that I did. My earliest memory as a kid is being in a crystal city. Look like ancient Greek buildings, people in white robes walking around, being taught different things there. And still to this day, I get new memories or new understandings or adventures there. I don't know how best to describe it, but I know this place, but I didn't believe Jesus was real. I've seen angelic beings, but I didn't see Jesus. I figured, oh, he'll come back one day, everybody. And then he showed up. He really flipped everything for me. And so you look at my books, you'll see a book on how the angels pray, because they showed up and showed me how they pray, and the Jesus encounters I had. So there's, and how to get your faith back. I have the otherfword.com. I'm a cartoonist, so I did it funny, like Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Did one for kids. I didn't hear back from one kid. It was all these adults saying, this is hilarious, thank you. So I did an adult version of the book. Anything to get people to understand, to get back with their faith and understanding what's really at stake, how there is a battle over the soul, and how, whether we believe in it or not, it's a coming, it's here. And you could look at the Secret War book as part prediction about some of it or not. I didn't come up with that material myself. And what's happening next is, I just always take a deep breath, guys, because it's heavy. It's a lot.
Do you think it's possible that the increase in activity within our country could be a product of cutting ourselves off from spirit? Like we as a country seems to have slowly removed religion, spirituality in general. First, we condemn spirituality by making us all seem like woo, but then you also start removing religion and God. And eventually, people, it's more popular to be agnostic or atheist, and you just kind of get a disconnect. And we as a country are unique in that way out of the rest of the world. The rest of the world still operates on a religious a platform, and a lot of their beliefs are still very active in all that they do. We as a country don't, and it seems like our experience as the phenomena tends to be building up quite a bit. And if we are lacking in spirituality, could the phenomenon be taking a modern shape in order to catalyze spiritual awakenings, because it is like required? Maybe it's like this is what happened when you remove God from the equation. God responds in ways to make people awaken. And maybe it's, I don't know, honestly. I feel like we're also, according to Chris Bledsoe and some other people I've spoke to, actually summoning these UFOs and these entities with occult practices. And if we're summoning them here with occult methods, it still is a spiritual situation. And then we're shooting them down, and we're possibly aggravating the situation with that, from what I understand. But yeah, so we're not only cutting ourselves off from source as a whole in this country, we're also still practicing secretly occult practices, and essentially taking from the unified field, the astral field, the place where the gods and the demons and the daemons and the archetypes all reside.
I mean, people that in this country we're definitely more amused with the little device that we hold in our hand versus what's inside of our hands, who we are, the blood that flows, the soul within. We're very superficial that way. We don't look within. And I think it's detrimental, and it is spreading around the world. I mean, our trends here spread to other places, and everybody wants to move to this country, and we're becoming a soulless group of folks, unfortunately, or coming into our own thinking like, I am God. I have powers, and I could do this and do that. We can't light a match with our finger, but we could sure conjure something up to do that for us.
Yes, I would like
Power.
to actually add that in my
Mhm.
spiritual process, I have found that I am God, but also that we're all God. And that's why we have this co creation ability, this law of attraction, this manifestation, these abilities to think thoughts and then manifest them into the third dimension through our craft. We are like divine sparks. We're pieces of God having a unique experience in a third dimension. So it's going to be mundane. Yes, we have the power of God, and that's why we can manifest our reality. We can change our perception, we can create things, but we are limited to the third dimension as by design.
But that's fine to have your perspective of that being it. But for myself, I've seen otherwise. There is a God. I'm not him. I'm not it. And people will have their perspectives for forever. The greatest wars have been fought over. I'm right. You're wrong. You're going to burn. I'm not. And it gets to be ridiculous. I don't ever try to cram what I believe to be true down anybody's throat, because that gets nowhere, and it gets a lot of people closing their minds off and walking out the door. So I'm all about being perfectly honest about what it is I know to be true for myself. And again, if I were wrong, if I was steered off in the wrong direction with this, we wouldn't be having this conversation about anything. Shadow people, hat man. But this information came from elsewhere, came from beings that made themselves known and present, would come down when called upon, and who told me some of the things that they told me about matters of the soul and how they would assist people to cross over. I'm like, hold on, the things you're talking about right now, this sounds like something like angels do. I'm like, hold on, you guys aren't angels. And they said, we've been called many things throughout time, but gave all respect to the one God and to Jesus. Gave all of that to him. And I just, I had to humble myself, and it was hard, let me tell you, because I was, quote, spiritual. I would just use, I'm spiritual, I'm not religious. I say Christian, I'm not religious, but I want to identify that I follow Jesus Christ, because he's the one that straightened me up. And I'm not saying superficially, I read something, oh, that inspired me. No, it took for him to come down and smack me upside the head and say, I'm real, right? Essentially, I was like, what the? Changed everything. Nothing else mattered. But it really set me straight. And I want to get this story out, because you speak of the source and whatnot. I was, I having a conversation with that same college roommate, Samantha, just talking to her, got up to walk across the living room to use the restroom of all things. And my whole vision left. I was no longer in the living room. And I was in the center of the universe. Is what I'm pretty certain I was. And there was a spinning sun. And to the left of it was another spinning, like, red light. And I knew that place was a place where everything that's ever happened gets recorded. In my mind, I said, Library of Knowledge. The spinning sun in front of me was like a love soup of golden light. It was liquid, but it was also individualized. There were trillions upon trillions of small lights in there, and I was one of them. Thoughts, ideas, goals, missions, all these things got connected and communicated as it flowed around this light, and it would go to the center when a decision was made and would become one, and it was agreed upon. I knew this place was called the source. When people say just, quote, source, I don't know what they're speaking of. I know the source. It was a part of God, but it wasn't the head of God. I know it was a contributing force. And the thought came through of something that needed to be done here. And I remember casually thinking, guess that's something I could do. And it was like everybody took a step back and said, whoop, she said she'd do it. I'm like, hold up, what's going on here? And I felt like something just reached in and grabbed me out of this love soup. And I was thrown into the coldest space, flying through, and I'm screaming with everything I have, I take it back. I don't want to go, because it hurt so bad to lose that love. And I went to go get trained in the Crystal City and other places. And I was standing in the middle of the living room when I come back, boom, and I'm like grabbing my head going, how could I forget? How could I forget? How could I forget? And I go to sit down back on the couch where my roommate is. She's like, forget what? To use the toilet? You didn't go. And I'm like, how could I forget who I am and what I came here for? And she just looked at me like, what? And I remember going, I'm a student in college. This is not what I came here for. Went to call my school to cancel. I was about to run out the door. And my friend is like, slow it down. What just happened? You froze in the middle of the room. Oh, I got goosebumps even thinking about it. And I don't know how I could forget this place. It was the equivalent of forgetting my first name is Heidi. That place is home. And since recalling it, that's when really nothing else mattered. I came here to do a job, and I've been working on it ever since. I have missed home ever since. And the closest I can relate that story to are when people say they had a near-death experience, they miss it. I miss home. I know this place. It is the source. But again, I'm not going to cram it down anybody's throat, but I know what I know to be true for me. I'm not it. There's too many of that love that helps build what that is. And then I also saw Jesus on top of it all. Again, biggest critic you can't even imagine. So I think he saw I was a decent person about to make a huge mistake because this book was going to change so much. I did not know. I didn't know. But I'll tell you, you'll never meet a more dedicated person than myself on these topics, because 99.9% of my day, I'm thinking, what more can I do today to help people understand the peril that we're in? On paper, people read about it. They might feel it a little bit. It was thrown in my face, and I've been met with literally a thing that claims to be the devil himself that hates my guts, and feelings mutual. But I don't really care. I don't care. I'm here to do what I agreed to do. Nothing else matters. I'm going to build a mansion here because I got a show or something. The mansions in heaven are greater. Everything could be lost here and will be lost here. This doesn't matter. We have to realize that. And standing in my strength, my power of whatever and whoever I am doesn't matter, because we're all in this together and we all make up the source. That's part of God, a chunk of his heart, and I want to make sure as many of us can return back, because something is trying to divide us from that. Please know that something is trying to divide us from that. And it's showing its ugly face in a lot of different ways. So I just wanted to get that out.
Heidi, so first, Parsi, welcome up, but please be patient. And if you could just put your hand down for now. There's some stuff I would like to go through with Heidi first, and then you'll be first to ask your question, Parsi. We'll go to Ulrich now, but Heidi, I really want to get to what CAF communicated to you, what this Hat Man and Shadow People are, what their agenda is, what's the next step, how's it going to end? I want to get to all of those things, all of those really important questions. So go ahead, Ulrich, and then Ulrich, please, before we move on, make sure we get to those other questions with Heidi.
Let's get to yours first, Fringe. This is your space. This is UFO Twitter week. I can dominate and suck the antimatter and matter out of the room. I want you to get all your questions answered first.
Oh, Ulrich, but your questions are so incredible and amazing. Look what happened with Nathaniel Gillis. We never even really got the basics of his theory before we started going down the rabbit hole. That happens with us a lot. So, Parsi, if you could just put your hand down and be patient. I do want to get to Heidi and what the information is. This is very important information that was given to Heidi. It's about the agenda with shadow beings, with Hat Man, how they're related to the Greys, the abductions that are happening, what the agenda is, and then Heidi, I'll remind you of this. You've referenced a couple of times what's next, so we want to get to all of that stuff before we get to questions. And if you are waiting to ask a question, please be patient. We will absolutely let you up. So Heidi, go ahead.
Oh, so much. To begin, it's like Oh gosh. I have to tell you, so when Calf started opening up about the whole shadow people thing, first off, I was floored. I was like, you mean to tell me even you guys acknowledge these things are real? I just started calling them shadow people because I was getting tired of always describing this shadowy thing taking on different forms and all this stuff. So I was like, oh, the shadow people. And my friends were like, oh, okay, got it. Um, and to have this acknowledged, I didn't even know where to begin. And it became clear now, and I can't always understand this imminent threat that he felt. I couldn't understand it. Like he was like, you cannot record me. You cannot take notes when I'm talking to you. And I'm like, what? It's like, this is between you and me. And and I'm like, well, why not? It's like, because this information might be found and it might die with you. I'm like, what the? Again, I'm in college. I'm like, what can this little conversation really have any kind of weight to anything? What? And so I obliged, and I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do with it? He's telling me there's a dark threat in our universe, that it has done this to other planets. This is not the first one that it has threatened like this. And it's just something that this darkness does. It has a dark source. We have a light source we come from. These things come from a dark one. And it was essentially explained to me how it doesn't just come and dominate, because there is this odd little thing, kind of like a Star Trek thing of a do not interfere like policy. But of course, they're cheating. They are manipulating. They are puppeteering things to go in one direction, but that's against the rules. So how do they get people to submit to these types of things? Well, not every person has a quote human soul. Some of them were other beings in other lifetimes, and that was another thing that I learned in the UFO abduction alien groups, that the people, they were starting to get their quote memories, and oh, I know this one. How do I know this alien? Oh, because I saw you as a kid, or oh, I think I was part of them when in another lifetime. So some of them came to their not just necessarily Stockholm syndrome, but this odd connection that they found they had. And a lot of people will tell you, I don't feel like I come from here. My soul feels different. Well, so if you're a soul that's not quite from here, my understanding is they were getting them to volunteer. Like, I volunteered to be here. I know. They volunteered to allow their bodies to be experimented on over here. But not for all of them, But some of the people were recalling this. Oh, I said I would do this. Oh, but sometimes it was, they're just a little kid being manipulated. Like, this is my friend, So there's a whole mixed bag of things that happen. So that was one perspective I wouldn't have thought about so much. But it's like, so you are another type of soul being born here, agreeing to be abused and abducted. And there's a bloodline connection too, because they know how to manipulate that bloodline, that DNA or whatever it is, to make hybrid beings. Now, we hear of dark, evil entities in the Bible and being, not moral types, being very sexualized and abusive and whatnot. And what do these aliens have a whole lot of interest in? Raping, making babies, all sorts of stuff. I met so many people that had, quote, reptilian sex. It was gross. So I'm like, I don't want to hear this, Oh, it's great. What? Good for you. Like, why is this such an interest of theirs? Well, look at our society. Looks like we have a lot in common, or are heavily influenced by them. So what is this? So it really kind of set a tone in my head of the different types of influence, and also it was made clear to me that these shadowy beings were essentially not just how can I say, not just possessing a one alien. Okay, so if like you imagine being on another planet and they're going to infiltrate it, they Kath explained like they were having brother turn on a brother, because then they get it's like less effort for them to have to go and destroy them. They were destroying themselves from the inside out because there is an infiltration. There was a possession. We're talking about possessed alien beings to turn on each other. Because one of the things I could never understand and that I'd ask Kath was, we love this planet, right? Why do we choose to ignore the destruction of it? Why are we shooting ourselves in our own foot? This is the only planet we've got. And it was explained to me that not everybody is what they appear to be. And you're right. Why would you destroy things that there's no going back from? And it makes no sense. But it's happening. It's been happening. So essentially, and I was asking also what were the connecting elements between some of the alien beings out there. We got the Greys, we got the Nordics, we got the praying mantis, and the reptilians, and they do things differently, but they have similar agendas, kind of sometimes. If you hear some of the stories, and I'm like, what do they have in common? And it was told to me that they've been taken over. Those are conquered beings. Their places they come from were taken over, and so they're essentially like possessed aliens of the shadow beings. And it was devastating to hear this. I'm like, what? Are you serious? Something dark has taken over. I'm like, but I have friends like that are talking about, I'm part of them, and they taught me how to say their language and all this stuff. And they're like, people get manipulated in different ways. And it kind of broke my heart, because I'm like, you're telling me these deep, dark, evil, dirty things are doing this, and it was, it's a whole lot. And again, imagine that being the first to introduce something like that. Like, what? My beloved aliens? No, my aliens wouldn't do that. My aliens are good. Well, I was also told that they could shapeshift for a reason. Now, because they do it to hide. They do it to hide. If I have a friend come into the room with their hands behind their back always, and I never see their back, I don't quite trust that friend coming in. Why are they hiding? What are they hiding? So these things would manipulate themselves to look like one thing over another. And I skipped over a part where, I had those Greys that came into my apartment. And they were going through my bookshelf, and I grabbed the stuff out of their hands and all this. And so one of them that I came across that was in my bathroom, I'd accidentally knocked him down because I opened up the door so hard. And when I looked at him, he had his hands up. And I was asking all of them, who are you? What are you doing here? And the one on the floor said, in my head, I'm your nephew. I'm your nephew. And I turned to look at him. And I physically watched this gray alien being shapeshift into my nephew with a baby blue suit and an afro. My nephew was like 2 years younger than me, and I was in college. And he looked like he was 10 years old. I said, "You look like my nephew when he was 10 years old. He's out of high school now." I'm like, "What kind of crap is this?" So they had essentially gone through my stuff. That bookshelf that the first ones were going through, there was a picture of my nephew, 10 years old, in a baby blue suit and an afro when he was 10. And they had duplicated it, trying to fool me. So what? I would think, I had a dream my nephew came over and he was a little kid. What? Look at the crap that they do. Look at the ways that they try to manipulate. So they were just, trying to find my weakness, going through all my stuff. Just crazy. So when we think about interdimensionals, they're sneaky, They're low down. I'm one of those people, and I can never understand it, why when something comes to me, I wake up. I'm not asleep. I'm not paralyzed. I'm in their face. I'm like, what are you doing here? You're not welcome. I could never quite understand it, but I caught a couple of times a sphere of white light, maybe something from the source, I don't know, that would come into the room and chase these things out or wake me up. And even seeing just so many things that I felt protected. They would protect me, and or my heart would just start racing all of a sudden and give me an adrenaline rush. But I'm sound asleep. I'm like, why is my heart racing? And there's something in the room that's just about to pounce. And I'm like, darn it, So, so as dark and as powerful as these things are, taking over different planets, we just happen to be the next one in line. The more positive beings, like Kath was saying, we try to work from a different form of influence, because some get born into these forms, like myself, volunteering, and to try to shift and to wake people up to protect themselves. They are trying to abide by the do not interfere rule, but also encourage and to let people know that there is a threat here. It's very real. And it's making itself known. And I was told it would continue to make itself known to such crazy amounts that it wouldn't just be a possibility, but an absolute threat that every single person will see these things. And again, I'm sitting there, I'm in college going, what did I just stumble across? And I can't take notes and I can't record. And I'm just about to explode. And my friend, Samantha, when she's in this relaxed state and this being is talking through her, and of course he'd made himself physically known too, she didn't always remember everything he said. So I'm sitting there and alone in it, and I'm trying to tell her, did you hear what he said? Oh my gosh, what are we talking about? Is this the battle of all battles? And he referred to it as a secret war. And that's why I called the book The Secret War. The heavens speak of the battle. That was the first version. And I was so set on people getting the message versus getting, I would get such strange questions about the book. And so I took some things out, and I wanted people to get that big message. Be on guard. It's going to increase. And a lot of people are like, oh, you created a tulpa. Hat Man showing up now. I'm like, no. It's the other way around. People are writing me saying, oh my goodness, I thought I was the only one that saw him. They still do write that. His presence and what he is should send chills down everybody's spine. And anybody that you hear is like having a good time talking about it, something's wrong with them. This is nothing that you want to make a joke of. A Hat Man owes me money. Oh my gosh. Are you freaking kidding me right now? He's thanking you for that. He's thanking you. People have died trying to conjure him. Benadryl challenge. What is that? It's horrible. Sorry, Fringe. What was that?
No, you're good. Okay, so just to sum up the agenda, it sounds like Calf's told you, and just jump in if I get it wrong, that these aliens, we call them aliens, that they are actually being controlled by the shadows, the shadow beings. I believe that your position is that Hat Man is actually their boss, and I believe he's been called the devil himself, as the boss of the shadows. And what is their agenda? What's the agenda? What's the end game? You did mention the battle for the soul. How does that tie in?
Yeah.
And what's next? What's coming? And after that, we'll get to Ulrich, and then we'll get to some questions.
Yeah. Sorry. I know there's so many elements that go into this that I'm just so passionate about. It's like I can't help but to dive in deeper. But the ultimate, it seems again so cliche. It's like, why would evil just want to be evil and just keep going? Because they can. Because they want the power. They want the land. And it's, again, it sounds so stupid. But hold it. Didn't we come from another continent to conquer another continent just to say we could and we want the goods from there and have the power and just because we can? This is, human and apparently evil nature to just take the power and say, I own it and I control it. And, it's so backwards. But there is a dark source that is feeding, that is being given our energy to. So these things are essentially like the worker ants, bringing it back to them because they're trying to take on a lot of different places other than Earth to bring into the fold. And, a lot of people are like, I don't know why these things are coming at me. I'm Christian. I'm this, or I'm in my power. I'm a great witch. I don't get it. And I'm like, they get attracted for a lot of different reasons. There's a lot of different patterns, but one of the most prominent patterns that I see is they look for people who are gifted. They look for people who are creatives. Creatives are able to observe things in nature and replicate it, in clay or paintings, music or whatever. And I think we could tend to see through the cracks of this life a little bit easier than others sometimes. And these things see that we can see them or sense them. Mankind is evolving. Okay. That should be a given and understand. We are coming into another level of awareness. Autistic people have different abilities. I mean, they're sensitive in different ways. They express themselves differently. So that right there is I think it's an element of showing our changing what we're capable of. And because mankind is changing and evolving, they want to stop that. They are looking to stomp out the light in those people who are more evolved. They're trying to limit and slow that and keep people in a holding pattern. So play your video games. Stay on the media. Yep, just keep going at it. Why are we so addicted so easily? What's the spirit in the machine or the ghost in the machine? Kath also told me, the exchange of technologies that happened between different beings and us was done on purpose with attachments, if you could say it, almost like a dark attachment if it's utilized. And I'm like, well, how the heck is that possible? It's like, well, even when you went to the theaters, there was subliminal messaging in there to eat popcorn, buy popcorn, and get some soda. It's like there's a trick to the technology that was given that can only be operated by one of them. And thus, when they would operate it for mankind, with their little deals that were being made, they made sure the ghost was in the machine. They made sure that, addictive patterns were put in there to pull and get us to ignore our soul, to ignore our cognitive abilities, to ignore our evolving nature. We are stuck in a holding pattern and they have their finger on it. So that's a big part of it. But there's also, you got to look at the ancient text about what these dark things are doing. It's not just a physical thing. So they take our souls and trap them. That sounds so crazy. What is that, hell? Yeah, it is. It's so crazy. But how many people have had near-death experiences that have had alien contact? And then as they're going down their tunnel, guess what they see? The same aliens they had the contact with that were abusing them. These things are collecting and conquering. But that's not what Earth was made for. Earth was made to grow, to learn. But guess what, guys? Death was never meant to be here. So why is evil here? People are like, oh, the world's all horrible. So much is happening, and I hope it ends. And I'm like, evil is only here because it was allowed to be here. we can end this. We can put our foot down on this. And I say that with absolute certainty. It can end. And guess what? It will end. It will end. And there will be a taking up of souls, of people, a change, a transition. And it will be happening here. People talk about it and call it different things. All I know is it will happen. And is it in my lifetime? Nobody knows the day or the hour, right? But I can't help but to wonder the timing of volunteering to be here, and other people realizing they came here during this time, and I call it a time of change. We feel something, and I don't want to be anticipating the horrific part of it, because I feel like we're going to lose a lot of people because they're not ready. They're too caught up in their own power or their own, gaining to build something here on this temporary planet of life, whatever. It's crazy to me. I don't get it, and I'm glad I don't. So I hope people come into their soul versus anything.
Oh, Heidi, you're touching on so many things I want to follow up on, but I also want to give people a chance to ask you questions, because this is something that makes people feel very isolated. They think they're the only ones seeing the shadow people. People have no idea how closely shadows are related to the aliens. One thing I wanted to get to before we get to Ulrich is, I think Kath mentioned this to you. And this is something, as an abductee myself, it's hard to hear, but I think we need to hear it, because I think it's really important. So people like me and you and other people in this room speak about this topic, not because of aliens and UFOs or who's right about this or that, or what are they? Are they physical? Are they metaphysical? What kind of ships are going around? When are we getting disclosure? No, we talk about this topic because we understand, or at least we believe, that this is much deeper than UFOs. This is literally a battle for the human soul and our ultimate destiny. And so I know that sounds very dramatic. It sounds probably very religious. A lot of people don't like talk that sounds religious, but it is what it is. And this is why we speak like we do. And we talk about this, all day long to people who think we're nutty, because it's not about the aliens. It's about us. It's about our human soul. It's about where we go in the afterlife. And for abductees in particular, there might be some entanglements with these entities. Some people like to say, oh, you made a contract in previous life. I think that's propaganda, but I do think that there's some entanglement there. There seems to be some entitlement there from these entities. They think they own us. Is it bloodlines? Is it contracts? Is it agreements, even in this life, our ancestors? I don't know. But what I do know is I believe Calf told you that abductees who are carrying the water for these creatures, for lack of a better way to put it, abductees who are apologizing for these creatures and making excuses for them and actually putting forth their agenda, promoting their agenda. This is all about love and light. This is about ascending to 5D. These creatures are here to upgrade us. Don't worry about being snatched out of your bed at night. It's no big deal. It's actually for our own good. It's like taking a pet to the vet. All these different things we discuss as abductees and the excuses that we make, if we continue to do that when we exit our bodies for the very last time, uh, into the afterlife, we're going to be met by these creatures. And I think this is something that is very important. It's partially why I'm here, to let people understand that this is a possibility. I'm not going to say it's 100% true. I don't know, but I think it's a possibility, and I think it's very, very serious. And I don't want to see people exiting this physical body after having been being deceived by the darkness and the dark entities and these so-called aliens, and then wake up on the other side and go, oh, crap. But, I made a huge mistake. Well, it's too late at that point. So please speak to that before we get to Ulrich.
Yeah. That's the heartbreaking part, because they go back to whence they came. I mean, they have nothing to do with the lighter side of things. And I don't understand that blocking, that they're not acknowledging the darker aspect of it because they know the suffering that they had. But yes, he said that, those who do the work of those beings, including there's this big push. This part shocked me. This big push for people who've had alien abductions. Like suddenly they're, all about save the planet. Put out so much energy into, stop the abuse of this planet, keep it nice, and da 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 da. And I was told this planet recycles itself. It's just what it does. The ones that are doing that are not on the that are encouraging that are not on the positive side. I was like, what? I'm like, I know so many of people have been abducted and it was put in their head to save the planet and save and do all this. And to think that that was a negative agenda, it's like, it's not that it's a negative agenda, but the only thing that's worth saving on that planet are souls. Just the souls. There's enough that needs to be done to save the souls. The planet will take care of itself. We will not allow you to destroy it. Oh, well, then that made more sense. I was like, it just surprised me, but yeah, so if there are these negative things coming into your life, and this is the hard part, because there's a lot of people who are being abused by these beings who don't want to have them coming, shadow people, hat man, negative alien beings. And I was told if they are still taking you, if they're still abusing you and you cross over, your soul is attached to them. But I was also told that the power in the name of Jesus, he will always hear you and he will always come. So that's something that I think a lot of people need to understand. It's like, I get it. It's a struggle to get these things off from you, the attachment off from you. One of my closest friends is one of the most powerful psychics ever known to exist. And she's like, what is that thing that's around you? When I was getting to know her, I'm like, what do you mean? And she's like, I don't know what that is, but I think it's evil. I think it's a demon, but I'm not sure. And I finally got her to just kind of describe it. It's a gray alien being. And she's like, it's spying on you. It's like, I don't think I could detach it from you. It's like so there. Like it has been made to just spy and always be there. I was stunned because I do pretty good keeping negative things away, but it's not changing anything. It's just keeping an eye. And I'm like, well, get in line, And it's something that you said too, Fringe, talking about this, the battle between good and evil. People like myself and others that are in these fields that have different shows even, we get contacted by those in the government and they'll tell us the Pentagon believes we are dealing with the biblical battle between good and evil. And they don't want to put this out there because they think it will freak everybody out because it is biblical. It is biblical. This is what our Pentagon believes. This is why they're hiding and lying and sneaking and all this stuff. While those in other factions of the government are like, we want to put it out there, let the people will figure it out, work it out. So this is the inner battle that's going on between them. While so many of us know what it is. And, this is it, guys. It is it. Is the world going to end soon? I don't know. I think I spoke, I think, Fringe, I don't know if it was on your Twitter space that I spoke of something that was rather peculiar, but I don't want to get off topic, but it was having to do with the spinoff of the TV show called Millennium that depicted my family in it regarding the end of the world. I don't know if I mentioned that, but I could get to that at some point.
Well, what do you mean specifically, Heidi?
The TV show, it was called Millennium. It was a spinoff of the X-Files. Did I talk about that on your space before, Fringe?
Yeah, I think you did mention it briefly.
Yeah. So
can you explain the connection though, Heidi? Like,
sure.
I'm lost.
No worries. So Frank Black, he was an agent that was a special type of agent that would come on to X-Files every so often. And he dealt more with the occult type practices. And he got a spinoff. It was just before the year 2000. I think it started in 97 or something. And it was, it kind of ran like X-Files, but it would be like weird killings and all this stuff, you know. But the third and final season, they changed the tone of it. I was watching it with my friends, and I just stepped out of the room to grab something from my fridge, and my friends start laughing like, "Oh my gosh, Heidi, there's a lady on here who looks just like you." I'm like, "Shut up." You know, I sit down, and oh my gosh, here's my doppelganger. And then they called her Agent Hollis, and we just froze. Like, oh, I still get chills because I just won't ever forget that. Like, did we just hear that? I'm like, no, it can't be. Like, let's look at the spelling of the name. Sure enough, on her badge, Hollis. Okay, that's a weird coincidence, you know? As the season goes on, they introduce her. Her sister has the same nickname I gave my sister. And then they introduced her father. It had my dad's first and last name. And James Hollis. I was just done. I was like, what the heck? And what are the odds of this? Whew. I could tell you guys, there's some things that are part of what was revealed in there. It all turned to be about the apocalypse, the third and final season. It's the apocalypse and how the government was trying to control the apocalypse and how my family was intertwined in it. And I sit here as the only person that introduced the modern day devil and his minions to the world, you know? But there's also a whole other chunk of it that it's just a lot. It's just a lot. But the TV series, you can't find it even on Blu-ray. It's only on DVD. It's not streaming anywhere. But I did find a couple of bootleg sites that have it. But and the character that played me is the only character that Chris Carter ever handpicked to be cast in one of his shows. And it's my doppelganger. And the message was clear. Let's put it that way. And some of the things, like I had to go and watch it again not too long ago because some of the things that have come forward in my life now circle back to a TV show that's over 20 years old, 25 years old. It's crazy. It's crazy. How's that possible? Well, it was explained to me by somebody in the government. It's like, really, people? Like
Heidi, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
What was explained to you?
It was explained to me that my family was one of the families that they keep an eye on. I'm
Okay.
like, future? The future? How?
And why? Why do they keep an eye on your family? And forgive me, I'm going to ask a bunch of dumb questions. Just treat me like a 6-year-old, grab my hand, and help me cross the street.
That's okay. Well, I didn't know that my father was military intelligence, first off. I didn't know. He told me a few years, it's just so crazy. He told me a few years after being diagnosed with dementia. And I was like, hold on, Dad, that freaking TV show, Millennium. And he said, yes, I don't know how that was allowed to slip. I said, what? Are you kidding me right now? I said, but Dad, you don't understand. The TV show, my character did not know her father was in the military intelligence until he got dementia. Just like you're telling me right now. Ugh, I just got chills. It's a lot, guys. It's a lot. It's a lot of parallels, and you sure just can't. You can't make this stuff up. I just my head just. People knew before I knew. In the government, what are they got their hands on? You know.
And I mean, Heidi, you probably cannot. I could be wrong, but I'm sensing that you're already sensing that I'm sensing that you're sensing that I'm starting to get really comfortable because you're starting to get a little bit uncomfortable because this is what the Doom Room is about, right? Can you have every right to just slap me across the face and be like, "Oh, Rick, I don't want to go there," but can we go there a little bit?
I've shared this on a couple of places before, but it's heavy. It's heavy, and I mean, what do you want to know about that?
Can we go millimeter by millimeter, and you just say like, all right, we're not going any further? Like, can we don't have to slow dance in the eye of the storm of the apocalypse, but can we take a couple steps and point our fingers in the direction? Like, is that okay?
You know what would be really cool is if we did another show after you watched the series, the third and final season. How about that?
How about you have blanket immunity to completely spoil everything for the series? Because I have to come a little bit from a toxic male rational perspective and
Really?
say, well I have to, because if we keep on delaying talking about the apocalypse, then
Mm-hmm.
we'll only talk about the apocalypse after the apocalypse, and then we're just constantly waiting another 6,000 years. At some point, after one of these civilizational resets, some asshole named Ulrich has to be like, maybe we should talk about it before it's too late. And I want to try to have that conversation so that it can have the greatest possible good.
Well, if anybody says they have all the answers, run, because I don't have them. I am absolutely still stunned today with some of the correlations between that show
I
and
want to
my
say the
life.
opposite. You have the license to have the wrong answers. Like,
Yeah.
if you can't go crazy, I mean, I'm going on a tear, and I'm not targeting you, Heidi. I
Yeah.
have a bit of a pet peeve, right? Like, I'm personally, I don't know what's wrong with me. I have some sort of a chip on my shoulder, but I easily get triggered. I don't know if you saw the recent Whitley Strieber interview with him and Danny Jones, but Whitley Strieber said, I'm in the business of storytelling. I'm not in the business of story hiding. And then 20 minutes later, he's like, I don't want to talk about this. And it wasn't classified information. He just
Wow.
didn't want to speculate. And my honest, non rhetorical question to every sentient and artificially intelligent being on this planet right now:
Mm-hmm.
if you cannot start speculating and spitballing and affording being wrong as the end of the world is approaching, when can we? Like, is there any free speech if even the end of the world doesn't justify any speculation? And it's okay if the answer is wrong, but then we should be honest with ourselves that this notion of free speech is a greater delusion than anything else. I mean, can we just dance? Can we go nuts? Heidi, can we get a little bit crazy and grant you full artistic license to be wrong about everything? That we're just in the realm of speculation. Because if this room can't handle it, there is no free speech.
You know, it's very true. It's but it does go rather deep, and I can't even fully speculate on things that I'm still learning about
Can you
myself.
partially speculate? Can we, even
Well,
speculation can be
well,
failing here.
let's have this conversation then, because okay, here I'm sitting, and myself and my family's life has been depicted on a series that was put out in '97. Um, why? How? First off, how? And what would be the message to reach me now? As my super psychic friend said, that was a message to you. Well, what do you mean? It's like, can you tell me more? It's like, I don't get it. It's like, well, it was no mistake that you were able to pull it together. Well, it was acknowledged it was my family. Are you kidding me right now? Like, how? I just and I watched the show, and there's elements in it that I'm sure I'm missing a whole bunch of secret agendas and hints in there. I watched it again not so long ago. I said, and I was just, I it's hard to watch and see and be able to recognize some of the people that they're and places that they're discussing, but symbolically, I don't know. I don't know. My message that I got at the end of that was the government was trying to control the apocalypse that was stated in the show. Um, and it's like, well, what's the role of the character that played me? Seemed like she was a pawn. Um, but it's fiction, right? It's fiction.
And so is that intimidating, or is it liberating? If you're a pawn, does that mean you don't have any, you're like sort of freed from moral accountability, or are you burdened with moral accountability because now you can no longer claim that that you're unknowing, and you now have a responsibility to free yourself from it? What is the heavy part here?
Well, she worked for the FBI. I do not. So I don't work for the government. So proudly so. I tried to join the military. I thought my dad was going to have a heart attack. I was like, why not? Well, little did I know what his roles were in there. It's just so much. But anyways, yeah, it's really hard because I don't think that it directly tells my story fully either, because it didn't touch on the spiritual aspects. It didn't talk about the things that I'm aiming for. But can I say I was approached by different government folks and religious sects that were trying to pull me in while I was in college? It freaked me out. I'm like, how do these people know anything about me? I'm not out there. But they sure did know a whole heck of a lot. And I'm talking about big programs, and it just didn't make sense. So it's just odd. It's just very odd.
Heidi, I feel like I'm a little bit tone deaf here. Like I'm missing something and I'm an idiot, but nobody wants to just say it to my face. So you have my full blessing to take the
Yeah.
1-ton brick and smash it in my face and be like, oh, Rick, this is what she's saying. Are you saying that they're manipulating you to help create the
no.
apocalypse the way they want it?
No, I think that I was approached to kind of work for some of these different government entities. I didn't bite because, of course, I called my dad. Like, Dad, the weirdest thing. Why do these people want me to meet them at the docks to see some, technology being delivered to? And my dad's like, what? No, And then these people stopped bothering me. And then another set of people would bother me. I'm like, Dad, I just had this. He's like, don't take the calls. Who was it this time? They're just odd attempts. And I'm like, what was that? Didn't understand it. But I'll tell you, I don't think I've talked about this on any show before, so you'll be very happy with this, Ulrich. So I had something really
I agree.
Okay. All right. You
Please
ready?
continue.
Okay. So this is a weird incident that happened. First off, my dad has this come in to talk to me about this stuff. Just brief, like never a man of many words. never revealed any big secret to me about anything. I didn't know he worked for these people. But he was kind of let it be known, like, and that's why I didn't want you to join the military. Well, okay. But I'm like, well, Dad, I can't help but to wonder if I helped them somehow. Hey, I thought his eyes were going to fall out of his head. It's like, what do you mean? And but he didn't give any answer to this story I'm sharing here now. Was I before I got the college roommate and I was living in that apartment where all those like 9 aliens came in there, this guy came into my living room and I was anticipating him. I got right up as a blonde guy, blue eyes, and I knew he was German. He didn't have a German accent, but I knew he was German. And it's like I knew this guy. He had essentially manifested in my living room. And I know that we both essentially kind of got materialized inside of a small craft, a small UFO that was clearly made for a small alien being. We were hunched over in this thing. It was that tiny. And I made fun of it, him trying to sit in one of their chairs and control it, because he was like 6'1" or something. And he was really cramped. And I was like, well, obviously this wasn't made for you. And he's like, sometimes they let me take, the small sports model out for a spin or something type of thing, he said. And we went over to South America. And we went over a certain area I could probably point out on a map. That was rainforest, and then came upon this tiny clearing in the rainforest and there were some military trucks there and whatnot. And I was like, wow, you guys got this operation in the middle of the jungle. What is this, And he essentially said to me, he's like, there's a hatch in the ground, and had a very distinctive opening, the way it would spin open and close. And he's like, so, if you, as soon as you go down into this area here, you will forget everything. He's like, or we could just get back in the ship and go back. And they opened up this hatch, and I kind of looked down, and I'm looking around, and there's probably a half dozen military looking like jeeps, and probably a half dozen military guys walking around. And I looked down that it was a rather large hatch, and what was in the ground there. I was like, oh, heck yeah, I want to see what's down there, And I went down there, and I remember as soon as my head went under the lip of this hatch, my memory went blank. And I don't know how I got back to my place or anything. And I mentioned it to my dad. I was like, Dad, I might have gone to work with them just briefly. He's like, what do you mean? And I told him, and he just, again, he's not a guy of many words. And it's just like, And I was like, what does that mean? I'm like, whatever, but that was the only time that I recall like kind of wanting to go see something. But I did have military abductions, at least 3 of them that I recall, like abductions, not like what happened going in that ship with that German guy, but absolutely military abductions, interrogated and all that. So, but again, I'm getting far off the line with what Fringe was asking.
Well, I mean, maybe not. So like the memory that you have with this German guy in the UFO sports car that's a little bit too small for German Aryan warriors, like that is an NHI abduction, or how certain are you that this occurred?
Oh, I'm pretty certain. And it was a human guy. He was a human guy. If I saw him on the street, I know him. He was very distinctive, very distinct.
Well, I mean, he was German, right? So he's human-ish. Yeah. I'm joking.
Very distinctive teeth, smile, all that. Yeah.
All that. Did he have a German accent?
No, he did not. But I took German for 6 years, though. I don't know how I knew he was German, but I didn't catch an accent. Maybe there was something that let me know he was German, though. He didn't look like how we could spot a European a mile away.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you're not from here. I was like, oh,
okay, well, I'm gonna take artistic license and change your story and just decide he did have a German accent. So you're up there, and he's like, you can go down this area and you'll forget everything. Everything won't remember a thing. Right? That's what he said. And like, but what is it that you would forget? Because you clearly didn't forget everything. You remember the story. What was he saying you would forget? Like the entire experience in that underground hole?
Whatever was under there, yeah. Whatever was under there.
What were you doing? Like, why were you there? Like, was this just an experiment in amnesia, or like, what's the point of? Do you know what I'm asking? Like, what's the point of this whole UFO trip?
I really don't know what to say. Why I was there. I'm looking on a map right now to kind of look at the area, because I want to say it was kind of about where Bolivia and Chile meet, at the most northern corner of Chile. It's right there.
If I can get crazy, and I pretended that I was a German psychotherapist at the beginning of the 20th century, and I had this moment, and I'm just speaking hypothetically here, right? Mm-hmm. And hypothetically, if I were to say, you're on my couch and you told me this story, and I'm thinking, what do I make of this? I would assume that this would be a metaphor for soul recycling and something wiping our memories so that we never realize that something else is controlling the transit of our souls from grave to cradle, and that this conception is so heavy and so dark, the unconscious is not allowing for its utterance uh, in the real world, and that this is what you're trying to tell me. Would that be a crazy interpretation?
I think it's kind of going rather far, because the technologies that they have access to, and being able to, Havana syndrome is a real syndrome, to be able to project uh, sound waves or whatever it is that's causing disruptions, it's causing what appears to be severe brain trauma. It's like it. So are they able to tweak whatever that technology is in order to forget certain things? I think that even we're able to do that if something is traumatic enough. So maybe they were able to hone in on whatever it is that makes people forget. But there's, yeah, there's so many different levels to this. I mean, you think of the secret space program. People are talking about 20 years and back. They talk about being essentially cloned and brought back here. So there's so many different layers.
But isn't it interesting that, amnesia is required for the enslavement of our souls, and it's required to hold our civilization back, and it's also required to prevent any actions against a future event. Like if somebody shows you the future, you now have an edge and you can prevent it. So your amnesia is required so that you forget what you know about the future as well. It's interesting that whether it's this world or the next world or what is going to happen in either world, amnesia is almost a flawless form of slavery, because it prevents you from knowing, it'll prevent you from knowing what happened or who you are, or it prevents you from protecting yourself about anything in the future. Do you see what I'm saying? There's kind of a nexus point here.
But also coming here with amnesia, most of us, but I remember before I was born now, and whoever, I as soon as I came back, I'm like, they let me have it for just a moment to remind myself of who I was and why I came here. So we come here with this. So there's also a growth element. It's like if your supervisor is seen staring at you to see if you behave yourself without, I don't know, it's just being under that watchful eye, and to be able to do and be and express who you are, not knowing that the supervisor is watching. You don't see him. You don't see that source that's watching you. So you are more free to do what you want. But the second the boss is watching, you change your behavior. So I think this is our opportunity to express who we really are and what we're really made out of. Because if we are essentially a bad seed, we're going to be whatever we are, and behind closed doors, in front of people, whatever. We like kicking a dog versus petting a dog. Which person are we? So I hope that.
And Heidi, yeah, it does. And so what do you view as our challenge, and what is your challenge? That's my last question, and then I'll yield back the mic. Like, personally for you, where's your edge? What are you struggling with? What are you trying to figure out? And what do you, just best guess, right? I'm not holding you to anything. What do you think is like humanity's best? What should we be doing? What's our call to action here from your perspective?
For myself, I never had to hold back in speaking and telling a story, except for the years that I had to hold on to the Shadow People Hat Man story, because Calf told me that you cannot speak of any of this until the book is published, because it might end with you. So I sat there for 4 years holding on, though I was sending out the book to try to get published. It was really, really difficult to hold back. So I sit here again, holding back. And again, it's like, it is kind of on a safety element, but it's complicated because it involves so many different things that people are looking for. and also out of a respect of it as well, because it involves some really touchy topics. So it's
Are you holding back out of concern for our psychological safety, or are you holding back truly because of a moral imperative? Like, for instance, like if you have to, sometimes in order to make disclosure happen, you need to keep information secret, right? Like hold it confidential until you can safely disclose it. Is it more, which one is it? Is it more like you don't want to hurt us with the truth because it's, you can't handle the truth? Or is it more like it's the right thing to actually hold it back?
I can't necessarily say it's the right thing to hold back, to be honest. I think it's been a struggle for myself to accept, as well as I don't know how people will handle it for themselves either. And probably it'll be a safety issue as well, but then also be the people that might not believe what they're hearing too, kind of like with the shadow people hat man thing, but on a much bigger scale. But there
Isn't that a protection? If certain people can't handle it, they're just not going to believe it. Those are the people you need to protect. And I really appreciate you being honest. Like,
Yeah,
you have my utmost respect, right?
yeah.
So thank you for answering the question
No,
like forthrightly.
and I appreciate you asking the questions, because it gives me a lot to think on too, because I sit here on the cusp of discussing this, disclosing this, and wondering what's the best measure, what's the best pace. And I know people will struggle. I've struggled for a few good years with this, but now I got scientific evidence now that I was waiting on, and I have it, and I'm like, oh great. I almost was seeking to disprove it, and it just came to be more in my face of, well, now you got to eat it, Heidi. It's all yours. Like, oh great. Oh, so yeah, it's difficult.
Heidi, just as a human, not
Mhm.
as a co-host of Fringe Space, can I may I share with you that I've wrestled with this question myself?
Mhm.
Um, and it's essentially analogous to one of, do you yell fire in a crowded room filled with 8 billion people and you can be wrong and 15 million will get trampled to death and then that blood is on your hands? The terrifying truth is that it is not just your action that bears moral culpability. The inaction bears often greater moral culpability, because if you are right and you remain silent, you have the blood of 8 billion on your hands just for not yelling fire.
Oh,
And
yeah. I appreciate that.
and
Mhm.
and I'm not saying that accusatorily. I'm saying,
No,
I'm just sharing from my own perspective. These are some of the thoughts I've had, and I've actually made this decision, and this decision actually impacted my oldest son, and it was one where the consequences would affect him.
mhm.
And my son is now 16. I came to him when he was 14, and I'm like, hey, this is the decision probability matrix. Like, um, it's very hard. Let's say you're 100% certain, and you don't know it, but I'm saying, let's say you're 100% right, but you don't know it. You're like 85 to 99% certain. Um, you could, even if you were 100% certain, if you're 100% right or not, it almost doesn't matter if the people who you're trying to reach choose not to believe you. You
Mhm.
also have a whole separate issue of, like, people might just not accept it. And so, like, working your way through this decision matrix really matters. And I'm letting you know that, this decision, whether or not to yell fire in a crowded theater, is going to affect the people in the theater. And I talked about this when my son was 14, and I'm like, hey, what do you think we should do? Here's how your life might be impacted. Here's how your younger brother, who's not even 1 year old, might be impacted. And that's a radical thing to say, and I'm not saying everybody should do that, but we don't always have the option of protecting people just because we protect them from the truth. Some of this decision making, we are somewhat arrogantly assuming for ourselves, and we are thinking we're protecting people from the outcome just by shielding them from the ontological shock. And this is a cognitive bias. this is a delusion, and that also does not protect us from moral culpability. If there is something that we know with 100% certainty, or if there's something that we're fairly certain of between 80 and 99%, that also does not protect us. And a lot of this internalized shame of like, is it really my place, is an introject. It's something that society imposed on us because we feel guilty. We feel like we might have some sort of God complex just by sharing it. We are only consumed with the 15 million that get trampled to death in the instance where we're wrong. And we do not take ownership of being right and being silent when 8 billion die. And looking at things through this lens, openly talking about it with my son and letting him make the decision, um, gave me a different perspective. And I don't know if that's helpful for you, but you wrestling with this question is really important, because I think a lot of people are going to wrestle with this question in the next coming months.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate it. Because I tell people with knowledge comes responsibility. I've been talked out of trying to share this, and then I'm like, oh, I'll do it anonymous, and then it's like, but that's not being honest, you know. So it's been rough, and then to have people who would not stand by it as well with knowledge that they have of what it is I'm aiming to discuss, and them running scared, you know, protect uh, their reputation because it's just so far out there, you know, but it's not. So it's been a multitude of things and people not fully committing always. So that's another element to it. But it is something complicated. It's heavy. I think a lot of people struggle with it. I know I did in knowing some of the stuff that I learned. So it's and this time it can't be something that people take and manipulate because there's the science behind it as well. So yeah.
You're
So
not talking about the pole shift, though.
no, no, this is
Yeah.
something very different.
Well, you're going to need to work a little bit harder. We're not talking about the pole shift. We're not talking about the James Webb. Uh, we
That's fair.
we got to get it. Heidi, come on. You've got to know what this is. Okay, real quick.
Yeah.
Heidi, we can get back to Ulrich. We have Parsi. I promised him first.
I'm done. I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Heidi.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
We've
And
got Heidi
help
Bell,
that you
who's
said.
under time constraint. But Heidi, I would be absolutely remiss in my duties if I did not ask you a final question, because I have about 100 or 150 follow-up questions for
That's
you.
fine. Go ahead.
But so I'm extremely suspicious of all of these entities. Kind of like what Tiff was doing with her earlier question. She asked herself, could the nipple twisting that is happening with Whitley Strieber be for his own good, because it's actually beneficial for him to get up and meditate? I think this is a valid question. I think we have to look at all sides of what could be going on here. I would ask myself that question as well. Why do these entities want us to get up and meditate in the middle of the night? Well, I have a different take on it, but I think Tiff's question is valid and we should be questioning these things. So for myself, I question all of these entities. They're all very suspicious to me. When I look at CAF, I see a lot of things that lead me to believe this is a good and positive entity. He's giving great information, is beneficial to humanity. Um, if you, some hardcore Christians will say, if he's able to admit God is real, Jesus is who he says he is, we have the same God as you do. That's very interesting. That's very unusual for these entities. They don't usually go there. Actually, it's usually the opposite. But I will still ask you this question. Please don't take offense to it. But I have to ask you: is it possible that CAF could be playing the whole good cop, bad cop role, leading you, possibly us, down a road of manipulation in order to spring some other news on us, perhaps in the future, that is disinformation? So if you see what I'm saying, CAF could be giving us a lot of really good information now, as any great counterintelligence officer would do, and then hit us with some information that is false. But because he's given good information in the past, he has now proven himself reliable. So I always want to look at every angle. of this information, and because you're closest to the information, one could say you're either best to judge or not best to judge. But I definitely want to hear from you on that, and then we could get to Parsi and Hiker Gal, and then even circle back around to Tiff and Ulrich before we get to other hands. Thank you, Heidi.
Yeah, no worries. Addressing that, like with Whitley about getting his nipples twisted. It's like, well, some people believe in beating their children to go to school too, but we kind of tend to think that's not okay. I don't think that's okay, that they caused him physical harm. I mean, that's just me. But I think most people, if you shared with people at the school, I twist the nipples on my child to study, they'd be reported, wouldn't they? They would be reported. I mean, I think sometimes we just have to really think about some of the things that are being said out there and trust our gut. Does that sound right? It doesn't sound right to me. And, Whitley's book woke me up to the alien presence as well. But I write books too, and I know I'm not right all the time. So it's, we have to realize we're all human still. And we can have our own interpretations about why something happened the way it did. I tripped down the stairs so I wouldn't drive outside because there's a car accident waiting for me. I could make that assumption. I mean, I don't know. But sorry, you'd asked me. I'm sorry. What was it that you wanted me to address?
Oh, that's funny, Heidi. So in a very long-winded fashion, I'm asking you, is it possible that CAF is actually a negative entity pretending to be positive, a good cop, bad cop type thing, giving you good information now to just as a prep for bad information in the future, etc.?
Well, it's kind of the question I've had in the past is, well, how'd you know you saw Jesus? Probably the devil tricked you. Oh, tricked me just to speak about Jesus some more? That's odd. CAF taught me to warn people about the negative beings and how to keep them away. Use Christ's name. What? I mean, he knew I stopped praying. I didn't tell people I stopped praying. I just didn't really see the point of it. I'm seeing aliens. I'm seeing angelic beings. I'm going to the crystal city. That's more real to me. I'd stop praying. How did this so-called alien know this? So he called me out on a lot of stuff, and it was real for me, real enough for me. And then when I saw Jesus the first time, and people are like, did you test the spirit? I'm like, every cell on my body screamed, it's Jesus. I didn't have to ask myself. I didn't know they had anything to say. They recognized him before I did. I could have been blind and seen it was him. So there comes a level of understanding what's before you and what you're dealing with. And when I saw Jesus the first time, and I mean, I was stuttering. I didn't know what was going on. It was the wildest thing I'd ever experienced up to that point. And I'm like, what do you want from me? I'm stuttering. Well, what do you want me to do? And he said, first, you need to show us some things. You need to finish writing your book. I had already written The Secret War, but I was editing it, fixing it here and there, and bashing him to pieces in it. And he told me to finish writing that book and do not worry what other people say. Know that I'll be there to give you the words. Here's this, son of man telling me this, and I had criticized him so badly in this book, and he told me to finish it. Well, I had to take out the part where I tore him to pieces and put the story of how I met him first. So, but again, with CAF, so much good has come out of the warning from him. I can't imagine this was all done to deceive you, Heidi, and go down that dark tunnel. And it was a warning. I didn't know the first moment when I spoke about shadow people that I would be met with thousands of emails, and they've never stopped because people were already experiencing them. I didn't know. I had no idea. So I don't think he's out to deceive. If anything, he helped wake me up and help wake up the world to this other threat. under the command, by the way, he said, I only take commands from one, and that's God. Jesus is my boss type of thing. So
Well, thank you, Heidi. I appreciate that. Okay, Parsi, Hiker Gal is actually under a little bit of a time constraint. So if you have follow-up questions, if we could save those, that would be great. Thanks, Parsi.
Yeah, go ahead, Hiker Gal. All yours.
Well, thank you, Parsi. I appreciate it. Um, Heidi, thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much. I've been waiting for this for weeks. Um, I have a question for you. I had a gosh, I don't even know best way to describe it. I had a demonic attack about a month ago, and in this demonic attack, a I saw what I call, for lack of a better term, the grinning man. And it is basically a black face with um, grinning with sharp teeth. It kind of almost looks like the character Venom. But I saw him first. And when I saw him, I knew that something was bad that was going to happen. By the time, and this happened in the astral realm, mind you, I was in my astral body with other astral bodies around. Before I could say anything, these red demonic blobs came up behind everyone's astral body and literally grabbed a hold of their shoulders and drug them away to annihilation. I had the same thing happen to me. They were trying to do that to me, but I somehow fended my blob off, and I was able to get back into my 3D realm body and wake up. My question to you is, have you heard of either of these type of beings, the the grinning man and this red demonic blob thing?
hey there. The grinning man, honestly, I truly believe that it is the Hat Man, because when he smiles, those are his teeth. That's exactly how they're described by people all over the world. And it's like from ear to ear. And I tell people it's like Pennywise, his teeth, and they're just absolutely jagged, disgusting. The worst smile you ever did see. So that sounds very much like him. And he doesn't always wear a hat. Yes, I've heard of him. People say grinning man. I'm like, that sounds like Hat Man was having a good time torturing somebody. Unfortunately, that's his motto. It's just disgusting. As far as the red blob, I have heard people saying they thought they saw like a red eye in the dark, only for it to grow into this red blob that just scared the crap out of them, and they could tell it was evil. So it's not a common one, but most definitely something that I've heard of. And in this interdimensional space, I'm leaning towards honestly kind of being, I guess, it's just an area that I know very well. It's an area that I personally traveled through, and I could never understand have the best verbiage to say what it is that I've been going through, and when I go to different places, and it is this interdimensional space. So most definitely they could take on all sorts of forms. It doesn't have to be anything recognizable. As long as whatever the form is gets the job done, they'll take that form. Was there anything I hope that's helpful. If there's anything else on your mind about it.
No, you pretty much said. I was thinking it was the Hat Man as well, but I wasn't too sure. But when you said, um, you described it perfectly, the teeth, everything. So that was spot on. So that's great validation for me. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
But this abject terror that I felt with the possibility of ceasing to exist, not just in the 3D realm, but soul wise, was very concerning for me. Have you heard of
Oh,
anything like that?
yes. And that right there is the thing we're trying to avoid. And that you got a taste of that is horrifying. And I absolutely understand. There's a lot that I haven't discussed or shared in full detail just yet. But I know that place that you're talking about. And it's pulling you into a nothingness, but knowing and being conscious as well. It's being absolutely used to your utter essence, and being laughed at while it's happening and while you're being trapped, because he loves laughing at what he's doing. And there's a on my website. There's I found his name, what Hat Man, who he is. Now, I remember a lot of different things, but I don't have the whole picture. I mean, again, we have amnesia for a reason. If we had the whole picture, it'd be horrible. But there's a being that Rudolf Steiner warned about that would come to the forefront 100 years from his time. My friend shared an image with me and said, Heidi, what do you think of this thing here, this sculpture? And I said, oh my gosh, that's Hat Man in his true form. I was like, who did this? This is a great job. And my friend just froze. She said, what did you say? I said, this creature right here. I was like, that's Hat Man. And she's just like, Heidi, this was created 100 years ago by Rudolf Steiner, who said he's causing humankind from evolving. I'm like, yes, I know that story. And it's like, and this is what he looks like. His name is Ahriman. I kid you not. I jumped up and down going, you freaking bastard. I found you. I found you. I was told there'd be others like me who were on a similar, quote, mission as myself. And here he had come 100 years prior. Rudolf Steiner, I never heard of him before. And I'm like, he knew him. He knew his whole agenda. This is the same path as my understanding. And he said 100 years from his time, it would come to the surface. And here I am 100 years later, almost to the exact year. So what are the odds of that? And then there's a apocalyptic TV series with my family in it, with me as the star. It's but it goes deeper, guys. It gets weirder. So there you are. If you go to my website, you'll see his image, Ahriman, and the sculpture I'm talking about.
Don't stop there. I did post a picture of Ahriman. It's not the one that you have, Heidi, but I did post a little picture down there. How weird does it get? And I think a follow-up question for this is, I think the concern here is that they could actually, have you heard of people actually just being killed in the astral realm? I mean, this is a topic because this is what they threaten to do.
Right.
Do they actually have the power to do it is the question.
Yeah, they do. And I think that is the sculpture that you shared there. But I think it's at a different angle, maybe. It looks similar. But that's him freaking, oh, he makes me so angry, guys. I can't stand him. How weird does it get? It just think of just think of all the different levels. And that's the part that I struggle with in discussing and how best to do it. But there's more to come, and again, I don't mean to be cloak and dagger on it, but it's about being respectful too. But yeah,
Well, please don't be respectful to our sensibilities. No, I mean, like, for this
yeah.
room, like, the rules of this room are everybody has the right to leave if it's too much and they're offended, right?
Yeah.
Like the rules are, like, it's not right for me to push you to say something you don't want to say, but this room is about having the license to say things that other people don't want to
Mhm.
hear, because the onus is on the people to leave the
Oh
room.
yeah, no, it's not
Right.
that. It's there's it connects back to that part that I'm not quite prepared yet to speak on. But you know, I'm tiptoeing towards it sooner than later, I think. But it's
Hi.
just hard. It's hard. Mhm.
What do you buy with this knowledge? I'm just throwing it out there. Do you have it written down somewhere? Is it in a safety deposit box? Has somebody else been entrusted with it?
Yes, yes, and yeah, it has been. It's yeah, yep. And-
Okay. Well, we're gonna Rick can wear you down. He's going to be working you for the rest of the night. I don't know how much more time we have left, but Parsi has been incredibly patient.
Okay.
Go ahead and stay up if you have a follow-up question.
Oh,
And
sorry, Fringe, if I didn't finish answering what you'd asked, I'm sorry.
I totally screwed up. Go ahead.
Was there something else that I can't remember which all of that you asked? I went on a tangent a bit.
That's okay. I go on a lot of them myself. Do you want to tell us more about this possibility of this? So this is, I'm not going to say it's extremely common, but it happened to me, where these creatures have actually, the way they put it out there, it's just a knowing that they have the power to kill you and they're going to.
Oh yes, that's
Now,
right.
this could be a bluff. Maybe they want to think they have this power and they really don't. It's anybody's guess. So if you have something on that, that would be great.
Yeah. So there have been people that have absolutely, unfortunately, been killed in regards to these beings, thrown across the room, beaten, strangled, and within an inch of their lives, made to attempt suicide. Don't remember doing it. And Hat Man laughing about it, with his disgusting smile and teeth. But there is always, especially when you're caught in the midst of his presence or in between the interdimensionals, Christ can hear you everywhere. The intention. I was so impressed by somebody who got paralyzed by Hat Man, couldn't speak, couldn't move, and he's like, "I've got you now," type of thing. And they made the sign of the cross on the roof of their mouth with their tongue, and he left. That's power. That's having no doubt that even if you could get that intention going, that it will break the hold. Our champion is his polar opposite. Who's our champion? Different beliefs have different answers. I know Christ. He showed up for me. I surely wasn't worthy. But he came for me. And I believe that, anybody would recognize him. Well, one of my closest friends is Israeli. He showed up to her. Another good friend of mine, she's Muslim. He showed up to her. Common factor, it was myself in between these two good friends, and I had hoped they could understand why I'm so passionate about him as I am. And who would have thought he would show up that way? And just mind-blowing. He's very present, he's very aware, and he hears you. He hears you. Absolutely hears you. I'm humbled in thinking that I ever got the chance to be in his presence, but I stand here as somebody that has absolutely zero doubts about his existence and his capabilities, because he had to come and shake me up personally, and I was the biggest skeptic of him. And just got to be humble about, we set our clocks to his death. It's like, what's the year? 2024 of our Lord. Oh, they changed that, trying to take that out. Something big happened that we changed our calendar. Something big across every religion. Something happened when he passed and crossed over and came back. What? Don't have to listen to me. You could just look at the people of the time changed everything because he came. So our champion is Christ. He did a lot for us. And my Israeli friend said, I think he might be responsible for the unorthodox form of Judaism because he wasn't practicing as strictly as they were back in his time. So I don't know. Just had to say all of it.
Thank you, Heidi. Appreciate that. Parsi has been incredibly patient. Thank you, Parsi. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all good. Thank you, Fringe, for allowing me to speak. Heidi, the more you're speaking, the more I'm like jumping out of my seat saying, holy shit, I'm not alone. So I'm not going to hog the mic, but I'm just going to let you know the theme of your experiences matches my own, and let that sink in. The theme of your experiences matches my own. So I'm from the Zoroastrian religion. Ahriman is what we call Lucifer in our culture. So our culture is dualistic. Ahura Mazda is God and Ahriman is the devil. And I'm a lifelong experiencer. I've had negative experiences with the phenomenon, and I've also had a few positive experiences. The most recent negative experiences I've had are the scratches on my back and my arms when I'm trying to speak to experiencers. It happens in real time. And the latest experience I had was 3 days ago. I felt a presence in my room, and I perceived it not to be malevolent. So I pulled out my camera, my phone, and I took some pictures of this orb that manifested. And there's a face of a fucking lion being, pardon my French, like full face, details of the face, the eyes, the cheekbones, the nose, the lips. I have no explanation for this. But in my regression, I learned exactly that this is a battle for the soul. The phenomenon is basically consciousness based, manifesting in different forms to different people. So you may receive the Hat Man, I may receive reptilians like I do. And in this second regression that I did with Mary Rodwell, and I've put it up on my YouTube channel just for transparency's sake, is that the beings that portray themselves as the positive ones, the owl-headed NHI, took me up in their craft to a being, a sentient being that they call the All, which they told me was God consciousness. And I said, why are we up there? And they said, we are all fractals of source. So we are all pretty much, in essence, fractalization of this big consciousness, living out our existences with free will. And they said, and I asked them, what's their purpose? And they said that they are fighting a war in what we perceive to be the astral realm with certain species of NHI. So I asked them, can you elaborate what you mean by that? Now, please take from this what you will. This is just my interpretation of it. And they said that they are fighting a war against two species, the reptilians and the greys, and their hybridization agenda. And I asked them, what about the hybridization agenda can you tell me? And they said that they steal sperm and eggs from human biologics because they cannot manifest in our 3D form here on planet Earth. It's very difficult for them. So they hybridize beings up in their craft, but you can't just have an empty shell. And in order to make those empty shells work, they even steal souls of people. So when they abduct people, they fractalize the soul or they steal the entire soul. And that's how they can kill people in the astral realm, which is exactly what you're saying. And then these beings, these owl-headed beings told me, they call themselves, the words that came to my mind was like guardians of souls. That's what they said. And they said that this was my message to bring to the world, that there is this negative side, there is an agenda, but there is another side that's fighting against them. And we may not see it because we're not on the same, frequency as such. But they called it the Astral Wars, which is, for me, it's kind of mind-blowing that I'm not the only one. Have you, in your experiences, come across any of these owl synchronicities or these owl beings or these lion beings I just don't know what to make sense of it. Like, it's just happening to me almost on a daily basis.
Wow, I got goosebumps. A fellow warrior. I'm always humbled to meet others who have this understanding of what's taking place. And when I'd go on different shows and talk, I'd get messages and they would share like things that you just shared. And I'm like, where are you located? And they say, I'm like, good to know there's a warrior over in that corner of the earth. I got this one covered over here. It's like, because there's a lot of us that are waking up to what's happening. There are different types of beings. There are literally like the Star Wars bar scene of different types of beings. I've seen so many different types. I can't even count them anymore. And they come together against this dark threat because they have caused harm all over the place. They have infiltrated all over the place. To say it's always in this planetary system that we understand, interdimensional, I think, is better to understand that there's different vibrations of that things exist in, and planets look dead to us in this realm of understanding, but the next one, it's alive. But yeah, so the owl ones I haven't seen myself. Did I see one like that? No, I haven't seen the owl ones. But when I've gone to different ships, I don't go physically. I just slip there and chat and get the information that I need and come right back. And again, this is not always out in the forefront of my mind, but I can't remember if I talked about this prior a space, but I every so often, especially way back when, I'd get people who would find me online and say, "Oh my God, you're real." I'm like, "You saved my life, thank you." And I'm like, "Who the heck?" And they send me a picture sometimes of themselves. And I'm like, it's like, "Don't you remember me?" And I'm like, "Oh, they look familiar." I know that I often leave this body and go to help people in different situations. And it's like, I never could understand what it was. I mean, again, I've been in this for a long time. I've interviewed a lot of people over the years, hundreds of people. And I'd ask them, how are people seeing me in two places? And I know some of their stories. And I'd ask them, how'd you find me? They're like, well, you told me your name, so I looked you up. I'm like, oh my gosh. And I don't remember that always, but I can remember some of the stories. And like I said, it still happens. And I learned it's called bilocation. Like, how did I not know of this? I'm not Catholic. Turns out it's a Catholic understanding, and saints do that. But I'll tell you this, it's like I came here with an understanding that there would be others like myself, and with this particular enemy that it's just such a rage against this thing. And to see this arm on, I'm looking at this little carving Rudolf Steiner did, and it blows my mind because there's so many of us at so many different understandings and levels of being on guard, encouraging, and also inspiring and informing people, like, just in case you come across this, you know what to do, just to plant that seed, or to have that person's back if they need to discuss what's been happening to themselves, because there's so much, and it's ramping up. So it's wonderful to meet a fellow person that understands the dispersing of this information is a must. To heck with what people think. It's like you got to speak your truth on it. And that's all we can do. It's like I knew that I had to go by my real identity, who I am, stand by what it is that I believe in and know is true, and use myself as an example. I could die tomorrow. What did it all matter? I want to have a clear conscience on it all. And I might not be the biggest voice out there and doing this or doing that, but I'm steady. I wouldn't do it any other way. I'm steady. I'm true. My word is not bought a lot of people that are out there, we're out there trying to find the answers for you. They are paid. I know some of them. I know many of them. They are paid to do some of the things and slow the roll on the information that gets put out there. It's sad, but it's true. So I just can't watch some of it sometimes because I'm like, you know. Why are you saying you don't know? I just, I don't know. So yeah, there's some of us out there that are, just working in the trenches and doing what we can and put the truth out there and hope people hear the authenticity, the passion behind it too. It's like, I'm just me. I'm just doing what I can. And it's working because of the forces of beings behind me and Christ, literally. And I am not going to be ashamed to say I'm Christian and believe as I do when the man showed up and healed me, by the way, of several things that my doctor still can't explain. Well, I told them, I explained it to them. They just don't believe it. Well, that's your problem, not mine. So yeah, I mean, thank you so much, Parsi. I appreciate you sharing your story. It's awesome.
Well, my pleasure. I mean, I've found that that's my purpose in life now as well, is to keep speaking my truth. I don't need to convince other people of my truth, and people will gravitate towards us because they can hear it in our voices. So this is our motive, like my motive, is to just make people aware that, the reality we live in is much, much more than what is made out to be. And if people are going to judge me and say I'm mentally retarded or I have schizophrenia, it's on them. I've stopped getting triggered by people now. But thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and I hope I can connect with you through the back channels.
Of course. Love to. Thank you.
Great, Parsi. Do you have any more follow-ups, or are you good, Parsi?
I'm good, Fringe. Go right ahead. Cheers.
Okay, awesome. We're going to give Ulrich another go at Heidi while we bring up our next. I tell this
talk about
somebody, it might as well be
talk,
us, right?
yeah, well, I mean, I just want to point out that we have a former cop weaponizing a new age spiritual heathen who is known theoretically for going deep into the DMT realm as the bad cop, which I think is brilliant, and I will allow myself to be handled such. Heidi, you know what? I'm not gonna. I like you. I like this back and forth, and I don't. I really am out of tricks here. I don't know what else to say to try to trick you into divulging something you don't want to. You're not ready to divulge. Be like I can give you a rational argument, but that's not that's not. I mean, we all really want to know. But if you're still deciding on whether or not you're at peace with sharing it, um my view is all about agency, and so I have a chip on my shoulder against being coerced into something, against against anything that's sort of like obedient, meaning obedience is great if you're obeying something good. It's bad if you're obeying something bad, but obedience in and of itself I don't view as virtuous. And so, I what's the point of us even being here if we can't work out things for ourselves? um and so I feel like we all have a need to know and a right to know if it's something about all of our fates, and at the same time, what's the point of free will if we have nexus points that are within our free will and we constantly forsake our free will? And because I don't know what it is, that you're ambivalent or agnostic on sharing, uh, that prevents me from having ultimate opinion or judgment on it. All I can tell you is my personal view is that if it's the what is the meaning of the word need? right? Like need is always contingent. Nobody needs anything, but everybody needs something in order to do something else. And if this affects our needs, then by definition we have a need to know. And and yeah, and I don't know. I mean, nobody, we don't know what we're dealing with. I just firmly believe, firmly, that the question of are we ready is already is already a mechanism, a weapon of enslavement. There is no disclosure that isn't catastrophic. There is no lie or betrayal that isn't intrinsically painful. And if anybody thinks, including myself, including Fringe, that we're ready, um, then we're not getting a disclosure. Any disclosure that we're ready for definitionally is not a disclosure. So I just don't want your resistance to be one of, due to, being respect or decorum. uh I believe we're being betrayed, and no matter how painful it is, I would want to know about any betrayal that's happening, no matter how painful it is, because the truth of the betrayal is always going to be more
Yeah.
painful. That's, and I'm sorry if I
No,
if I sound like
no,
a
I
broken
love it.
record.
I mean, honestly, you give me a lot to think on, and it took me a long time, a few good years, to even really consider like stepping forward with this, and it is something that I'm comfortable with stepping forward with. Um, and the handful of people that know what it is, I'm like, they're like, oh, I understand, and a couple of them are like, oh, just put it out there, and it's touchy. It is very touchy. And there's, I think some people are nervous I'm going to name names on some things, and I'm really not. It's not my place to, because that's their part they've got to deal with on their own. And I think it's more important.
Can you help me just understand the category of touchiness? Is it politically incorrect in the realm of
No.
sexuality, immortal soul reincarnation, religion? Like what is the general category for jeopardy here that is potentially inflammatory?
Oh, it involves everything we're discussing. Everything that we're discussing. So matters of the soul, beliefs, all of it, it involves all of it. And I think it'll have different meanings for different people as well. But ultimately, I'm hoping it just helps in some form, with people understanding the world that we live in. But
Can you reveal how much time we have?
that's subjective, honestly. It's really subjective. So it's, and again, I don't mean to be cloak and dagger on it, because it is, and what your argument is that was it mine to even hold on to? It's like, again, with knowledge comes responsibility, and I got the knowledge, I don't know, about 4 months ago, and it's like eating at me, like, oh man, didn't expect that. What do I do with this? And how best to deal with it. So it's rather fresh, rather new. I was hoping to almost disprove it, and it just kind of backfired. So
Heidi,
What do you mean by the subjective time part, though? Like,
mhm. Um,
I mean, time can always be subjective in the Einsteinian sense. It's from the frame of reference, but assuming we all share the same frame of reference, time cannot really be subjective. How should I understand that
well,
statement?
because we can all move time differently, and what we choose or not choose to inject into it to have things move in one direction or not. And for myself, it's like, do I just throw this out there and just let people figure it out for themselves, or do I actually pace this out better? And everybody that I've ever spoke to try to seek assistance or advice on it, they were just as clueless. All of them. I don't care what rank of whatever they were. They were all clueless and fumbled. And I'm like, oh, great. It's not just me. All right. So this is as complicated as I thought. And, so
Can I share with you just some of the mind space of like the DMs that I'm getting? Is it
Sure.
okay? Like I won't reveal it, but like so I just got one, and I mean I'm not going to say who it is, but I think they sort of, just so you can, because you have to, there's no one right answer. You could 50% of the people could disagree with you no matter what you do or what you don't do, right? um so one of the posts that comes to mind is a post that I actually made here, and it's about controlled disclosure, because in a sense this debate over, did I get lost?
Yeah, you
You
did.
guys, am I
You did.
lost? Okay, I'm sorry about that. I
You did
got a phone call. Maybe somebody's trying to prevent me from
Yep.
convincing you to share this. I think there's
Yep.
some intervention here.
Could be.
um really, this is the question over controlled disclosure or catastrophic disclosure. And I wonder whether this is a false dichotomy, whether there's even a possibility, whether a non-catastrophic disclosure is even logically possible. All of the forms of disclosure we've had so far have been controlled disclosure, and they have been non-disclosure. So you go to Congress, you get whistleblower protection, you get protection for whistleblowing as long as the whistleblowing you do isn't actually whistleblowing, it's just in closed hearings. And anything that you say that's explosive, anything that could prove what you're saying, is classified or it's in a skiff. So if all of our control disclosure boils down to the last 80 years of people saying it's coming, it has to be done responsibly, well, is it really controlled disclosure, or is it really just delayed disclosure? Do you get what I'm saying? Like, is there really a version of controlled disclosure that doesn't reduce to I can't talk about it?
Mm,
And
yeah.
right, and I'm asking this not adversarially, I'm not asking this in a finger pointing way. I'm
Yeah.
saying, is it possible we're convincing ourselves of a delusion? So I this is the post, let me see if I can push it to the nest up top, but it shows Nancy Mace, and I'm somewhat sarcastically saying on UFOs, quote, I can't talk about it equals every abductee, every FOIA request, every documentary, every US president, every former IC agent, every firsthand witness, every contracted scientist, every congressional hearing, every Dopser approved book. This equals controlled disclosure. And it sounds to me what you're describing is controlled disclosure. And is controlled disclosure just a different euphemism for non disclosure?
That is a lot. Um, I hear what you're saying. I do. And this is not a huge agenda that I'm speaking of. It's not on an official level that you may think it is, though it has people involved that are connected at an official level. But it's complicated because it's part of a personal thing as well. So it's personal. It's a lot. It's just a whole lot. So there's a lot to be considered in the mix, but it's not as broad as you suspect it might be.
When you say broad, you mean it doesn't affect everybody?
I think the realization it would, if people would allow it to sink in what it's about. Yeah, I think they would, and that's kind of a scary part of it too, because people would really have to break down what that means to them individually, or what their opinions are about a lot of different elements that exist in this world.
Heidi, are you familiar with the term betrayal blindness and betrayal trauma?
I haven't heard that one. No.
There's this psychologist named Jennifer Freyd, Freyd. Maybe it's pronounced Freed, but essentially, it's the idea that the it's not just the pain or the nature of the trauma, but the identity of the perpetrator that determines the depth and the inaccessibility of healing for the victim. In other words, does it matter whether we've been raped by our own parents or a stranger on the street? And what are the implications for the ontological shock and the reality we're willing to accept? So, in other words, is the relationship that you have, are you so dependent on the relationship that the awareness of the truth is actually a threat? If, for instance, we have parents that are one, a caretaker that abuses us, but our own survival depends on this relationship, will evolutionary mechanisms even allow for you to maintain a memory of it? In other words, this is a protective idea of amnesia, and it's the idea that there's some parents that have a conditional love, and we delude ourselves into believing that there is such a thing as conditional love because it's required for our own survival. If you're 0 to 6 years old, you really don't have the option to conceive of your caretaker not loving you, because it's the closest thing to God to you, and it's not really safe for you to confront your own parent and be like, hey, mom, dad, your conditional love is really not loving me at all, because any part of me that you disagree with that isn't you, you're actually not loving. So you're only loving the parts that are an extension of you. Ergo, fuck you. Maybe I should get some real parents. That's not really an option for people. And therefore, you have dissociation. You have a forgetting of the trauma, which is why dissociative disorders are directly linked to the depth of trauma, and the depth of trauma is directly linked to the perpetrator, because it's a deeper betrayal when it's your parent versus a random person. And betrayal blindness is the deeper re-traumatization of collective systems such as your own family that shame you into not revealing the trauma. In other words, like, to talk about what abuse mom or dad or the caretaker committed is even more stigmatized than the actual violation of your boundaries itself. And even the UFO phenomenon can be viewed and entirely explained as betrayal blindness perpetrated on us, not just by Mick West and Neil deGrasse Tyson, but everybody else who has some sort of epigenetic resonance with the association of UFOs in a potential apocalypse, or something malevolent being done to us. Do you see what I'm saying? Like, everything can be operantly explained through betrayal trauma. What I'm suggesting to you is it possible that there's some betrayal blindness that you've internalized because you're in the sense of the target and sense of the victim, you don't want to upset the family relationships because we'll be angry about you bringing awareness of an injustice to light, when really that's a problem with society that you should not be taking responsibility for.
No, it's not. It's it doesn't affect me in that way or others around me. Initially, I thought it might to an extent, but really won't touch upon them, and it's not anything of shame. It's not anything of that level. So it is just something that I think a lot of people will um, have to take a pause. I had to take a pause. It's and you say disclosure. It's like, what kind of disclosure? Well, it's a disclosure on every level of consciousness and physicality that you can imagine. That it's all encompassing in a lot of different ways. And some people will see it that way. Others will see it as it can't be. It can't be. So
Let
um,
me ask a really simple reductive question.
sure.
If it makes sense to have longer time to adapt, to acclimate to something, if it makes more sense to, not throw somebody in the deep end, wouldn't it make sense to have an earlier exposure to the truth rather than one nearer to the point that it can't be avoided? Isn't the more time that we have, the less catastrophic the adaptation?
I've thought of that too, but it's like I wish I knew the timeline and time limitation for it. And a lot of people are expecting something crazy in October by the end of this year, and it's just so many different things that are being suspected to be going on. And I sit here with this information that it's like it doesn't quite fit into their conversation. It really doesn't. but it could, and so we'll just see. I mean, it's not something that I proudly say that I'm holding this back, more or less,
Oh,
you
I
know,
know I
praying
appreciate
that,
your candor
yeah,
and
more,
being honest about that.
yeah, more praying that God, please tell me I'm doing this right. Please tell me I'm doing this right. Please, it's this, I haven't seen Jesus in a long time. Can't you say something?
But
Because
but
I'm
Heidi, is there really a way to do is that even possible? Is there really a way to do truth right? Is that even, are we accepting, are there certain ideas that all of us just accept as true and maybe aren't? Is there a way to do the truth wrong?
It's like I wish I could say I was overthinking it, but when I start discussing it, you'll be like, "Oh gosh, all right, I get it." It's like it is just that complicated, and
Okay.
with
But
a
let's
lot
say you
of
don't know the timeline. Don't you know
Mhm.
that the more time that goes by, the less is remaining?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Okay.
for sure.
Okay.
And don't worry, I'll send you a message when I'm gonna be bringing this forward, okay? Because
I
yeah,
appreciate it, Heidi.
yeah, truly.
He earned it, Heidi. He earned it.
I gotta get the talk to text going and make this into a book. What he said, that's amazing. That was good stuff.
Okay, before so I don't want to go too far out of order, but I was actually gonna ask Ganga to come up to ask him a specific question, so I'll probably go to Ganga first. But Heidi, is this information, did it come from non-human intelligence? Did it come from your general route? Did it come from humans? Is it a combination? Where'd the information come from?
Hmm. I think initially it came from alien beings, and I didn't let it sink in myself because I just skipped over it. And
Are we talking aliens, the negative grays, or are we talking the ones that you think are positive, which is the calf, the pinkish ones, or something different?
from Kath, the more positive beings, um, but
Is this recent contact or something you've been sitting on for a long time?
it's something I heard a long time ago, but I just didn't. I didn't take it. There's just no way to verify, and just moved on until others in more an official capacity pointed it out. And these are people that are in the upper echelon of the conversations we're having in disclosure. And I don't plan on outing any of those people, because if they'd want to have a seat at the table, they would have. So I'm not going to do that. So, but it's still something that I think is important now that I understand it better. You know, to share at some point when things kind of sink more into my head about it, and what it all entails. And also, if it could be helpful to others, I'm always game for that. But it just involved more than myself. I didn't. My story, I don't care. Whoop, here's some shadow people, alien stuff. I saw Jesus. I just throw it in a book. There you go. I don't hesitate. So this is really hard for me to hesitate. But it does involve a lot, and it involves all the layers and all of the conversations, and all the indications of whatever you can imagine. And it's real. So it's like, what do you do with that? And why wouldn't others who are on the case to find answers not stand by what they already got the answer to, you know?
All right. We'll put Ulrich back, put the leash back on just for a bit. I don't want him to wear you down. Um,
Thank you.
this is need to know information, obviously. So I just hope that I really hope it's soon. I think it's been several months since our last space, and we hoped it was going to be soon,
Yeah.
and now we're hoping even more it's going to be soon. So please hit up Ulrich when you're feeling comfortable about it, and even if If you don't want to come into a space or whatever, if it's need to know information, we will get it out there for you if you don't want to speak on it. So thank you.
Yeah,
Uh,
appreciate it.
Ganga, we did have a question for you, and it was regarding the post that you made about you did make a post and it says something about Heidi giving information that is not normally heard. And we were hoping to ask you a little bit more about that. So thank you, Ganga, for joining us. Ganga, are you able to answer? Is your mic is still muted and your hand is still up.
Oh, I thought it wasn't a question. Um, yeah, I'm glad to be here. I was thinking when she was talking about the experiencers and the way that they change over the years, as she was in the experiencer group, and they started off with one theme in their mind, and then suddenly shifted to another theme, a more positive theme, or like a coping mechanism. I know more people are going to think that's going to be a coping mechanism, but I honestly wonder if they're just not getting worked over and quietly being integrated into that program, and their views are shifting with that manipulation. That's what I think, anyway.
Thank you, Ganga. Go ahead with your question.
My question was to Heidi, since you brought up the timelines and how it affected our calendars when Jesus was born and all that. I was wondering, do you think the current dates being flaunted around on Twitter have anything to do with people looking at 2,000 years plus after Jesus died? You know, that would put it like at 2033, I think. And if you take away 7 years to account for the Christian tribulation, do you think that's why they came up with 2026 and the range of 2033 or 2034? Do you think that has anything to do with it?
I've not heard what's going around on Twitter, but I can tell you that I did hear firsthand, and I'm terrible with recalling the exact date, but I was told by somebody that's very close to government people in regards to all this conversation we're having now, and they did say to the year 2026 that things would end. I don't know how to stand by that in particular kind of conversation, unless, again, it's like government's trying to control the apocalypse. So here's this person that's closely knit with them, and they come up with a specific year. And I'm like, oh, is that when they're arranging things? I don't know. So as far as the timeline, I mean, it's always been said nobody knows the day or the hour. I just kind of stand by that. I think we all kind of get a sense that something is going on, and it's definitely it's concerning. It's something that's on my mind all the time, and yeah, so it's big, it's heavy, and something that I hope that people take to heart, because these things are one of the signs with the shadow people, Hat Man phenomenon coming to a head at the level that it is right now. I was also told that there'd be colors that we don't usually see would be seen, that different things would resonate differently with the veil. I guess people will say the veil is thinning. We're seeing things everywhere where the vibration of things are changing. So yeah, we're going to see more things in general. And so there's a lot of people have different signs and whatnot. I'm not a psychic. I'm just only sharing what I was told and taught by other beings, and in that Crystal City place that I know. Yeah. And oh man, some of the things that people in powerful places are trying to control it's a shame. It's sad. It's very sad. It's like God is powerful, and we're not going to take the place, of that. And we are all a part of Him. That's a whole lot of power. And then there's a Godhead to that. That's huge. And we think we're going to manage it. We got this. God, don't worry. Step to the side. I mean, give me a break. It's ridiculous. And I think that, if it's true that those in the Pentagon are more of a Christian belief system, and so they're freaking out about what it is that they understand is going on with these interdimensionals and why they can't control it. Like David Grush came forward to say, he referenced interdimensionals. That's what he's talking about. It's like, oh, I know that area. I know these beings. I know what they're trying to do and the battle that's going on in there. So if we could, if at official capacity, official level, he could speak that way. Why is it so odd to hear it from somebody that's not got an office, with a title? I've been talking about this for a couple of decades now. And it's made a difference out there, but, it got chopped up and broken up to little pieces where people don't see the whole picture. And now it's like, hey, did you know the aliens are related to shadow people? What? Oh my gosh, you mean to tell me I've been talking about this for all this time? Who dropped that from the conversation? Golly, it's having to go back and repair, but I got to move forward too, because there's much more to come. I was always told too by the beings that, people that linger in the past are pulling your energy and your attention away. So we can't talk about these old cases of this or that. We got to keep going forward, because what's coming up, it's too important, and you got to keep pace with it. Figure out your souls. That is all that matters between both the negative and the positive, your soul and what they're doing. So focus on that. They are, and they could see you focusing on it. Isn't that something? They could see you clearly, and we're hardly regarding we have a soul. And they're looking at that tasty morsel going, so much I could do with that. Hope you guys figure it out, or I'm going to take it, or, encourage you, one or the other.
Ganga, go ahead.
The only other question I had was her story about the Puerto Rican friend that she had when she was calling her freaked out, saying that she had something crawling on her hood and trying to go through the window, and she was freaking out because she felt sparks of what was it, pleasantness or pleasure? I'm not sure which one it was.
Yeah.
I've heard people in the experiencer community describe such things like that when the entities get close to them, they start feeling sparks of euphoria or sensations that enter through their cranium, and then they feel like mesmerizing kind of force that penetrates through them, and they start to lose their, what do you call it? They start getting numb, or they start feeling electricity running through their body, and they become paralyzed, and they lose control of their faculties, or they start to experience a whole, not like a psychedelic trip, but like a controlled illusions.
Okay. With her, what was happening, the being that jumped on the hood of her car, she said when she didn't recall how she got to her school, because she was just having this conversation. She got to her class and it came through the wall, and she was ducking. She was like, anybody else see this? And every time it came close to her, it gave her this like shocking of positive energy, she said. And she ducked and ran out of the class because it kept swooping by her. So very different. And, something too that I didn't mention, Calf said that the bad guys can make themselves appear as the good guys. So you don't know what's in front of you. Like if you had an experience with a positive alien being one night, and then the same beings come in the next night and they rape you, and you're confused. Like, why did they do that? What was this about? It's because they're able to imitate. Like they imitated my nephew. So I was told that you have to be able to close your eyes and feel what's in front of you to discern what it is, versus taking it for face value. That's very important. It's like you have to be able to close your eyes and feel what's in front of you. Uh, I felt terror with shadow people. How did my soul shake in my body in just seeing something? There's something to us that can sense these things, and we just have to trust it.
Ganga, I had a question about one of your questions. You pointed something out here in the comments. Um, I'm trying to pull it up right now. You said Heidi is talking about something, but it seemed like it didn't necessarily directly uh, relate to the post you were quoting of your own. Do you know what I'm talking about? I'm looking for the post right now.
Yes, but what was the specific question?
I guess what I'm asking is what are you suggesting that's really deep that Heidi is touching?
Elements like she was talking about. Normally, they're edited out of books. I know that a lot of experiencers go through them, and I know that they tend to face this pressure even when no one's around to edit themselves, to erase certain facts and certain details about their story. And they sometimes confide in people, they trust that one version is what goes into the book and one version is what they actually experienced. And when you read back the version that they read in the book, an outsider might think, oh, this is what actually happened. But when you actually talk to the person who actually wrote the book, you realize that's not exactly the real story. That's a distilled version that's filtered. That's not quite right.
Ganga, if I'm putting words in your mouth, spit them out and slap my face with them. But would this be analogous to controlled disclosure? That whatever the nice, Disney NASA photoshopped version of disclosure is still hiding the very thing that is not being disclosed?
No, I think it's a culmination of different factors. Like, for example, there are things that Heidi might know and doesn't want to discuss because they make her look fruity in front of other people. I'm pretty sure she's already over that, but there's a lot of other writers and other people who write their stories, and they feel that need to censor themselves because the story that they would tell is unacceptable to the audience, and so they have to craft it into a form that is more sane sounding or more acceptable or less loony sounding. And the
Yeah, and think
entities might be helping them along that route to drop entire segments of their story so that they don't expose certain things that other people might notice.
Yeah, and thank you for clarifying that and correcting me on it. So there's two other possible aspects. One is we just won't accept reality, and it doesn't have to be because we can't handle the truth. It sounds too ridiculous, or the truth is having trouble being sold to our current social mores and our conditions. But the other thing is, I would argue, an aspect of catastrophic disclosure, meaning how much of this censorship is actually deceit. Like are we actually censoring ourselves, or is something else censoring us? Is that also what you're implying, or am I putting words in your mouth again?
That is what I'm implying. And if Heidi has ever seen someone under hypnosis, she might also know, like, something that direct perception has pointed out in spaces, that sometimes when people are under hypnosis, they face interference from some unknown, something that's still connected to their mind, something that invisibly tries to edit their story or compel them to respond in a certain way that limits the amount of engagement they might receive.
Yeah, and I think this is one of the most catastrophic ideas, the idea that the human arc of history may be more manipulated than we realize, that the wars that we like to cleanly attribute to this person is at fault. Well, they still have blood on their hands, but how much of their mind was not really their own? How much of their mind that they experienced as their own was actually influenced? And the very thing that we say is, oh, we're unworthy as humans, keep on fighting all these wars, that moral calculus becomes much more difficult once we realize that there's a level of thought and emotion projection that can be exogenous, can be coming from the outside, and yet still experienced phenomenologically as our own. It it gets really blurry. So even in the moment when we're wondering, wait a second, with great freedom comes great with great power comes great responsibility. That very idea of like, oh, am I abusing this power? We don't even know if that idea is our idea, because it might lead us to forget the fact that with great power doesn't only come the responsibility to not abuse, but also to use it, right? Like, how much of your thoughts, how much of your free will is really yours, and how much of it is really free? How much is the phenomenon actually deluding us into believing our decisions are our own? If we all woke up one day and found out that we all got manipulated into these wars, manipulated into thinking that we're unworthy, this might be a level of ontological shock that we just can't accept.
Well, it's not that complicated, and I'm going to pass it back to Heidi. But it's just like if you consider that in a river that's straight, if you throw a boulder, a big enough boulder into that stream, it'll alter its course forever. And so these entities sometimes see time, not just in the present, but in the future as well. And they know exactly where to put that boulder so that people like Heidi and other super experiencers will relate a story that changes the course of the conversation without people knowing it. People on the ground, they'll never notice it. People who might have higher faculties enabled, they'll notice the manipulation happening in real time as the person speaks, or as they relate a story, or how they relate an incomplete story that they're trying to say. It's complicated. I'd rather not get into it.
Yeah, but I think it's fascinating. Thank you for explaining that, Ganga. Do you have any advice on how to win in such a scenario? What do you do when somebody is standing further along the river in the information flow of time?
The only possible solution is to tell people that it exists and have them try to figure out how to tease out those details out of the person who's trying to tell the story, and try to keep them honest and make sure that they tell the entire story, the unvarnished truth, not the version that is acceptable to hear.
I'm guessing you recognize the metacognitive irony of you saying you don't want to say anymore.
Yep.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
I wanted to add in there too that, sometimes other people that we surround ourselves with change that flow as well. Like here I was part of these UFO groups, and, the consensus is, well, these things are awful, and then it changed to these things are great. And I'm like, hold on, you carried a gun, Heidi. You know what? I have moved on. I have grown, and I learned to sit back and keep my opinions true to where I was, because when I spoke it, there was such an effort to get me to change back to join the group thinking. And I'm like, nope. And had I done that, this conversation about shadow people Atman would not be, because a lot of people, when you're going against the flow of things, they don't like it. And I had to stay true to it, and remained friends, kept on the down low with things until it felt time to discuss the truth of things. And I had to stay true to what Kath was asking of me too. Don't record, don't do this, and I'm like, but I'm writing on a computer. What do you mean? It's like, when you go to sit at the computer to write, you say a prayer of protection, and it will be protected. And that's the only way I got this information done. It was really a hard 4 years to keep it to myself. But yeah, it was worth it. It was worth it.
All right, Heidi, I'm not sure how much time you have left. We have 2 hands up. Are you good for those at least?
I'm good. Yeah, no worries. I mean, hey, I'm good to stick around for a bit yet.
And Heidi, thank you for your generosity.
Of course, no worries.
So let's go to Joseph. I think we lost Andrew. Andrew ran out of time, and he wanted to share a story. So Andrew, please join us again next time. I apologize for that. Joseph, go ahead.
Hello, Heidi. You shared a lot today. You shared apocalypse, thinning of the veil, and I think people think of the ontological shock of aliens appearing in the sky and landing on the White House lawn, but I think an even scarier version is walking down the street and seeing a frog man, or like Parsi was describing, a owl head or lion-headed person who's 1,000 times more telepathic than you, would be a sight more shocking than that. I was wondering, does we're talking about time, and Parsi said about shifts in time. Is there also a divergence and convergence in time, or simulation around what you know?
Oh, I'll tell you something that that I put in the Secret War book. And when it comes to time, I don't have a good grasp on that, what you're asking in particular, but there's one little bit of time that I do understand, and I was surprised to hear it being discussed by Linda Moulton, because I know her, and she's a powerhouse. Oh my goodness. I put in this book about the crop circles, and Kath had indicated that oh sure, there's some special designs into some of these things, and some of us get rather fancy with it, but it is essentially a mark of time for them. So when they create them, and it just seems so basic to me, but I was like, what? When they leave, when they create these things and then leave off the planet, time is different for them. But they could go back and see the time with these designs they're leaving in the crops. I didn't quite understand the whole concept of what he was talking about. And it's like, well, time moves differently for us, but how do we keep track of that? It's so different from how you perceive time. So we'll do a design, we'll leave the mark, and it orients us when we come back. And then it was only like earlier this year, I heard Linda Moulton was discussing, the crop circles are, for leaving a mark of time. I was like, what? Oh my goodness. I know she has different, she has access to different folks that she interviews, in places of power. So it was interesting to hear that, because I'm like, wow, wonder with that bit of information, who in the higher ups said that. There was another confirmation that Kath was telling the truth about it all those years ago. But as far as there is something when it comes to the time here and how it could be manipulated. I know mankind tries to. I know they're able to view it. How else do you explain my family being depicted in a television series 20 years prior? So it's are they able to travel there? Well, according to some people involved in some of the experiments, yes. I don't know personally, but have I experienced time shift at the hands of some kind of being? Yes, I have. I think a lot of people have in a lot of regards, but it's hard to always pinpoint it. People feel like something happened. The deja vus and whatnot. It's pretty wild. But yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know how better to address the question though.
Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't really be able to answer because that would be NHI tech. And like you said, humans have limited ability to do that. Did you know anything about imposed simulations that you've been informed of over Earth?
Oh, well, I could tell you over Earth, I don't know in general, but for myself, what I've experienced. So I would be put into these like the Star Trek. What do you call those rooms where it's like virtual reality type rooms? Holodeck. There you go. Sorry, I should know better. So yeah, so I was told that I would be put into these certain scenarios, and I would have to repeat them until I got it right. And so many different scenarios. Like one in particular, just battling it out with a negative being, and just easy. I got this. All right, battling. It was literally a physical battling out, and had this thing pinned, and it started changing, and I could hear its thoughts, like maybe this face will gross her out, because my hand's touching its face. I'm like, nope, that one's not going to do it. Maybe this face. And I'm like, nope. And then it got to this disgusting, gooey flesh falling off the face. I said, oh, I quit. I'm done. I don't care if I have to repeat this. It's on my hand, And it was like, and you'll have to repeat it. So, yeah, they have some kind of technology of being able to give you scenarios, and people will be given dreams also of different scenarios that I call like waking dreams, where it's so real it's hard to believe it didn't happen, and it goes into your memory of like muscle memory. So when and if you are in that situation, you have a more wise reaction to it versus screaming and running. They try to desensitize to the shock of there being a being from another planet, and how best to deal. And if they harm, if they go left, you go right, how to practice feeling what's positive, what's negative in front of you. So I was told that they do that to a lot of people to try to prepare them for what's to come. So then, isn't that biblical? Your young men will dream dreams about the end. I've had people, that I know, I have coworkers. I had a dream about aliens invading the world, and what we had to do to get rid of them. I'm like, oh, yeah, the dream scenarios are happening, aren't they? So, yeah.
Well, thank you.
Sure.
Thanks, Joseph. Heidi, Enigma, welcome to the space.
Oh, don't really have a question right now. I lost it. There's one that kind of intrigued me when Joe Rogan was talking with Lou, and Lou just kind of winked in one sentence, mentioning the idea of sea serpents. And I thought this was all bullshit. But when I looked into it deeply, and I found some local media reports, and Heidi, I don't know if you found any connections with people claiming to see UFOs, and then there's cases of a sea serpent. But I would really recommend looking into this, because if that's the case, it just sounds like this phenomenon is far more supernatural in nature or spiritual, but they have the ability to conjure up matter, like literally an avatar. And I feel like that's a very, I can understand why they would want to softly disclose this, because I don't think the average Neil deGrasse Tyson is ready for this.
I love that you guys keep saying his name. Believe it or not, Kath addressed the lake monsters and whatnot that are being seen, and I think I put it in the Secret War book. He said that they are the beasts of the Bible, that they will surface, that they are being seen. They're interdimensional as well, and they're what's depicted in there. I'm like, I'm not an expert on the Bible, but it was shocking to me, because there are so many more lakes and bodies of water where serpents are seen. So I don't know what else to address regarding that, but that's what he had shared about it, that they are connected to the book of Revelations.
Does that answer your question, Enigma? Was that it for you?
Yeah, I just brought that up because there's a local media report in a story in Lake Michigan. I'm sorry, Lake Erie, in Cleveland. It's hard to believe this is an incident, but apparently there's been weird cases there. There's also a case in off of the coast of Florida and near Tallahassee, and there's just a lot of weird stories that I never really looked into as a ufologist. You know, someone who looked at UFOs, but I'm starting to see a connection between UAPs, if they're truly interdimensional, but most Christians and Muslims or Buddhists, they think that if it's spiritual, oh, it's a spirit, it's an aura, but it seems they have the ability to literally conjure up matter in limited time and space. And I can see why Lou is being very, very careful, because that's a very disturbing reality.
Oh, and Calf said they would be seen more often as shadow people, Hat Man sightings go up, that they would surface more often. That's disturbing. I didn't know about that. So that's a
Sounds in my opinion, it just sounds like this is nothing really new. And if you really look back in ancient records and what the Vatican researches on the paranormal, it's like it just sounds like angels and demons screwing around with us, and we need to be careful.
It is. That's exactly true. Very true. It is angels and demons. We call aliens whatever, lake monsters, whatever, but it's all the same conversation for centuries now.
So Heidi, where do we go from here? What's next? What could we be looking for? What was the end game? How does this end?
I hope that it ends on a high note where people look to those around them and make sure that they're looking into matters of the soul, that we plant the possibilities of these different scenarios, because my understanding, again, it's going to happen to them sooner or later. They're going to be met with something, whether they acknowledge it out loud or not. It's going to be happening to them. So being the support, I think, is important. Sharing our stories. I have a group on Facebook and website called Paranormal Pledge to, pledge that you'll tell at least one other person your story. So maybe they'll share you with you about theirs, because how else are we going to get the info on what's going on? We all have a piece of the puzzle, but, we hold it to our chest like, we're going to die if we put it out there or something. And it's like, but this is how we learn. This is how we grow. If we could be just honest and roll over in bed and share, hey, guess what? But instead, I'm getting these emails from the other side of the planet because they can't roll over in bed and tell their spouse what's going on. And that's where the great danger lies, because we're not putting all the information out there where we could put our minds together, put our souls together, and be like, it's real. Can we take each other's word for it? I think so. We could put somebody to jail with another person's word. These are matters of the soul where what's the consequence? Losing your soul. So I hope that people understand there is evidence out there. We just have to listen to it. I hope the contributing parts that I put out already helps prove that there are beings that are assisting in different capacities, in different ways. And they might not look like the wonderful fluffy angels that you've seen depicted in paintings. It's like the beings I've seen and worked with are, they speak of near death when people are dying, and how they help in crossing people over, and, and how to protect yourself from these darker beings and the battle and all of this stuff. I've been talking about this forever. And, ships coming, major UFOs that respond because there's that connection there. Just trying to be as painfully honest as I can, and trying to let people know that you're not alone in feeling different in your perspectives, and understanding that there's a conflict going on. We're hoping to gather all the information that we can. I do have a part in this, where I hope it'll help people to a greater extent. And yeah, I'm hoping to speak on it very soon. But when I do, you'll hopefully everybody understands why the hesitation, um, and I hope it just helps in all the right ways. There'll be the naysayers, but I really don't care. It's like, it is what it is. If I cared about that, I would have never taken a step forward on anything. But it gets complicated when there's others involved, and just sometimes slowing and thinking things out helps. But yeah, so I think that we all should anticipate a time of change being here. There is a time of change. I've seen it. I wouldn't think that a brown college girl with a fluffy name would change the landscape out there in the paranormal conversation and the UFO conversation, with two whole new beings out there doing horrible things. But these are the same beings that have been doing horrible things for a long time. I'm just one of many that agreed to work on this. I didn't realize the spaced out space and time between like Rudolf Steiner's Ahriman conversation and other cultures and belief systems speaking on that being in particular. I had no idea. I know that face. I know he's an enemy, and I know that we all need to take a stance on rejecting this freak who's trying to cause harm to all of us. And if he's going to take any of us down, that's somebody that we've been connected to from our beginnings in the source of love. And we will feel it when they're gone. Whether we feel it now, we will feel it. And trust that there are some beings that will pop up at times and try to hopefully encourage us the way that we need to be encouraged to stand up for ourselves. I was told that, this planet is ours to defend. This is our realm to defend. We have to step to the plate. These other beings are there to help. But to do the battle fully for us, it's a very individual battle. People are going to bed at night losing the battle all the time because something's taking advantage of them when they're at their weakest. I mean, what a coward. Got you now. Are you sleeping? Okay, good. I'm going to paralyze you now and then pounce on you and laugh and show you my disgusting teeth and hope that you beg me to just kill you because you're so scared. Because that's what people do. They're like, just kill me now. And then Hatman takes his fist, punches it through your chest and tries to pull your soul out. That's his tactic. That's what we're dealing with. So people are super suffering. And we have to take it serious. And I want to let people know it's not just me. I hope there's an army of me's out there trying to wake people up and to be that support system. So where do we go from here? It's building our stance, our faith, and our beliefs to be able to handle somebody grabbing a hold of our hand to pull them out. That's what it's going to take. And when it comes down to it, say some ships do land, how many people are going to faint, pass out, run? And how many of us are going to stand and it keeps saying our prayer that, hey, somebody help us here. We got this. Let's do this. It's not going to be a war of fighting with our fists. That's kind of ridiculous. What? Are you kidding me? They could walk through walls and we hardly regard we got a soul. We have got to stand strong in our faith. That's what is the brick wall that we shoot out from us, and have no doubts in it. Okay. Because there's a very powerful source on our side, and we have to just recognize it. So I'm hopeful that we do that, and I'm always available if somebody has questions. So
Heidi, you said something really powerful. You said,
yeah,
something told you that this planet is ours to defend. That's a fairly clear statement, as opposed to
Yeah.
just have faith, it's coming, just wait, another documentary, another ship, hold on. It speaks that it goes against this idea that we'll be given something once we prove that we're good enough or moral enough. This is a fairly Darwinian statement that what belongs to you will still be taken from you if you don't fight for it. I just wanted to sit there for a moment. It's refreshing that you say that, because I do think that's true. I do think that's the case. And if I may, somebody in the comments wanted me to ask you a question. It's
Yeah.
not a disrespectful question. It's quite a
Yeah.
I think it's a poignant question. Doomer Zaddy, will you please ask Heidi if the information she's not ready to disclose would help guide my soul if I died right now?
It's a possibility. I guess it would matter how you would take that information and if you would believe it or not. And I have a feeling they're leaning towards, then why would you hesitate, right? It's like I've wrestled with that myself, and more recently, got the information that I needed. And if it's not done in the right manner, I think it might cause more harm than good. So that's the bigger pause, if it's not done properly. And
If what's not done properly,
discussing what it is at hand, because there's a
what
lot of what's that?
what if the onus isn't on you to discuss it properly? What if that responsibility doesn't fall on you, and you might be internalizing more, like to your detriment and to other people's detriment as well?
Oh, it does fall on me. It does.
Does it? Like
It
how
does.
other people handle the truth, is that, do you get what I'm saying? Like in life, you can
Mm-hmm.
make two big mistakes in psychology and in healing and in trauma. One is to be abusive, and you make a mistake of alloplastic defense. You put the regulation of your emotions, your pain, your trauma on other people, and essentially other people are regulating your emotions. We call that externalization. You come
Yeah.
home and you kick the dog because you had a bad day. But we rarely talk about the other mistake you can make in terms of overly internalizing. Like, you can internalize something that is somebody else's abusive alloplastic response, and you convince yourself that, like, something is your responsibility or your culpability when it isn't. And that's the harder trauma to put your finger on. That's a harder thing to heal from. A lot of us, a lot of our physical ailments, our psychological ailments, are the result of internalization.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. That part, no, that doesn't follow me if people don't allow themselves to be open to a different kind of truth. But um, it's just there's a lot of strings attached in approaching it properly and best. And it's just yeah,
Does
it's
it
just
does it have to do with the arc of time? Are you worried that you might change a timeline?
no, not afraid of that. No, I think it's something that could be quite ancient and quite telling to a lot of people.
And if it's ancient, that would, I assume, mean that this truth predates you. So how could the ownership be on you?
Oh, you just wait. It is to an extent, to a great extent, but yeah, I
Okay.
can't. Yeah,
And you
it's.
were about to answer a question yourself. You're saying, like, the
Mhm.
implied question was, you know, why not tell me now if it could help guide my soul if I died right now? What, I didn't want to cut you off from that. You were about to.
Well, I mean, because I get that conversation, because as soon as even a possibility was hinted my way, I'm like, well, then what's the hesitation? I've just pushed stuff out there. If this helps one person, just throw it out there. And then I was told about the implications for it and how it may be diverted to bring the wrong kind of attention, the wrong kind of angle, kind of like some of the conversation out there with Hat Man Shadow people. People are worshiping this thing, and it's there's also a possibility of something similar happening, and that's disturbing. I mean, it's just disturbing, and it's like, so how do you control that best? How do you make sure it's put out best? I mean, as a college kid, I just knew, as soon as I got the chance to do as I was instructed, I threw it out there and started flapping my gums, and the same is kind of true for this, but it's a little bit more complicated because it doesn't just involve myself. It's got other hands as well. So yeah, so it's just it's complicated. I mean, even people that I know did not handle it well at all. So it's
How did they respond? You don't need to give away anything about the information itself, but like, what was their coping mechanism?
To reject, yell about it, absolutely refute it, and what's the big deal, and that type of thing. So yeah,
that sounds like a Tuesday for the Doom Room.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, I get it, and I think that's a natural reaction, and I think it would be for anybody initially, or if people even heard this conversation that I'm having with you guys, they might understand how much of a struggle it's been to even bring up. So I'm hopeful that good minds will prevail and understand. It's like, it's been a complicated conversation to have.
I appreciate you being here.
Yeah,
Are the bad guys in charge right now?
Well, we're waiting for our champion to return. So what does that say, the times that we're in? We know that this place is not the way it was supposed to be. Otherwise, we'd be okay with people dying, right? But we're not. It never feels right. Never seems great to have happen. So what are we waiting for? Well, evil was never meant to be here. And this is probably the greatest secret of it all. Once the evil leaves, so will death. That is a fact that I know, and that's something I was told. And that's what we're looking at. So pointing out the evil and how to address the evil. So people want to close their eyes to it. Oh, the aliens are good. Okay, go ahead, close your eyes to it. I'm going to stand over here and pray it away. I like my soul right where it is. Thank you very much. We can't be discouraged by naysayers who are good with where they are. Well, be happy. Conjure up something. Brew it. I don't care. If you really don't care about your soul, I can't care more for you. So really, why are you going to rip down your neighbor for doing what they feel is right for themselves if they want to pray away an alien? Really? You're going to take insult for an alien you never met that I just said raped me or something? Come on. That's crazy. What kind of talk are we talking about here? This is crazy. I'm like, this is, it's important. We have to learn to get rid of the evil. And then things will really change. Death will be done. The champion will return.
You're speaking my language. How do we get rid of darkness if we find a way to rationalize not shining light on it?
Yeah.
If we can't even see it.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, really?
I mean, aren't
it's nuts.
Isn't that the argument for speaking right now?
Well, there's certain things, again, I think that you'll be surprised with the direction that it might take and the form that it might take as well. That, again, I don't think it's something that I'll be waiting much longer on sharing, but it's very, very difficult. It's not something you've ever heard of before.
Right. And I'm not, I guess my question is,
Hmm.
is the argument, like, I can understand if the complexity of making the decision is difficult for you, but I'm questioning whether the argument is valid when we say a truth is difficult to metabolize. It, I think that that argument might be orthogonal, and it might not actually matter. Like, right now, somebody's dying in the Middle East, and nobody asked that child for permission for the injustice to be perpetrated, and shielding that child from an ontological truth wouldn't make it any safer. So if evil and injustice is happening, there's no avoiding it by avoiding ontological shock. So it's kind of orthogonal. Like, if a bomb is going to be dropped on Hiroshima, uh, denying or not talking about it isn't going to prevent the bomb from going off anymore. And so sometimes we're answering the wrong question here.
I hear what you're saying. You ever have like a surprise for somebody and you're so excited to reveal it, and then you finally do, and they like barely shrug it off and like, oh, okay, great. And it's not a big deal to them, but it was a big deal to you because you know what you went through to bring that to them. Um, and it might be, taken the wrong way. It's just not something they like. I mean, there's so many different reactions that you could get. And I know the whole array is going to come just showering down, where it's like, not a big deal, or, oh my gosh, what, and then others like will lash out. And I mean, it's going to be something that I don't know. It's a mixed bag that's going to be thrown in my direction. And it's like, I know what I came here to do in this lifetime, but I don't know this part. It was something thrown out of left field. And
You don't
handle it.
agree that it's a failed attribution for I agree with you, we'll often blame the messenger, but you're not actually saying that you agree that somehow that the messenger is the same thing as the causal mechanism in this case, unless there's some kind of retrocausality involved here, right? Like, I'm not talking about a mechanism, I'm talking about moral culpability, like the person conveying the message, uh right? Like, we all sort of understand that the person delivering the court papers, serving the court papers, is not the person suing the client.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. um, but like I was saying, it also has a personal element to it. So, yeah, it will be, it'll heavily involve myself as well. So,
Now, yeah, I understand. Yeah, that's interesting.
yeah.
Are you worried we're gonna? And sorry, I'm not patronizing here, but it is, the words I'm going to say are funny to me.
Yeah.
Are you worried you're going to be blamed for the apocalypse, Heidi?
Now that's funny.
That is funny, right? Thanks for not canceling me.
No, I'm not worried it's going to be on me. I think there's been a lot of things in motion for a long time to encourage that. But it's like you can't help but to wonder, what's everybody's role in things, like, yeah, it was kind of shocking to see what I saw in that TV series. I'm like, are you kidding me right now? What is that? That's quite a wake up call. And having this responsibility with the modern day devil. I coined the term of the modern day devil in the world. Is that to make your parents proud, or what is that? That is not something I set out to do in my human understandings, but definitely I recall agreeing to. But yeah, I just I've kept my head down and just done what I understood I needed to be doing. And it's been rare that I've been absolutely sideswiped in shock on some things I've come across, but this has really done it. And yeah, so
I'm going to ask you an insane, ridiculous question. It's a two-parter. Yeah, because yeah,
you're good for those. Let's see if I'll answer it.
well, I mean, you can answer it however you like.
Okay.
But
sure.
since you're such a good sport and you're not stopping me, here's my absolutely ridiculous question.
Mm-hmm.
If you were us and we didn't know what you do know, what would you have us do? Considering we don't know what you what you know, and if you were if if you were us and we
Mhm.
did know
Yeah.
what you know, what would you have us do?
I think it goes back to get your soul right, get your side of the road that you want to be on. But if you wanted some understandings about what it is, I've written about some elements of it in both the Secret War and the Jesus is No Joke book without knowing it. So it's yeah, so it's kind of there, and then it's kind of like I think just making sure that people keep an open mind, that things don't always appear as they think. It's like what our interpretations are of how, like I was saying, like calf, he doesn't look like an angel that you've ever seen, but he might be like a cherubim, cherub, uh, small looking child looking like cherub angel or something, but he doesn't have wings. But the things he spoke of, very much so, in line with what's biblical, to my surprise. But yeah, this is kind of on that level of getting right with yourself and where you stand, because I think some people might see this information as being a sign of something, and I can't deny that it indeed may be. Yeah.
And that's for if we can, assuming our current ignorance, we don't know what you know, you would like get the affairs of our souls, balance the accounts of our morality. Uh, how would that be different if we did know what you know?
You're you're such a trip. You
Forgive me.
Fringe is like Fringe. Are you
She
muted?
Fringe burned the leash today. I
Fringe
don't
is
know what God.
Fringe
Yeah,
is
I don't know
rolling
what she
on
was
the
thinking.
floor laughing. I know it. uh, how would it change things? I think it might really stun people to try to move faster in that direction. I also think it would get people to question what's around them. I think it would get people to understand that God is real. That's what.
What does that even mean though? Because I'm somebody who's not religious, I'm not Christian, but my conception of God is so global that's an uncontroversial statement for me. So if somebody told me God is real, my reaction is and would be, yeah, no shit. So what? I still, you know what I mean? Like, what's the so what when it comes to
Mhm.
God is real? What should I take from that?
Well, some of the things that I addressed already in this conversation, to have scientific backing of an element of that. So that's pretty much all I can say. So, and I wish I could say and pause for everybody that uh, doesn't quite understand the existence of the greater source of things. But there's been enough out there for people to research and to bring it closer to themselves to absorb it or reject it. And that's everybody's right. We come here without knowing why we're here and see if things that we've been taught from elsewhere really do shine and guide us in this life without knowing there's an observer that's watching to see, are you on my side or are you more with those other guys, so
So when you say God is real, you're really saying that morality matters.
no, it literally, it's not just a theory of no, but to have something that may indicate his existence at a level that people might be able to understand better.
You're saying we have like God has a smoking gun?
In a sense, yes.
Are you telling me you know where God is, Heidi Hollis, and you just won't tell us?
Where he is, he's everywhere, right?
Well, yeah, but like, are you saying that we can capture God like lightning in a bottle, and you know how? Is there a GPS location for God?
I don't know that. Nope, it's nothing to do with his location. No.
Well, I mean that as a metaphor. Like, is there
Mhm.
something tangible that
Yeah.
you're aware of that we can sink our teeth in?
Yes.
Um,
Right. Ulrich,
yeah, I'm done.
has is the knowledge and proof that God is real. We have some scientific backing of an element proving that God is real. It sounds like we might be over the target here, Heidi. Uh, just giggling. So we might be over the target. Ulrich, you've done a fantastic job, and we're going to go to
Thank you.
a couple of hands.
He's done his best to get the ultimate wordings out, but I'm good. This is what I talk about all the time about God, but yes, there's something tangible.
Awesome. That's fantastic. That's great news. I mean, I think that's great news. Maybe the scientists, well, so if it's scientific, then the scientists' brains are all going to explode.
Yes.
So they're going to have a rough time with it, right? Let's go to Ganga and then Enigma, and we'll see where it goes.
Wow, Doomer, you sure did try long and hard. Um, okay, I think she's just trying to imply that there's something in the future, maybe a scenario or something that's going to show itself or some proof. Let's leave it at that.
I think you're not the only one who is exhausted from my enhanced interrogation techniques.
Yeah.
Everybody send Genghis some love. This is 15 seconds in the future, but if everybody who's still in the room who hasn't completely thrown themselves off of a bridge, if you can send some heart, Genghis and Heidi's way, I think they've earned it. And thanks so much for hanging in there.
That's funny. No,
all right. So
it's all
add in Heidi's information with Ganga's information, and we are going to solve all of the questions and problems of the universe.
too funny. I get a kick out of your line of questioning, though. It's all good, but it involves a lot more than one element. So
More than scientific evidence, scientific proof,
Yeah.
more than something proving it to us in the future.
I mean, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to defend myself. All right. I have to. We almost figured out God. And imagine if, like, the threshold, the event horizon here was me being an anal retentive asshole for just another 300 seconds, and we could have gotten disclosure fucking today. Somebody's got to take my side and be like, it would have been a sin for Ulrich not to indulge in his OCD self and get it. If there's a parallel universe where there's just a more severe version of me and Heidi cracks and we fucking get disclosure today, then I'm the one by fucking up by not making that one happen. Do you know what I mean? There needs to be a lawyer here, here to help defend me, because I could be accountable if I don't push hard enough.
You're awesome. I love it. You're okay. Don't worry. And honestly,
Thank you.
Your choice of words and the way that you're expressing yourself, it does help me to look at other perspectives. So I appreciate it, and I don't feel pressured. And
and I'm glad I'm coming from a good place, because
Yeah.
every single thing I said has been spoken to me by Ganga. I have a Bluetooth headset in my ear, and Ganga is just telling me exactly what to say.
Oh, I believe that. you're. I didn't know you were a puppet. That's funny, but no, I was kidding.
Oh, if there's any disclosure today, it's I'm a puppet. Everybody.
No, it's all good, because I like hearing the perspective of how people think. And, these are conversations I wish I had early on with some of the speculation surrounding this topic. So I appreciate it. It's like so few people have really wanted to engage on, even when I was, trying to bring this to the surface and better understand it, people just didn't want to deal with it. So didn't care.
And we appreciate your courage, Heidi. Like, it's the people who stand in the arena that are part of the solution, and you're here in the arena with us.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're doing fine work, Ulrich. I think we have more information now than we had when we started, so that's fantastic. Who was first? Enigma, I think. Welcome to the space again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like Doomer's question. They're different. But yeah,
Thank you, Enigma.
I kind of agree with Heidi that, maybe you can't find God tangibly through the big God, but we can definitely see evidence with the whole UAP phenomenon of the small g gods. So in ancient Japan, they would call them yokais or kami. In Islam, they might call them jinns or dajins. In Christianity, we might call them angels and demons. In Celtic traditions, fairies. In Native American, Putwanjinanins, I can't say the name, but there are just names attached, but we can look at the similar characteristics in nature of these small g gods we call UAPs and their behaviors and their manifestations of maybe cryptids or gray aliens, something that seems like a manifestation, and we can see their power level through that manifestation. But we can kind of also control that because we ourselves are like the portal that they're attracted to. So the only way to see the big God is really to see the difference between what the ancient Egyptians always emphasize is chaos and order. The small g gods, or the demonic entities, the negative entities, they create disorder, they create chaos. And the only way you see the big God is when you're, lying in bed, or you're driving the car peacefully, or you're in nature. There's just order, and that's how you can know that there's ultimately a hierarchy. Just as in nature, there's a hierarchy in the realm of the supernatural in different levels of angelic hosts. So that's why it's just like in Catholic tradition they say from God to God, from true God to true God, or in ancient Egypt, they really did believe there were multiple gods, but there was ultimately one big one, the hidden one, the ultimate one that controls all the small ones from getting out of control. So, yeah, we're actually disclosing potentially the existence of gods according to people like John D'Souza. Gary Nolan is not quite there yet, but Lou Elizondo is alluding that they're not probably from planets. They've maybe evolved billions of years before us, and now they're at a supernatural spiritual state of type 5, we might call it. So they're no longer extraterrestrial in nature. So that's what we would literally encounter the gods first if they're more powerful than the small, evolutionary aliens that are stuck on their planet just as we are.
I wouldn't give them the credit of calling them gods. They are loyal to one source or the other. So they work with others.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, it's just to say that the word God really means anything that can't be killed. Batman's like, do you bleed? Do these things bleed? Is the question. Can they be killed, or is it just their avatar bodies we can kill, but they just reform a new body? And because in that case of the what's that famous video of the guy claiming his name pseudonym was Victor, and he's talking about his alien experience, and he said the aliens or the I didn't call it aliens, but they weren't concerned about death because they just get a new vessel. So it just sounds like they're more, these are the angels and demons that are in the Bible. These are the yokais or kami that are in ancient Japanese texts.
Well, they try to survive a crash when it happened. So I think they do value their lives at some point. Some of these beings, I mean, they suffer just the same. And for what Calf told me, if a being dies on this planet, they have to go by the rules of this planet, and their souls get trapped here because we've got a problem with darkness holding us. So they don't want to die here.
Somebody's going to rewind the tape on this. Did you just say our souls get trapped here, Heidi?
Yeah, they do.
I mean, I know that already. So I just want to point out here, we've now reached a peak level, a milestone level of doom. It's no longer disclosure to be like, oh yeah, there's a soul trap, there's a death trap. This is now where we start. The next doom space, everybody is like, anybody who comes in here is like, yeah, by the way, your souls, they just keep on getting trapped here. And everybody's going to be like, yeah, I know. Like, what's next? Right. This is now the jumping off point. So whatever it is you are still cogitating on how to talk about, it's darker than your soul's getting trapped here. That's a reasonable inference,
But
Heidi, right?
not all of them, of course, but there's a big problem of people being tricked, getting stuck. If you have these dark things invading your life, like I mentioned before, they take and hold you. There's a reason why shadow people are seen in haunted locations and why there's ghosts there, because those are trapped souls. Why is there a child stuck there? It's like, well, but there's just a lot of different people get tricked. And that's the bad thing with these beings. They are supposed to go by certain rules, but they're breaking them. They're tricking us. So can a person who was tricked be truly held accountable for following that dark thing that made itself appear as their friendly neighbor or something in their dream, and you open the door and well, you agreed, you opened the door. Well, no, I wouldn't open the door if I knew it was a demon, but you opened the door. They're cheating. So no, people are not going to be essentially held responsible for, and this is how it was explained to me and my understandings too. They're not going to be held responsible for those tricked decisions. They do get a get out of jail card at some point, but they may be stuck for a bit until the air gets cleared. So of these dark things, that's why it's kind of our responsibility to take them on, teach others, get rid of this darkness that's here. Evil exists because we allowed it to exist. And that was one of the big convincing parts when I first met Kath. And it was being laid on me like, well, your book will turn out nicely. I'm like, I'm not writing a book. I'm busy. I got school. I'm a therapist. Very difficult schooling, and internships and studying. And I'm like working 2 and 3 jobs. I'm like, I am not writing a book. And then, oh man, I'll never forget this. I was at work, and when I say millions of eyes I could feel on me all of a sudden. I'm like, what is this? What is this? And it was like such a weird feeling. And then this sorrow hit me, and I couldn't understand where it was coming from. I'm like, I'm not a psychic. I'm like, what is this? What is this? And then I heard crying and weeping and almost like a begging, because I had refused to write a book. I refused to take a step forward on shadow people. I'm too busy, and I was told there were others that came. I'm like, great, I hope they're doing a great job. I can't do this. And then that hit me, and I had a conversation with Kath. I said, what did I experience? What was that? And he said all of the souls that were trapped realized, and heard this conversation that you didn't want to do it. You didn't want to take the step. And they were begging, please warn the people, warn my family, warn the people, anybody, please help this situation so they don't join us. And that was a big convincing element for myself as well. It was heavy. It was really heavy. And I just don't even know how to express what that's like, It just, it weighed on me. And I'm like, well, I don't think I'm the best person for this job, but, I'll try, and then I got my memories back, and the Jesus encounter thing, but it was heavy, guys. It was really hard, really hard.
So when they're saying, please tell them so that they don't join us, what are they saying we need to do so that we don't join them?
What I've been discussing here, to realize that there is a threat here trying to trap people, trying to get them to follow the wrong path. It's so ridiculous to think there's something on your shoulder whispering, take a left, don't take a right, you know? It's crazy, but there's things that are influencing us at various times if we allow ourselves to hear them. If we are, be guided by them.
It might be liberating too. It might be liberating to realize that it's not necessarily an avoidance of accountability. If we sense an urge or drive or pushing toward evil that we don't really identify as ourselves, that might be real. It might be liberating for some people to realize that. What can we do to save the souls that are trapped?
Oh boy, that's it's so odd for me, because again, it's like I only know what I've experienced for myself. Okay, and again, just being honest with it, because I'm not I haven't read the entire Bible. I'm not a scholar. I don't get all of the ins and outs of things. But what I saw, and I don't know, but I know that when people pray for those trapped, it can be helpful. But I had a really odd encounter once, and I don't even know how to tell you how I ended up in this place. But I was in a cave. And now, first, I should probably say, over the years, in talking about some of the things that I have and that I've seen, there are people who when they close their eyes at night, end up in this hell place. And I was on a radio show, and it was a popular one. And I was talking about, the people that would approach me, tell me about, every time I go to bed at night, I'm in a small cage in this smelly place. It's very hot with creatures walking around. I can't stand to close my eyes. I can't stand to sleep because I keep ending up there. And, I'm sharing that on a radio show. And during the break, the host of the show just breaks down. He's like, that's me. That's me. This is happening to me. And I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? Every night, and in chains, strapped, just horrific stuff. So we'd like to think this stuff doesn't exist. But man, a rumor dies after so many years, doesn't it? We're talking about the beginning of time, that there's a place that people suffer. So I had this, I don't know. I got transported somehow to this cave, and I was inside of a person that was a dweller of this dark place. It was muddy. It was dark. It was gray. There were creatures walking around with long arms that drug their arms almost, and I knew they were like keepers or watchers of the souls of people that were there. They had no will. It was just like a dead space within them. They were so downtrodden, and I didn't understand what this place was. But in this body of this person, I went up and I told these people, get ready, your time to leave is coming soon, and to tell the others. And I mean, again, it sounds so absurd. It sounds absolutely absurd. But I know I was in this place, and I saw somebody there that I knew was not dead. I recognized. And it was so confusing to me. And then I left this person's body that was in this space. But I got to see the outside of this place and the cave entrance to it. Oh, guys, it's so crazy, because I was shown these caves in France that are purgatory caves. And they were absolutely what I saw. I'm not Catholic. I don't have an understanding of purgatory. and why would people be able to get a chance to leave? Apparently, people would go into these caves there, and if they felt they sinned too much, or whatever, and they would like try to experience purgatory there. And this, I know this to be a real place though of souls, but they weren't dead. They were like being projected there somehow, and I just couldn't understand. I still don't have a good grasp on this place, but at least 2 different times, people that were Catholic, that were like a scholar of the church and a deacon, recognized what I was talking about. It's like, did it look like this? And they showed the same freaking caves. I'm like, what on earth? What on earth? It's crazy. It's crazy to think this is a real thing in a real place. But all I could do is share what I've experienced, and I just know that to be true for what I've experienced.
Oh, Heidi, while we're on this topic, you mentioned that people who are tricked might be stuck for a bit. Is this different from people who are not tricked and they just go ahead and decide they choose their road? And I want to continue that thought into people who are going to be tricked into believing the aliens are angels. We have a lot of people who think the aliens themselves, the Greys who are abducting people, are angels. We have people now who there's a huge movement to convince people that Lucifer is actually the good guy, because he brought the knowledge and the technology, and he freed man from the garden. So what about those people? So where is this line? And you might not have an answer, but I'm just trying to pick your brain on what and on where you'd be spitballing that. So if we're tricked, we could get stuck for a bit, but ultimately, we could be released from this purgatory place or this hell place. Are there going to be people who are not released from this hell place, in your opinion?
Oh, from what I understand and what I was told, there is a reckoning of sorts to release these people, these souls that are stuck, that are trapped. It's like if you're raised to hate one group of people, you don't know any different. You don't know any different, and that's all you've ever seen and known, and then you die. Well, gosh, they didn't know any better, didn't have the opportunity to learn any better. Are they going to be really held responsible? My understanding that they will have an opportunity and have the veil lifted from their eyes to understand and to accept differently. So they would get a chance to go back to from whence they came, which is, we all come from good. So unfortunately, some of these beings do not. So being people that are tricked by some of these beings, they found a crack to get into your life that they keep coming. They keep coming. They keep coming. You're like, where's this crack? I don't know where to patch it up. I don't want them here. Get rid of them. I'm not a bad person. Why on earth is this happening to you? It's like I get a lot of those, and I feel terrible for the people. It's like sometimes you can't find that crack. And there's this understanding in religious corners, like the Catholics, that sins of the father go on to you. I'm like, really? Like, really? You guys have that old thought and saying still that? And then when you think about all the ancient texts that they've seized and that they're looking at and learning from, why do they still hold on to that belief system? Probably because they have something that's leaning in that direction that has them understand that better. So we might not always understand the ties to these things and why they're coming, and our souls might not be human. And we agreed to something that, because we were part of them at another point in time. But, that's the beauty of living here. You can always change your mind and keep it in your heart and soul. I reject this. Nope. don't want to work for you, don't want to go with you. My understanding that you keep that always in the process of crossing over whatever it is, call on our champion, Jesus, and he will answer. I don't care what your religious beliefs are or not. He hears you. And if you can have that faith to call upon him and he would come to you, I've heard it from all sorts of religious people that had near-death experiences. And they're like, I called on mine and nothing happened. And then I was like, I'll try this name. Whoop, there he is. Isn't that something? Aliens are talking about Jesus too. So that recognition of the power of that champion who came to say, I'm going to do this sacrifice to essentially create a bridge from this place. So everybody stops going to that holding place. That's stopping the evolution of mankind to return back from whence they came. It's a bridge. Created a bridge. What did he do so awful? Nothing. Nothing awful. Just a whole lot of good. So, but yeah, so those people that get tricked, my understanding is that they do have another opportunity to get out. And that was something really hard for me to understand. I know what I saw, I know what I felt, I know what I witnessed. And again, I know myself and my senses to be pretty sane, and I'm pretty solid. And, I don't expect people to have faith in me or whatever. All I could do is, share. And if it strikes a chord with you to have better understanding, great. I'd say that we all should pull from different sources to have a better understanding of the world that we're in and the reality that we're in, and form who we are, form our own opinions. But as I understand it, there's always a chance to get out from these places that they're storing human souls. They're not as powerful as our God. So we come from that place. We're a part of it. So we call upon that. That's why they have to do so much to take down one person, get you in your sleep, paralyze you, scare you into submission. They can't just paralyze you. They got to taunt you, say horrible things, try to, they work on you for years. And then they're like, haha, I'm the strong one. No, you're not. Look at the power we have. So what else was it that you asked? Did I cover it?
The Luciferian question, right? The Luciferian aspect.
What was that, Ulrich?
The other part of your question, Fringe, sorry to be answering for you, but you asked about the Luciferian question. I think that's on many people's minds.
Yeah, I think it was just a scale of, the trickery. So people who are being told, Lucifer is actually the good guy. I mean, people are all in on this. This is something that's been around for thousands of years, at least. And people are all in on this. And this is a trick. If this would qualify as a trick. So is this a trick, Heidi? So sounds like you're saying that the reckoning is according to knowledge and deeds. So if you have no idea you're being tricked, now will there be another side that said, well, I tried to tell you. So knowledge is knowledge. If you're being presented with both sides and you make a choice, that's a little bit different than just being tricked and there was no counter knowledge before making your decision.
Right.
So it sounds to me like the reckoning is according to our own personal knowledge and deeds. This would kind of go along with the apocalypse of Paul, which is really interesting. Ulrich, did you want to dive deeper into that before I go to something else that she said?
I mean, I don't know what the apocalypse of Paul is.
That sounds cool.
Yeah.
So
go ahead.
I'll phrase it very loosely. It's just the idea that each person is held. So each person in the afterlife, each person is held accountable based on their knowledge and deeds is basically what it is. And this person goes here and that person goes there. The bad guys come to meet each person as they exit the body. And if there's nothing I'm paraphrasing very loosely, if there's no resonance, if they can't find a place within that person, then they have no claim. and the angels take these people away. And so the angels show up, the demons show up, or whatever you want to call them, the good guys, the bad guys. And it depends on which side you're on, basically.
Yeah.
They take you to a few different places, though, depending on your knowledge and deeds. And then the bad guys take you to a few different places as well.
Exactly.
So it's really interesting.
Well, you're just going back to who you've been working for. I mean, it's kind of a natural selection. It's like, well, are you really being rejected if you're just being returned to the one that you made a conscious decision to follow? It's kind of clear cut. And as far as Lucifer, I've heard of that. It's like, he's the morning star. He's doing, he's done this, he's done that. And I'm like, well, welcome to his heaven. You could suffer and die, and, we get sick and broken. There's a lot of suffering here, and it was never meant to be here. But because of a poor influence, we are here in this. And whenever these things happen, just never feels right to break a bone, never feels right to get sick and die and suffer or get beat up, beat down. Never feels right. Why aren't we thrilled with this stuff? Because it wasn't meant to be here. Our souls tell us, like, ick, I don't want this. Isn't there something better? Well, yeah, there is. And there's a way to get back to it. But there's something blocking and holding us as we keep feeding our actions into it. It's a clear road. And we really gotta, it pains me when people get excited about the end of the world. I'm like, we're going to lose too many people, guys. We're going to lose too many, and we're going to miss them. We're going to miss them. We return, and where's that soul that completed the whole of us? It's harsh. So, I don't know how better than to say that every little part is important. If you're a parent, you ever have your kid get mad at you and it's like, I will never speak to you again. And they storm off and you don't see them for months. How's that feel? And we have a creator, and we're storming off saying, I believe that I got the power over here. I am the powerful one. There's no God. There's no this. And the creator misses you. And we are staying in it. It's like, we know we came from somewhere. It calls out in us. We know this. And it's just, I was a hard head too. I was. I cheated in my faith, I tell people. Everybody's like, why you? Why did you get to see God? What? I'm like, because I was hard-headed and a skeptic and horrible. That's why. And I was about to make a big mistake in putting out this book that was going to highlight 2 whole phenomena in the world. Well, better, smack her upside her head and say, Heidi, I'm real. Could you finish writing your book, please? I literally fell to my knees. I had to have a serious reckoning, and didn't really care what people thought. My friends were stunned because all I kept saying is, wow, Jesus is no joke. And that's why I named the book Jesus is No Joke. He's real. And so hope that answers better.
Yeah, Ulrich, how are you? What are you thinking about that answer? I'll throw out there before we go to another question that I have. I grew up in evangelical type circles, and there was a saying, and some people would say, it was more like an old wives' tale, maybe. It's actually better not to preach to anyone or tell anyone the truth, because you're going to be held accountable if you've actually heard it and rejected it versus not hearing it at all. So it's kind of interesting, some of the things you're saying, Heidi.
Can you say that again slowly, Fringe?
Okay. Well, it would actually contradict a bit of what we're doing here today, right? So I have put out there that people like me and Heidi and Ganga and other people, I think Parsi keeps himself in this group as well. I don't see Parsi here, but there are many of us speaking the way we do because we firmly believe, whether we're delusional or not, we firmly believe this is not about aliens and UFOs and the triangle ships and government disclosure or even the MyLabs programs. This is about the ultimate destiny of the human soul. This is a very serious topic. It goes so far beyond worrying about the government disclosing aliens. So that's why I'm here. That's why Heidi's here. That's why Gang is here. Ulrich, I think you are trying to get the truth out there. You have this thing about warning us of the apocalypse, and there's still time. We can still do something. So that's one side of it. The other side of it is, as we are making people aware, they will potentially, I don't want to plant a lot of trees in this area, but they will potentially actually be held accountable for us making them aware. Does that make sense, Ulrich?
That the person you share the truth with is held accountable for what exactly?
For rejecting the truth. In other words, it's better to have never heard the truth and be held accountable for your ignorance because you have no idea than to have heard it and rejected it.
The thing is, I just want to make sure I intellectually understand the meaning of your words. So the argument here is, don't burden somebody with accountability.
Yes,
Is that
this is so old, almost like an old wives' tale that used to be told in the church. And I found it.
Ignorance in the Catholic tradition.
Ignorance
I'm not sure.
is bliss.
Yeah, ignorance is bliss. Maybe that's where that came from.
Yep.
okay? So if you don't burden somebody with accountability, um, that works in some cases. Like if you have a secret, right, of like classified information, and you're not supposed to know it, right? Like if you share, like uh I have a dead man switch for something, just in case the information I know is so dangerous that I need some sort of insurance. And every person that I ask to be my dead man switch, I'm I'm putting them at risk. The more people who I have as dead man switches, the more the risk is diversified, but they're holding a burden just by keeping that knowledge with me or for me. So that I can understand, right? You're sort of burdening somebody, but that doesn't seem to me like it applies in all cases. If, for instance, like the truth, like if you not knowing the truth, if somebody not knowing the truth puts them more at risk, then that doesn't scale for me. Does that make sense? If there's like an impending doom and you don't tell them, they're not safer, and you increase your own burden by not sharing it. So I don't know if it's always a binary here. Am I making sense, Fringe? It seems like it's contextual.
Right, but I'm only talking about the accountability in the afterlife. I'm not talking about withholding information about, giving us the opportunity to build an underground bunker to save our families from the apocalypse. I'm talking about, spiritually speaking, and it's an old wives' tale, so I don't want it to get stuck in my head or yours. But it is interesting to me only that there's an accountability factor. So what Heidi was saying is something to the effect of, and this is something that gets brought up in religious circles all the time. What if someone has never heard of Jesus? Is that person going to be held accountable? Well, does that even sound right?
Yeah.
So I think what Heidi is saying is people will be held accountable for their knowledge and then their choices, the choices they make with that knowledge and the deeds they make with that knowledge. So completely different category than not warning someone of, the apocalypse or classified information. Completely different.
It's a really interesting idea, and I just want to point out that um that my view when it comes to catastrophic disclosure is informed by the acceptance or the assumption that this is about the immortality of our soul. So if there is a soul trap, like both camps are only somewhat exclusive if we're assuming that what is mediating a soul trap might not be accessible to this world here. It's not clear to me that the good guys are currently in control, And if there is psychotronic tech that is facilitating the death trap, well, then both camps become interpenetrated. They become related. Like, then we need catastrophic disclosure just so we can fucking destroy the tech and free the souls. So I'm more fervent about catastrophic disclosure because I view our souls as physical, as likely immortal or immortalish. And I'm terrified by, I think, at least the conceivable likelihood that it might just come down to tech, that is trapping all these souls in some level of hell. And maybe it's only every 6,000 years when we have a chance to really emancipate the world beyond and the world here. I think that changes the calculus.
Yeah, I agree with that. But what is your process of emancipation?
That would depend on what the reality is behind what is capturing the souls. Right? I'm willing to say I don't know, and that means it could be tech or it could be something else. Like, I'm not presupposing um
What do you mean by
moral.
if you're talking about the metaphysics?
I'm saying I'm not presupposing a moral universe being operant right now, even though that's what it should be.
Genga, go ahead.
Ulrich, I think the idea of the theory of the game is that the idea is that everyone doesn't know anything for certain. Some people are taking it on faith, and others won't take anything on faith. They'd have to see it. So in this case, some of the NHI would be the players who are trying to rig the system to ensure as many people as possible don't get out or don't make it out of the system in a, how do you put it, in a good way, that they get discarded in that pit or that cage that Heidi was talking about. And the whole purpose of spreading the message would be to rig the game in favor of those people who decide that yes, they're willing to leave. So it's not really about technology or anything. Those are like side pieces to the actual show. I think it's more about what do people decide at the end of their moments when that moment comes that they can't change their options anymore. What do they decide that they wanted to believe? And the problem is that modern man is currently designed to only believe what they see. So even if someone tells them the truth, and the truth is actual truth, it's not just like embellishments or anything. The problem is most people won't believe it unless they see it. So the person on the other end of the game plan is trying to show them something that is deceptively real looking, but isn't really there. Do you sort of understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I do, and I use the example of tech as a rhetorical argument, even though I also think it might be the case. I'm saying this comes down to what is our soul being held to account for. So there's this interesting argument that Fringe is sharing with us that you the soul will not be held accountable for something that it doesn't know, and that presupposes justice, and I am not presupposing justice.
The old refrain is from some concept that some Christians used to have, which was that if you don't warn someone, the idea is that somehow they won't be held to account for ignorance sake. They'll basically be in better straits if they didn't know, if you didn't warn them. And I think
It,
that's kind of short-sighted because in reality, can someone go through their entire life without being warned? Can anyone guarantee that? In fact, it even says, Jesus says that the end won't come until everyone's been warned.
right, and I think I'm agreeing more with you, maybe for a different reason, but I'm saying it doesn't seem like the state of things, the state of trapped souls that shouldn't be trapped, is conditioned upon justice or what should be. There's an injustice here. So it doesn't make sense for me to build my beliefs on the way that the world should be, when the problem is that the world isn't that way. So that argument lacks salience for me. I it's much more important for me to say, like, all right, so there's injustice here. I'm not looking for what justifies the injustice. I'm looking for the best story that explains it. And for me, that's an asymmetry of power.
So go ahead again, go.
Well, I just say, welcome to one of the mysteries. I guess these creatures or these entities up above don't think like we do. So maybe it doesn't make sense to us, but maybe it makes sense to them. I don't know.
Well, but like, if our world doesn't make sense, um that's still less of an argument to know reality. If reality happens to not make sense, then I still want to see reality. I don't want to need to make sense of reality. And that's what I'm saying. I try to not have the requirement of rationalizing something, because my experience is that there's both justice and injustice. So the last thing I want to do is mind bendingly rationalize injustice. I want to see the injustice for what it is, even if it doesn't make sense. And if the explanations were given are, if we only adopt the explanations that rationalize away injustice, that takes me further away from reality. That's where I'm coming from here, right? So I want to know why these souls are trapped. I don't want to only get the version that makes me feel more comfortable. And maybe these souls aren't being justifiably trapped. It sounds like they're not. So any argument that says, oh no, like, we're not going to trap a soul for something that it didn't know, speaks against the reality of obvious apparent injustice. Like, and maybe that's my own bias. Maybe everything here that's happening is actually just, and I'm just not open-minded enough to consider a world where there is no injustice. So I am
Actually,
assuming, you know what I mean?
I think I do. But so first you're assuming so let me start out here. First, I'm talking about the reckoning, and I'm talking about the end game. I'm talking about the final reckoning. So we talked about these souls possibly being trapped for a time. We don't actually know. First of all, we don't actually know that any souls are trapped. We think souls are probably trapped. There's a lot of stuff out there that leads us to believe that there could be some type of soul trap. Even Ganga just spoke about the idea of them tricking us in the afterlife. So this old wives' tale could have some truth to it. I'm not saying it's the best way to go, because as I was speaking on it, I realized I'm actually in a space trying to speak about what I believe is the truth. So which is the better way? But we can't say that we know with 100% certainty that there are souls trapped.
I
Uh,
agree with you in that statement. Yeah, that's true. That's fair.
and then at the end of this, what I'm talking about is just an idea only of an ultimate reckoning, and that's at the end of this game, not in the middle, not right now, but at the very, very end. And so my question was right around, if these beings are tricking us, so it sounds like if there is some type of soul trap, it's something that they have hijacked. They've hijacked the system, and they've rerouted us, onto their plan. They do it by tricks. This is kind of what it seems like, although we don't really know. So they're tricking us and rerouting us and kind of hijacking the process, is what it seems like. So the other idea I brought up is actually involving this ultimate reckoning. It's the idea of justice, which I understand you're not presupposing, but it's the idea of justice, and that each person, perhaps, I'm not saying this is true, it's an idea that each person will be held accountable only for their own knowledge and their own deeds, and what they did with what they had. And that's all it is.
There's also the element that the trap is part of the trick too, that got anybody there, because who would continually shoot themselves in the foot to screw themselves? So there's elements of influence and possession at different levels I don't quite understand either, where they have an influence. I've met people that are like, I'm a good person. This doesn't make sense. Why is this still happening to me? Why am I having these things coming at me? And like I said, there's cracks that we don't know how to seal. We don't know how they got in. And then they die and cross over, and those things got them. Oh, well, does that seem fair? Were they really tricked? Something was there they just couldn't spot, and they could try with all their might. So I think there's there's angles and perspectives that I don't think anyone could really fully understand with it all. But there's evidence of souls being trapped when you go to a haunted location. I could tell you that there are people that are creating equipment that can hear the voices trapped in locations, not just EVPs, but we're getting this absolute understanding of vortexes of souls being held in locations. Why are they there? Why are they there? And why are they always saying, "Here he comes"? In fear of who could it be? Who could he be? Here he comes in fear. Hatman shows up. Hatman guides and commands the taking and holding of souls in different locations. This is how it was explained to me too, with that. So there's so many different things, and that's why it's like, how do we individually get to be okay, so not to be threatened like this? And the best way that I can encourage is, like, do your best, and being okay with yourself so you can help the next person. And you know people look at my books, like I've had literary agents that are just like, "Oh, Heidi, why don't you just stick with one genre and just be known for that?" And I'm like, "Oh, got to get rid of this literary agent because there's too much that encompasses this topic." So here I am with a book on demons. Here's one on the devil. Here's one on aliens. Here's one on faith. I've got two on faith, and one of them is the other F word: how to find faith and laugh at yourself while trying. Because and I'm a cartoonist, so I made it all cartoons and silliness and stuff. Got one for kids too, because I want people to realize we are going to fall down on our faces. God made us a mess. He knew we would keep goofing up, falling down, and we can't, like, absolutely hate ourselves for messing up. Nobody's perfect. That's not to be expected to be perfect. But I think that there's that ultimate element in us that we know if we're rotten or not. We know. I have people write me, it's like, why did the devil show up to my door? Well, I was drinking a lot back then. Oh, were you? Okay. Well, I was doing drugs. Well, I did beat my wife. Oh, well, I guess you kind of knew. I don't know where's the mystery sometimes with it. It's like there's pleasure taken in kicking a dog or petting it, I always say. And it's like, yourself. Yourself. And why sometimes these things get attracted. But definitely there's a big element of seeing those that are more evolved than the next person, that are gifted, creative. They really try to influence and curb the future that they see that person is going to have. So there's also that. And there's nothing you could do about being the person that you are. But some people really, because we're more sensitive, the creative people could be a lot more sensitive. It could really cause a lot of anxiety and issues that really damage your potential. And it's hard. It's really hard. So it's like, again, should that person be punished or held because they were oppressed so much, because nobody around them would accept what they're saying? I'm seeing things. These things are happening. Oppressed, obsessed, possessed. Going down the line of things, and then they're stuck. How is that okay? I look at the whole picture and it's like I haven't experienced some of the stuff that I have, and I'm just like, none of this is fair. All of it breaks my heart. Why should anybody deserve that kind of a stuck element? It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem right. And my understanding, and it's as biblical, all you need is the faith the size of a mustard seed, and that's pretty dang tiny. And that was back then, in the Bible, thought to be the smallest seed they knew. That's all you need, and you can move a mountain. Just have no doubt that size. That's it. So if we can get to that, I think we'll be okay.
The reason I was engaging in the back and forth fringes is not because I was arguing against the idea. I was still wrapping my mind around it, right? And these things are hard to talk about. Like I'm having a hard time expressing myself. I think intuitively all understand or mostly agree. Why would you be held accountable for something you don't know? And so, I mean,
But if
this.
you're
Yeah,
but if you're
go ahead.
but if you're not presupposing justice, then that doesn't make sense what you just said.
If I'm not presupposing that justice is always operant, right? I think there's justice and injustice in the universe, but I'm not I don't want to collapse into a framework out of psychological comfort just because I don't want to face that injustice might be reigning. I think injustice might be in the universe and we might have a responsibility to work against it. That's all I'm saying. I don't want to make an assumption that injustice works itself out in case that's not the way that the universe works. I think that could lead to more and more injustice because we're not taking enough agency. I'm just explaining this is the way I'm thinking.
Yeah, I totally understand and agree with that. And we could go down so many rabbit holes. Truth Rising, I'm gonna just apologize that you've had your hand up so long, but this conversation could go many places, and so many of my thoughts I've not actually finished. Um, so I think Ulrich, part of this soul trap that we're discussing, that I think you believe could be overcome with technology, is can you just say yes or no to that?
Yeah, I agree with you that we don't know, and I'm not dogmatically saying like this is what's happening. I'm saying more, I would phrase it differently. I'm saying it could be mediated by technology. It might be technology that is facilitating it might be an abuse of technology, right? I'm not blaming it on technology, but yeah, I mean, what if it's some stupid fucking computer that's trapping our souls and we're just saying, oh, become a better person, stay away from the light, do this. And we're really all we need to do is fucking pull the power cord off out. And there's some giant fucking hardware that we need to light on fire. And all we're doing is engaging on like, more abstract realms of like morality matters. But what if it doesn't solve this problem? What if we're knocking on the wrong door here?
Yeah, totally. I totally get that. That could go so many places. I mean, I think technology is a part of it. If you listen to people who are getting zapped in and out of their bodies, I've been zapped out of my own body with technology. Um, but I don't think I think getting back to what Ganga said, that's just a front. That's not actually the heart of what we're discussing here. And I think the heart of what we're discussing here is much more um, occult physics and us not really understanding the way the universe works. And I'll give you for instance, something that Heidi said. She said that Christ actually created a bridge. And the information that was plopped into my head, which everyone here should know, I do not take at face value. I'm always trying to look at it from many different angles. That that it actually is an actual real bridge. Like through laws of physics we don't quite understand, this blood sacrifice and faith itself actually creates a bridge out of this matrix, or the soul trap matrix, or whatever this game is that we either agreed to or didn't agree to play. um I have about 40 things written down, just for the conversation that me and you were having, Ulrich. And Ganga, go ahead.
My phone's freezing up a little bit. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, Ulrich, the thing to remember and keep in mind is that if you at least are a Christian and believe in God, You have to accept the primal idea that basically God gave us a free get out of jail card. The system that he designed is already been corrupted and it's screwed. There's no way to fix it. So he basically gave everyone who will accept his free get out of jail card a way out. And he set the bar so incredibly low that all you have to do is really believe that he's actually telling the truth and that everybody else isn't. And that's basically it. And also be willing to change whatever messed up condition you were born in by his guidance. That's it. That's literally it. It's not much.
And isn't that Pascal's wager? I mean, for those who don't know, isn't Pascal's wager saying, I'm going to pick this one because probabilistically, the consequences are so high. If this is the true one to path, but the consequences are really bad, you might as well pick the path, the trust me bro path that saves you from eternal damnation. Is that really an act of faith, or are we just engaging in probability theory? How is that a spiritual test when it's really just a calculation?
I'm not
Like,
sure. Oh, go
is
ahead.
God so easily fooled that he doesn't know the difference between faith and a calculator?
I
I,
I think sometimes you know I've met all kinds of people that try to grab the whole concept of what God is and what is justifiable and what is okay to make it through the gates, and is he going to see through my scheme and best picking, being wise in my choices, even though I didn't really mean it. Like sincerity goes a long way. Um, I can tell you that from the experiences that I had, he feels 100% of everything, and I don't even know how to paint that any better, but was absolutely conscious and aware of everything, every ache, every pain, every sorrow, everything. And again, I think it's hard for people to imagine how big that presence is unless you've been in it. And I think that if just even a smidgen of what he is was touched upon people, they would get it, and there's no question. But when you have it, I get how hard that is. I just hope
I
that
mean, it's not hard for me. I've experienced extraordinary things. I'm
wonderful.
just saying, like, the salience of the argument of you're good, just believe this one thing, doesn't seem intelligent to me. It doesn't seem like a, a, a an argument that an intelligent God would make, because it I mean, I would try to sell people better. I would make a better argument. It doesn't make sense to me why you should believe in something without a moral, without a moral reason. Like the point of faith, right? Faith is important for all of us. Every time you inhale, it's an act of faith. It's an intelligent assumption that there's enough oxygen in the air, and nobody here is actually, taking out some sort of test and making sure, oh, does the air really contain enough oxygen before I inhale? Every single person here is practicing faith. So faith has its role in the universe. I just don't understand what it has to do with God. Like, why does God care about my faith? Why wouldn't God care more about me being a good person?
okay. First, Ulrich, I think we have Ganga back. Hopefully, he can answer your question. And I think Truth is getting a little impatient. Maybe he wants to
Let's
jump in.
let's go to truth. Yeah.
Well, hang on, Truth, because you were in the middle of asking Ganga a question. So I think we should let him respond. Ganga, did you have an answer to Ulrich's question?
Unfortunately, I crashed before I could even hear it.
It's really simple. Is it possible that faith is important, but it has nothing to do with God?
I think it goes down to the system is so corrupted that, and the cleverness of the enemy, if you want to call them that, is so great that someday in the future we might come to encounter logical fallacies that are so solid and so perfectly designed that we might not be able to distinguish what's true and what's false. And at that point, I think is the final reckoning where everybody decides I'd rather go with logic than go with God. And that's when it seals the deal. And basically it becomes impossible to really believe in anything other than what logic tells you is true.
But is it
Can
more
you say that
important?
again? Can you say that one more time? Sorry for interrupting, but that was really good. Just say that one more time.
Sorry, I don't want to be clipped.
Ulrich, can you kind of summarize what
Yeah,
Genga?
yeah, and maybe I'm getting it wrong. Essentially, the deception is so thorough. There's so much noise drowning the signal, that it can be hard to reason your way into the truth, because of all the wires that are crossing. That an act of faith is the most elegant solution toward overcoming this Gordian knot of deception. And that's the solution to sort of an entropic deception that can always become more and more deceiving. That you want a bridge of surrender, so that you don't need to constantly work your way, discerning your way into God. That's sort of my understanding of what Genga's saying.
Or let me put it in a simpler way. Let's say, Ulrich, that you went to 1640 to witness a very big UFO case, okay? And let's say that you saw in the sky a sailing ship, not a UAP, a sailing ship floating in the sky with oars and everything, okay?
It would
And
be Star Captains. I'm just saying it would definitely belong to Star Captain.
okay, and then you came back to 2024, and now you saw UAP that were like a disc, like a modern disc, okay? And you saw lights on it and everything. Now, question: what would you say about that? Would you say I still believe in UAP? That UAP are exactly what they seem to be?
Um, I mean, I would say that it's both true that I perceived Star Captain's pirate sailing ship, and it's both true that I saw a more quote unquote modern looking UAP. Um, and I would have to entertain, that there could be deception of my physical senses in either case. I hope I'm answering your question. I'm not trying to dodge it.
I suspect a lot of people would have a really hard time believing in UAP if they saw the discrepancy in the past.
But that might be true. Personally, for me, like, I accept that you can have physical things that feel more real, that can be more real, or that can be deception. So I'm allowing for deception to occur at the empirical level, at the sensory level. So yeah, that's how I view things. I view these things as possible to be real and as possible to be deceptions, and somewhere on a continuum on that line. Right, and that's sort of my problem with religion too. Like if I'm somebody who's had very profound psychedelic experiences, and I leave open the possibility of genuine deception and also genuine reality, which is why it's very hard for me to say like, oh, but it can lie to you about pain, about every aspect that informs your physical material reality, and even your emotional reality, but they're not going to lie in this book. For me, I just can't be authentic in surrendering my discernment when I'm willing to accept deception at such a profound and deep level as well.
Okay, thanks, Ulrich. I think we're probably ready to get to this truth, who's just been so incredibly patient while the three or four of us spin in circles. Truth, welcome to the space. Go ahead.
Thank you. It's been good having some time. I don't know, like everyone in the room, I definitely seen some of the speakers before, but I, you guys, just the way you're listening to one another, just tells me that you guys have profound respect for one another, and there must be a good reason for that. I don't know if you've been sharing for a while, or if you just highly, view one another as having profound knowledge
We're
on the
we're we're
subject.
here for the truth, man. That's why we're
Yeah.
here, and we can't get there without leaving room for an uncomfortable conversation. And everybody here is in good faith, man, and it means a lot to us that you see that.
And I'll be super brief because I'm in a Lockheed Martin, Boeing, Raytheon facility, etc. And the noise is just really annoying for spaces.
Is that a
Yeah,
joke?
no, no joke. Yeah, I'm a third party contractor, but I I came to like this arena like back a long time ago. It's pretty much been coast to coast since I was 11 years old back in 2000, the year 2000, and then ever since then, all the only really guy who boosted me up really high that I've been following, all of a sudden was about 4 years ago. I bumped into Cliff High, and Cliff talks about like the mind portion of intelligence being a way of a machine, pretty much how, you know, like we talk about computer processors and how we can monitor things that way and send and receive information. But perhaps back in the day, we were actually using brains very similar to the way that we use computer processors today, and that they networked together and connected to form of an Internet of Things. And he actually gets into how people were potentially, and maybe even a small, very small number now today, because we don't have, I don't want to say, I don't want to make any statements that we are not having large scale sightings, because I wouldn't know. But potentially the sightings were much larger back a long time ago, and more people were being harvested essentially for their computer processor chips, which burn out eventually. And they were used because we have a place in this universe, a very special place, and we're connected to it, and we're much more powerful than we know. And somehow human brains are able to access the keys of the universe and move things. And if you know that, you could have, if you had nefarious purposes, you could harvest someone's brain and plug them into your ship, and you could traverse your ship over the course of the universe. And that's what Cliff goes into in regards to a lot of perhaps missing persons and sacrifices to the gods, to the overlords back in the day. And I guess I probably either rubbed you the right or the wrong way or the right way so far. And I'd like to hear your comments on, are people ever harvested and taken aboard crafts to use their brain as a computer processing chip for the craft?
Wow, what a question.
Um, I would love to go to Ganga on this, but I will say that I have heard this before. The idea that they're using our consciousness, somehow harvesting our consciousness and or souls or both to actually fuel their ships. That's definitely been out there, and maybe even integrating us into their technology. There's some type of consciousness to their technology, and I don't know where they're getting it from. I maybe I don't want to know. Ganga, can you speak to this at all?
You mean, I've never heard of anybody harvesting brains. I mean, I know they harvest different organs from animals. I don't know if they do it from human beings. I've heard that they've harvested, I'm not sure what to call it, life force, influence, stuff, material that makes up the non-physical side of a human being and animals, obviously. That it's not the blood that they really want; it's the this enigmatic force that dwells inside of living things that they needed like a fuel source, like a resource. Um, and it's because if you think about it really carefully, UAP work on, let's say, conscious technology, that substance. But the question is where did that substance come from? Where's the refinery for that? Where do you get it from? Is there a rock you can split somewhere and suddenly it spits it out? or do you only get it from living things?
Heidi,
Yeah.
do you have any thoughts on this?
As far as harvesting to fuel ships, I think there's even a worse scenario, that they harvest us to fuel their needs in general. They devour, they absorb. It's like you talk about energy vampires. That's to the extreme. It's to power their dark source. So our essence entrapping us in our misery. I mean, we've got some pretty powerful emotions, and misery is one of them. So is joy. And which spectrum do they like to get us in is this horrible, dreadful state, and just absorb it and enjoy it. And I always said that, you know, certain locations where even like, you know, people that are terrified on rides at the at a roller coaster or something, that they're hanging out there just sucking that up too. I don't know. I mean, it's you know, I think there's just certain areas that they just take it all in. But a ship is one thing, but there's so much that they are taking from us when they get a hold of us and inflict horrible things upon us.
Truth Rising, your question, I assume, is regarding NHI and not humans, right? It's for me, it's an uncontroversial notion that certain people are being used uh, for their psychic potential for piloting these ships that have some sort of mind interface. Might be genetic, it might be epigenetic. Yeah, I know you're hanging out there at Lockheed Martin. Are you trying to find somebody so you can hijack a UFO, or is this with respect to NHI?
I'm unfamiliar with the terms. I'm actually I'm working on missile domes over here and laser grade optics for the Iron Dome, and I have no comment on any of that. I stay out of the war topics, and I truly, I guess, in other spaces I don't. But it's a heated conversation. I don't want to get into it because I hate the whole thing. But NHI, don't know what that is. But to open the broader question, the
NHI is just the new sexy term for extraterrestrials or aliens, just a bit broader.
Okay. And in regards to the harvesting, maybe I'm getting that question mixed up in my head. Sorry, you guys are more intelligent than me.
No,
I,
you're
I
great. You're great.
think it was broad scale in the way of it was even like the overlords, because there was this kind of like, I guess I would call it, agreement of human trafficking many like eons ago, that there was communication be- amongst the humans and the aliens, in that the tribe elders who made the agreements were told by those that took the children, the aliens, they the aliens told the tribe elders, if you don't want, okay, so this is going to get personal, and I hope I don't rub anyone here the wrong way. But the aliens told the tribe elders, if you don't want us to take your children, what you can do is you can block their brains from being useful, and it's actually the lower central nervous system that is the most important for the ships to travel, and you can interrupt that flow of the energy by snipping the tissue on a baby boy, if you know what I'm saying, is what was communicated to the tribe elders, and they started doing that to protect their children. And this gets into myth and rumors and legends, okay? Definitely don't know what I'm talking about here, but I'm trying to communicate the story. So yeah.
I mean, this is fascinating. This is the stuff for the doom room. I mean, like,
Uh,
I never
What
heard
about
this.
girls? What about the baby girls, Ulrich?
Yeah. I mean, like, I'm just saying this is this is what I'm here for. Like,
Well, hey, something that was very controversial when it was put forward as, part of a covenant in the Old Testament, and I always like to think there was a reason, and we might have just stumbled on it. Oh, damn.
yeah, I mean, so circumcision prevents alien abduction and the flying of
Well,
saucers.
yes, and so I'll get even more personal, and I'll be very brief because I don't want to do
Go
TMI, but
deep. Go deep.
I
This is the
am
place, man.
my, just for no rhyme or reason, just my parents do what everyone else does. I am one of those candidates. I was snipped, but there is what is perhaps called, sometimes you can have a botched circumcision. If you find yourself, if you are telepathic and you have multiple other paranormal experiences happening and you feel that you might be a candidate and you might have some memories of things that have occurred, or you feel open to a lot of interesting things that are happening, but you are snipped, you may have had a botched circumcision in that it wasn't completely performed successfully, and that there's still enough energy to flow to the point where you can be telepathic, etc. And now we get into a conversation of, well, what does this mean for those that are not snipped at all, and what does it mean for women? What is really going on here? And that's where the conversation kind of ends, because now we get into like a sexist conversation, and I don't like that either. So, but yeah.
I mean, I appreciate you asking and bringing it up. We don't have to go down there, but it's fascinating. I've never had that idea. It's the first time I've heard of this idea.
Yeah, first time for me too. I've always thought, well, there's a reason for this. Bacteria, et cetera, has been put forward. Genga, what do you got?
Um, that perhaps there are, if you think of a human being as a battery, but not like a chemical battery, keep in mind our technology works on chemicals and chemical reactions, or nuclear technology, or changing with different mechanisms, one form of energy into another. But if you move away from those technologies and you move into, not sure what to call it. The problem is there's no real words in English to really describe these things. So what do you want to call it? Do you want to call it paranormal technologies? Because that's basically what they're describing. Computers that work with your mind, or sensors that are both physical sensors that are standard sensors, just like any other that we might have on our Air Force, as well as sensors that can see objects in this dimension, that could literally image things in 3D, and can basically see the inside of a facility without actually penetrating it with any RF signals. Or it might generate noise, but it's not literal RF signals that are bouncing off of something. Um, so it's almost like a psychic machine, sort of. But why doesn't anyone ever wonder, like, where does this machine get its source from, and where would you harvest that information from? I mean, that field of potential. Where would you harvest it from? You'd have to harvest it from something living, because if it's not a substance that's found in the physical reality, then you'd have to get it from sources like a tap. You'd have to figure out how to harvest that from living things. And abductees have said that they've seen sometimes in underground bases these vats with tissue that glows, or tissue that is in these vats, and they are constantly putting in parts, either to feed whatever is inside of that vat, or to nourish it, or something. I mean, how hard would it be to build an organic circuit that literally takes, uh, like, let's say a cow, take off all its limbs, viscerate it, and keep it alive artificially? You'll have a source that will constantly produce this raw influence energy that you need to constantly power your systems, your technologies, your vehicles, your personnel. Because if you ever met a gray, you'll notice how impressive their psychic abilities are. But if they're cloned, if they're artificial, where does that field come from? Where does that fuel source come from? It doesn't come from just from free, because if they could clone an endless amount of clones, and they would all work as batteries, then they wouldn't need us, they wouldn't need cattle, they wouldn't need any other sources, and yet they don't. So that tells you maybe there's limitations in the technology. Maybe they have resource necessities that we don't know about.
But are you saying that we're talking in a kilojoule sense? Because it seems unlikely we're used as a thermodynamic battery. Are you saying we're like a Loosh battery? That it's the quality of our consciousness that's being mined or harvested?
I don't know the specifics of what exactly is it that they're extracting, but I do know it's related to life forms. And so I don't know if it's loosh or whatever. I don't think it's loosh. I think it's probably life force that they probably refine and process, and then they
Yeah.
insert it into a gas tank somewhere in some UAP. Like
Yeah.
allegedly in a UAP in its center core, supposedly there's some tissue, like a sponge type of tissue that is literally their computer core that runs the entire system of the UAP. And in some cases, it's in the walls, but whatever. Who knows? I've never seen it, so how would I
That's
know?
interesting. Yeah. So it might not be caloric in a regular thermodynamic sense. We're not saying like you need X kilowatts and that's why we need humans. There might be some other kind of energy, something you call life force that's not it's not like caloric, right? We're talking about a different kind of energy or a different kind of currency.
It's a different type of currency. It's not a chemical process, at least as
Yeah.
far as I know.
Yeah.
So the answer becomes yes, it's possible, maybe that they're using our life force energy, etheric energy, refining, processing it, and feeding it to this fucking brain sponge tissue that's running the ships. It's fantastic. So I was on a partially right path, but wow, okay. Ganga, what do you got on this idea that circumcision can prevent an abduction or take away their interest?
As far as I know, I've never heard that. And as far as I know, in Christian Bibles, it's only supposed to be a sign from God to somehow curb your seeking of pleasure and instead seek to glorify God. So it's not anything to do with any of that. Never heard of that before.
Yeah, and it's interesting that it came from the star people, the idea that that would work. So I want to keep that out there. Heidi is the main guest. I was going to follow up on something you said, Ulrich, on this idea of the justice conversation. But Heidi, how are you doing on time? Have we beat the horse dead? How are you feeling about the conversation?
It's been definitely fascinating. But yeah, no, probably in about 10 minutes I'll hop off from here, and I call it. It's been definitely an in-depth time. It's just like last time too. Nice long space. That's awesome though.
Heidi, you can lie to me or you can tell me the truth, but
What?
are there other interviews where you get these kinds of questions? Is this the deepest, darkest dooming room that you're in?
You know, I'm pleasantly surprised sometimes that some of the line of questions that I get, because I do cover from A to Z so many different aspects of these topics, angels to aliens, demons, and all of it, but I have to say you definitely took the prize in trying to corner and pull apart the pieces and put it back together again. So I applaud you for that.
Credit goes to Fringe and Ganga. They're not my questions. They're just talking into my ear, and I'm asking them for them.
Oh, sure. Yeah, right. But it's cool because we're supposed to jar the conversation and get our minds trying to piece things together in a way that makes sense, or encourage somebody to take a step forward on something that feels important to the rest of us, so I get it. I would do no less. So, and it's humbling, it really is. It's like if a person has the right intentions, I mean, it should affect them, that, there's voids that you could probably help fill in. So I think it's important that we all do our parts, and I have some lots of learning and growing to do, as with anybody, and hoping that I'm doing it the best way possible.
Well, and Heidi, like I actually think it's disrespectful if you invite a speaker and you're not at least trying or guaranteeing or delivering on the promise that they're going to have a conversation that they can't have or haven't had before, right? Because if I'm if we're just asking the same questions that you've already been asked and you're just providing the same answers, then why should we? Isn't it disrespectful to invite you in here if we're not bringing anything to the table either? Does that make sense? Like out of
It,
respect to you, I
well,
don't want to leave anything on the table.
and I feel honestly, that rehash and rehash, and most people like to be frightened and just spooky, shadow people, Hat Man, tell us the spooks. And I'm like, not this again, So yeah, it does get repetitive, and I sprinkle some Jesus on it, sprinkle some angels on it, I sprinkle some of this on it because, I had to at one point people wanted to just hear all the horrific stuff so much that I'm like, not going to be a guest and let me talk about my Jesus book or about the picture prayer book or this other one because it's not about doom and gloom. It's about uplifting, informing, finding the path to better things. You know, so I think that it's important to find balance. So I appreciate the line of questions.
And ultimately, Heidi, it's about hope. And Ulrich, I'm going to try to address your question. I don't think we're going to get to the fullness of it today, and my brain does not work as it used to, which is actually very tragic for me. But I think you were asking, what would faith have to do with it? Exiting the soul trap or what have you. What would faith have to do with God? Is that a simple way to put it without going too much
Yeah,
further?
just two sentences. Let me be really clear. Why would God be more interested in my faith versus my morality and my discernment?
Okay. Well, I mean, that's an interesting question in and of itself. So I want to try to answer it very simply. You said something about faith and God, and what do the two things have to do with each
But
other?
yeah, but I
Is
meant
God
them
more
in
interested in your
juxtaposition to
faith than your
morality.
what's that, Ulrich?
I just want to clarify. I meant them in juxtaposition to morality, right? Like that's really what I meant. Like why is faith the currency when shouldn't it be morality? Shouldn't it be discernment? Like why would I value faith over morality or discernment?
Okay, I think I understand. Okay, so I think if we just and I don't, and I think those things are all intertwined. I think they all have to do with one another. But if we just look at the faith in and of itself, if we're saying this is a battle between good versus evil, and we could be wrong about that, right? We might be misunderstanding this entire thing. But if it is a battle between good and evil, uh, we're going to be making a choice to follow one or the other, good versus evil. So if there's good and evil, and there are higher forces at play, forces with more technology, more knowledge of whatever this matrix is, or the game, or the rules, however we're playing, they're higher up the food chain. And so if we're dealing with beings that are higher up the food chain, and this is a good versus evil, um, I think at some point we're going to decide to try to get out on our own and fight these forces, these higher forces with more technology and knowledge, and all the tools they have that can be used against us. Or we can put our faith and trust in a leader in this battle, either on the good side or on the evil side. And this is going to be a being that can either match or actually have more powers than the forces that we're fighting against. And so to me, that's kind of where that the faith piece comes in. Now, is faith separate from morality? I'm not sure where that even came from. I think faith could probably produce morality if we're putting our faith in what we believe is the good side. We talked earlier about chaos and order. Are we choosing chaos or are we choosing order? So those are just some ideas I'm throwing out there. We're going to end up putting our faith somewhere. Our faith might be in ourselves. Our faith could be in these higher forces pretending to be the good guys. Our faith could end up being in the higher forces, uh, in the genuinely good guys. And I think that's where it's all going to end up. So I do think faith is very important, and it's going to be our own choice. which side we pick, because these forces are they have a lot more technology and power than we have as human beings. And so, like Heidi says, there's a champion out there, and we're going to pick one or the other. Even if we don't know we're picking, I think we're going to be choosing. Ganga, go ahead.
The way I would answer that one is faith and obedience. The problem is that if you lower the bar anymore on this get out of jail free card, what could you possibly give up beyond what's already been given up to pass this test? I mean, you can't really redeem people who are unwilling participants, because then you would have the same problems on in heaven as you do on earth, and that would be super problematic. And if you didn't trust them from the beginning, then you wouldn't even turn to them. So yeah, you would end up with a problem. Um, I don't think you can lower the bar any more than you already have, than God already has. Um, I don't see how you could change the rules to match more people. It's just not possible.
Yeah, I I can't disagree with anything. Like, can't disagree wholesale with anything that either of you two have said. I'm sort of disagreeing with whether we're asking the so I agree that you can't just say like faith has nothing. The point I was making about the oxygen is that we don't in many ways we're all forced to choose different kinds of faith. So we don't have the option in many cases to be faithless. I'm saying why, if I were a god, why would I care what somebody believes? I would care much more whether that person is good, what their intentions are, what their efforts are, and I wouldn't see that much of an interest in their faith. That's sort of my, and the reason why I'm framing it this way is because faith is often framed as a moral thing. And I think the moral outcome that we bring about often is contingent upon faith. Like every time we're practicing CPR on someone, it's an act of faith. We don't know whether they're going to be revived. If we do it 20 minutes long and they're an adult, like, there's going to be horrible impact. So at some point, like, it's all an act of faith. When you stop, when you keep on going, and you can't run away from that. Like, faith is an inextricable problem. I just don't know whether it in of itself is like what.
But what if it does, Ulrich? What if it is in and of itself? What if it is a tool in and of itself? What if it is a function of physics we do not understand? We know that we have some control over our own reality, just in our own beliefs. We have the double slit experiment, the observation stuff.
Yeah,
Um,
you're right.
so
I don't even disagree.
faith
I think I'm
is a tool that actually gets us out of this place that we just don't
absolutely.
quite understand.
I think I'm doing a bad job of expressing what I actually mean. So I can see how faith is important. I guess it's like what you have faith in. Like, if you have faith that, like, I want to do something good, and you persist, and you can't always get feedback until the end, right? Like, we don't always get a feedback loop and know the outcome until after we exert effort. So I've done a bad job of expressing myself. I'm saying, like, what you put your faith in, doesn't it matter more that you're investing your faith in something good versus what the name of that faith is? Like, it almost seems to me like a semantic thing. Whether do you have faith in Jesus, do you have faith in Yahweh? Like, ultimately, what you invest your faith in is because it represents the morality you care about. And so to say, like, hey, believe in this God because here we lowered the bar enough for you, you're going to be forgiven, because the system was like so messed up, we need to lower the bar for you. Have faith in this because it's the bridge. That doesn't seem to me to be a moral argument. So why would
But
I,
how
you know
did
what I
we
mean?
mix up faith and morality? How did you equate faith and morality together when those are two different things? I think they
They
go together, but they're not the same thing.
absolutely, yeah. I don't, but I hear a lot of people valuing faith. I should be using a different term, like obedience or submission, right? That's sort of what I mean by this. Like, why is the whole Christian argument of believe that Jesus Christ is your savior and then you're going to be saved. That sounds like Pascal's wager to me. It doesn't actually sound like faith. It sounds like a calculation.
There is an element of what you're talking about that I understand. I think the old movie Salem's Lot, the guy held a cross up to the vampire, and the vampire took the cross out of his hand and laughed and said, "You got to have faith for that to work, because there's nothing behind it. It's that absolute feeling of having no doubts, no questioning of the ability to make that connection." And I think that because there is power in that. I mean, I used to often say in some of the talks that I would give that these beings are whispering in your ear, you're paralyzed, so you believe it, you're paralyzed. But if you see they're the ones whispering that you're paralyzed, you can move. It's having that element of having doubt in what it is that's going on, and creating no doubts within yourself to be able to accomplish something. I mean, it comes down to an element of faith. And I know when I've stood in the face to face with some of these super dark, horrible beings, I know I couldn't take it. I know that my knees are about to give out. I had no faith in my knees, but I knew if I closed my eyes and prayed to the one that could help me in this, because what am I going to do? Swing at it? Am I going to run from it? I didn't have the power to take this thing on. There was only one that came to mind that I knew who could. So yes, there is an element of that. If I thought, I got this, Heidi, you're good, just, give it a good swing or give it a good run, I'm questioning myself. But there was power in, I'm not going to run. I'm not going to swing. I know this is going to be handled. So it's knowing my limits and putting that over to a force that I don't quite understand, but I know it's bigger and greater and more positive than I am. And it's like a whole of a force that, because I have cheated in my understanding and in my faith level, I got to see what's behind and who's behind what we put our prayers to. I can easily switch that on. Oh, I know he's got this, it's hard to explain and to express fully always, but I think there's a way to get there, and it's not as complicated as people believe it to be. Like they really put so much pressure on themselves to be perfect when we were made imperfectly to have a lot of strange desires and distractions. So that's why I've written and encompassed so many different elements to getting this part better understood, create that connection, clear our minds to know that something is really trying to take us down, really trying to take us down. They'll bring a whole army to take one person down. People tell me I wake up and there's a whole room full of shadow people. Like, well, who are you? I want to know who you are, that it took that many to get at you. Like, wow, so we're really powerful. Our words are powerful. Our thoughts are powerful. And, God made us very powerful. And the world, the universe recognizes it. They recognize it, that they are trying to pick us off sneaky, so sneakily about it. And it's like, wow, take it as a compliment when they have to put so much effort in. But we come from someplace. We didn't just come poof into this existence and to have the intelligence that we do. We don't recall all of it, from where we came, but we have inklings sometimes. We have a yearning to find answers, to find our soul, where it came from. And, we're trying to explore and figure these things out. And it's something that keeps us entertained for eons, debates and conversations, which are all healthy. I think it's all cool. But ultimately, we still look to the heavens. We still look to the inner spaces around us. And, know the answer's there somewhere. So I think we can have faith in our curiosity alone, that we know we're yearning for something to make us whole. And that hole that we're trying to fill, you know, we want to make sure we're stuffing the right things in there. And I think we could trust our gut. We were given an instinct for a reason. And, you know, I don't want people to think they got to go with the whole hive mind mentality. Everybody's doing it. Guess I got to do it. Like, this is what grandpa did. This is what a holy person looks like. He puts his head down, folds his hands, says a prayer before dinner. I mean, this cookie cutter stuff doesn't cut it, because a lot of us are, you know, we're looking around the table seeing who's got their eyes open or closed. We have got to, you know, pull the pieces together that make sense for us. It's a very personal one-on-one thing that we have with our creator, with what we believe to be true for ourselves. A path has been made to get out of the hole that some of us find ourselves in, and being messed with by things that they have no business being here. But we welcomed it, so they're here. And now we're like, well, shoot, how do we get out of this? Where's that guy that said he could, you know, he's going to come back and, you know, get rid of all of these things, you know? So we're anticipating this reckoning, because we're really kind of getting sick of what's happened with this poor decision somebody supposedly made, you know, in the beginning. You know, Adam and Eve, all that stuff. So I just hope that, you know, we have patience with each other as we try to find our answers, and also take in the signs as they come. There's been a lot of generations before us. There's a lot of ancient text. There's a lot of knowledge out there. And I just, I think we should trust each other a little bit more and try to help each other out, and making wise decisions, and having these kinds of conversations. I think it's healthy. So, but
I think that's beautiful, Heidi. And I just want to say to Ganga, you and Fringe, like, I want to be clear and sort of naked with my bias. I have a certain bias, and that assumption, that axiomatic assumption, that presupposition, it could be wrong. And my assumption is that I would not want to set the bar low if I was God. I would not want to compromise, and I would want knowledge over faith. I would want for people to know God rather than believe in God. And I could be wrong, but that's my bias, and I just want to lay it open on the table, so that people understand why am I approaching it from that place. I'm not coming from the place that there isn't a God. I just have a very different story or assumption about God.
I get it.
Yeah, interesting.
Cool.
I'm glad you put it that way, actually. I think I understand a little bit better now. Ganga, you had your hand up. We're gonna be closing it out as soon as you're finished.
Sure. I just wanted to say that, Ulrich, faith is like taking a loan on a conclusion you haven't come to. So it's sort of like accepting the conclusion without knowing why you've accepted that conclusion. In other words, it's sort of like, what's the easiest way to put it?
I agree
It's,
with
I
you, but
don't know that I'm right, but
yeah,
I'm
I agree
willing
with you.
to accept that I'm probably going to be right. And therefore, it's going to be very hard to get me off that track. I mean, what do you think if the NHI showed up to Fringe's apartment right now? You think if they could convince her otherwise very easily? Do you think if they showed her the technology or their plans or the purposes, do you think she could be shaken so easily? Does she know everything? No, she probably doesn't know a lot, but she knows that she's concluded that that's the right way. And she may
I mean,
be a fool, but or she may be a genius,
I
or
mean,
she
look,
just might
Fringe
be
can't
really
hear us right
trusting.
now. Fringe can't hear us right now, so we can take a brief moment to talk about her. But I think part of Fringe's faith is solidified because it's been questioned and tested, and some of it is not faith. I would argue that some of it is knowledge because it's lies that have been proven to be lies. And I think I think if we look at faith and we look at doubt, once you have faith without doubt, you actually have knowledge. And I'm saying, why are we setting the standard for God so low that we're okay with faith, why not have it be knowledge?
But you have faith without knowledge. I don't see them as. How can you have faith in something that you have no knowledge of?
I mean, I agree, but isn't knowledge more reliable than faith?
But the more knowledge you have, the more faith you can have.
Well, I consider it
Yeah,
something more like it's an incomplete knowledge yet. It's not
Yeah,
yet
I
yeah.
finished.
knowledge, like I think I know. I think I've put together so many pieces that I can believe in something that's unseen because the puzzle actually fits, but I'm still missing, 5 pieces and I don't know 100% certain that it's true, but that's
Yeah,
what faith is. And
and
it's
and
how can
yeah.
you have faith without knowledge?
How can you? Yeah, it requires, well, you faith is built upon some knowledge, but what makes it not knowledge is the part of the knowledge that's missing, right? So
Yeah.
I think
Some
I think am I agreeing with you, Fringe, or
Oh
am I
yeah,
missing something?
knowledge to have faith. You can't have faith without some knowledge.
Right, right. But the difference between faith and knowledge, I would say, is doubt, or unknown, or stuff that you don't know, right? It's either ignorance or doubt. There's a gap between faith and knowledge.
Yes.
And I'm saying, why settle for that gap? Isn't it better to not have that gap?
Well, like you said, if you were God, you wouldn't have done it that way. But you're not.
That's
So
true.
we have to deal the hand we have to play the hand we've been dealt. Ulrich is not God. So the
R-
hand we've been dealt, we've been given the rules of this game. I mean, at least some of them or many of them. Um, this is what we've got. So I don't know. Is there another time, another go around? Maybe we can nominate you. I'm not sure, Ulrich.
then and I'm saying faith is, like, we don't live in a world where we have perfect knowledge. We're forced into faith. And I do agree with you. It's often an exercise of moral character. And where that's not required, if God can be known, um,
The
if
names,
I was
if he
God,
fully 100% known.
I mean, that's an assumption. You might be right, but we don't know that either. And if I was God, I wouldn't want people to just constantly not completely know me. If I assume I'm good, I would be like, yeah, maybe you want to get to know me at some point.
But do you think that it's possible that he's actually put the knowledge out there in a way that we could understand and that we're
I,
just not seeing it or ignoring it or confusing it or being deceived away from it?
I do. I do. And that would mean that we do not need to settle for faith.
Okay, well, there you go. Go get your knowledge.
Yeah, Heidi, where's the knowledge? I'm joking. I'm joking, you guys. I'm joking.
You're pretty bright. You know where to look for the answers. It's just a matter of acceptance or not. I mean, we all can discern and give good reasons for or against any topic. It's like how to let it really touch you, as you let that wall down to really move you. I think that's important. And coming to terms with it, because there's so everybody feels like there's little time left on things, but also the next moment you may not be here. So there's a lot that needs to go into every thought and every day to see what side of the fence that you'll be on. And I worry for people. It's heartbreaking because I've seen evil and I know what it's capable of, and I know it's sizing up everybody. So I just hope
Um,
people figure it out.
Heidi and Fringe, we could be here forever.
Yeah.
If I can play devil's advocate, I have a
Hmm.
little bit of faith, maybe the size of a mustard seed.
Then you'll be
Uh,
good.
well, this faith is telling me that Joey, who's been requesting, might have a really important question. Can we bring them up? And if it's a short one, can we get that answered?
Sure.
And really, is that okay, Fringe?
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it. And no more questions. After that, I don't know if it worked. I hit yes on the request approval, but maybe my iPad's just been lying to me.
Yeah, it's glitching for me too. I actually had a lot of problems getting you up that last time, Ulrich. It was kind of doing the same thing. Joey, you might have to leave and go back down to listener. You might even have to exit the space and come back.
And I want to let people know too. Feel free to reach out here on Twitter, X. With anything that comes to mind. And I don't know, Ulrich, if you know, but at the top of the space here, my Twitter handle is @1 Heidi Hollis. It doesn't have the one in front of it. So if people want to reach me, that's most of my social media has a 1 in front of my name, so they could find me. And yeah, so if any way I could be of help, I'm here for it.
So Heidi, that should be, so my end says @1 Heidi Hollis. Is it not showing up on your side?
No, it's not.
What do you
Okay.
see, Heidi? How's it showing for you?
It says Doom W / at Heidi Hollis.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Ganga example, right? Between Star Captain ships, 1640 and 2024. So we're both right. I see what you see,
Uh-huh.
Heidi, and I just knew it was wrong, and I
Yeah.
assumed it was showing right on Fringe's end. I'm looking at an iPad, which is always the deceptive Luciferian satanic flawed version of reality. So I just knew it wasn't displaying properly.
You just clicked on it to make sure it goes to your page. So it's actually correct on my side.
Oh, and when I click it, it says something went wrong. Try reloading.
Yeah.
Oh, we definitely are in the Star Captain ship now.
Yep.
And this is because the engineer made a mistake. This is not your fault, Heidi. It's not my fault. It's not Fringe's fault. It's the people at X, because Elon only has 3 fifth graders working on the X Spaces platform right now.
That's so weird. I'm like, what is that? I couldn't understand what that was.
Imagine if we went blaming ourselves for the false moral mistakes of this thing showing up, and really it's the designer's fault here.
That's so weird.
Joey, do you have a quick question for us? I had a feeling that it might be really urgent that you wanted to ask Heidi.
Hi. Yeah, I was trying to raise my hand, but I didn't know how exactly. Thank you for everyone for the entertaining space and for allowing me to speak. Doomer, you're a very intelligent human, and I really enjoy hearing you speak.
Oh,
Matthew seven
that's
twenty
kind of you,
one.
man.
Yeah, of course. I really enjoy your spaces, man. Matthew 7:21 says, "Not everyone who saith unto me, Lord, Lord, shall enter into the kingdom of heaven, but he that doeth the will of my Father which is in heaven." From a biblical point of view, I have to disagree with Ganja. I'm not trying to discuss my religious views on the internet. I just wanted to point out that verse and ask for your perspective on it. I wish we had more biblically literate guests on the panel. We could also use a rabbi and some occultist. Also, for Heidi, I have 3 questions. 1, what is your proof of God's existence? 2, if you won't tell us, when do you plan to? And 3, what do you believe happens to the souls of people that commit suicide? A lot of people live with chronic pain, and for them, living is torture. You seem to believe that people reap what they sow, but people make decisions without understanding the repercussions of their actions. And to everyone, what is morality without faith? Because according to nature, a person could argue that life is about survival of the fittest and morality is subjective. Ethics seem to either be divinely given or man made. So, whoever wants to answer my questions.
Brooke, who let this guy up? We were wrapping up the space.
I was against it, and Ganga kept on insisting we could not end the space until we brought up Joey.
Yeah, you insisted we bring
I'm
up
sorry,
Joey.
that's all I wanted to know, and I'll let you guys go out.
Joey, just do me a favor and just break your stuff down. So you first brought up a Bible verse, and you were trying to address Ganga with that. You want to just address that first?
Yeah, we could start with that. I was just wondering because he was saying like believing in Jesus is like a get out of or get into heaven free card, but that's not what the Bible
Yeah,
says.
I
I
don't
don't know
think
if you think the Bible is like
in that exact way. Joey. I don't think he meant that
Well,
literally.
that's what it sounded like, but
Yeah, I don't
there's
think so.
lots of different Christian denominations. I don't know what he believes in. I was just pointing
No,
out that verse.
Joey, it was just a conversation we were having where he was trying to bring up an example. But Ganga, go ahead and address that very quickly if you want to, and if not, if my answer was sufficient, that's fine too.
Basically, that verse, it refers to some people are claiming to be Christians or at least aren't in God's favor when they're being sorted in heaven. I think there's two sortings, and the second one is where he starts separating out the Christians who actually believe and those who don't, and one to the left and one to the right. How that is relevant, I'm not super sure. What else? As for the topic of a get out of jail free card, I know a lot of Christians have told me that's a bad example to put forward, but it's also the simplest. So, because it's really, we're not earning our stay in heaven. We're not getting past any filter through our own means. We're basically putting our trust in Christ, and that's the one who's making all the sacrifices.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I
Ganga.
understand that.
Joey, can you go to your next point, please?
Yeah, Heidi, will you please just tell us the proof of God's existence? And if you won't tell us, like, when do you plan to?
That's a long process. That's been something in the plans for a bit, but
I'm just curious on a time frame.
yeah, trust me, I'm trying to figure
On the
out the
time,
best way to do that.
do we think that Joey is going to have a breakthrough right now with Heidi, even though we've been working all night?
I was
I
I
thought I
was
could shoot
worried
my
that
shot.
people were going to accuse me of a psyop that I just pretended. Like, I feel like we need to bring up Joey, and then he's just asking the question.
Joey's going to get it out of her because
Right.
I've been listening for like hours now. I was
break
just
her down, Joey.
No, I understand the frustration, and it's like I almost I don't regret bringing it up to say that there's something I'm working on to bring forward. I just want people to better understand my approach has just been a careful one for a lot of reasons, and it'll be understood.
How about like a range? I think Joey just wants, is he going to wait
like a
1,000
year,
years,
like a month.
six
Yeah, like
6,000 years, next reset?
before I die. Like I'm just like curious.
That's funny. There's a couple of conversations I need to have with a couple of folks, and I'll be able to.
But Heidi, can we get a range? Like orders of
I don't want to
magnitude.
force it out of you. I'm just
Yeah.
just like I
But
want you to
but
take your time and do it when you're ready. I'm just like a range would be great.
Honestly, if there's like one conversation that I'm planning on having goes well, I mean, it could be next week. That's how I feel, and I feel it's urgent, and I do feel the pressure for it, but it's on me, I feel it to move faster, and I just can't even tell you how much people have really just kind of let me down or drug their feet. It's crazy. It's crazy for something that's such a big deal, and they're working so hard to get these answers, and then they just like back out, and it's like, well, why? It's been odd. It's been really odd. It's like, if it's that big of a deal that you understand and you ran or you unplugged, it's odd. I don't get it. So
Yeah, I don't understand why people lie and feel the need to like keep secrets. I wish everyone was just honest with each other about what was going on. That's why I enjoy listening to Doomer Spaces, because I'm also curious to know what's going on.
yeah. And you said reap what you sow. What you're saying that was your third question?
Well, you just brought up like something about people know what they're doing when they're kicking a dog. I'm like, do they though? Like, and what do you? Yeah, like what do you?
I think people know themselves. I can't judge a person. Did they kick a dog out of anger, or did they really enjoy that they did that abuse? And there's different levels. People know themselves, and it kind of surprised me with some of the folks that would reach out to me, and like oh, I know why this happened. I know why these things were coming in my life. Like, wow, it, alcohol is called spirits for a reason. It attracts things. People having, if they're alcoholics and they're having a lot of bad luck, they get possessed. They kind of know. I know myself. I think I'm a decent human being. I would know if I am, really aiming to cause somebody harm and really enjoying it. Like, that's a different kind of person. I just don't get it. So there we do reflect in our actions who we really are, and are we feeding this source or that one? What's really enjoying what they're watching, in our lives. So it's like reap what you sow. It's like, is it so clean cut always? People can change, but I tell you, I know people that were bullies in grade school, and yeah, they stopped picking on kids because they're a grown up, but it's weird to me that they ever had that in them. Like, I just can't imagine. I can't imagine. It's not in me to do that to somebody and take great pleasure in it. Like, that was ever a part of you. Um, but everybody's got their own paths. I can't judge. But sometimes it really puzzles me how something was a part of a person. It's like, well, I've changed now. I'm like, you could do that and be. It's odd that they ever had it in them. So I don't know. Did they listen to a dark influence? But they changed their path. Sure, But I just hope that people clear up the past, get the garbage out of their road, and stay on that one. Be a trusting, worthy, and type of person always. Show that you got your training on the other side or wherever we came from, and you held on to it because we came from something good, and I think that we need to stay true to that. Listen to that inner voice more than anything. So I hope that everybody always sees there's a light at the end of the tunnel that they can call to themselves.
Yeah, definitely. I appreciate your perspective. I just think there's a lot of bad things that happen to innocent people and children, and it doesn't really make sense. And people get, I
Right.
don't want to say it, but bad things
True.
happen to people.
It does, and it causes them to do bad things. But then there's the person that was abused heavily, and they start an orphanage. They do great things. So what are we feeding? There's always a way. There's always answers. So
Well,
I'm really
okay.
sorry, but I'm lost, Joey. What was the second question? Like, what is this question again?
Well, the question was, what do you think happens to the souls of people that commit suicide? Because I
That
know a
was the
lot of
third
people.
one, right? I mean, the
Oh,
one you were
the
just
second one.
asking.
The second one was, if you won't tell us, when do you plan to?
Oh, okay. Then I'm adding more numbers. Sorry, forgive me.
Yeah,
Yeah,
one was, what is the proof? Yeah, it was
okay.
being technical.
And Heidi, you're saying what is the proof? Uh, yeah. What did you already answer that one?
Not
well,
yet.
and it encompasses a lot of different things. So and I think again it's going to come down to how people take it. Um, I've listened to a lot of opinions and whatnot on it, and got a lot of background that points to a lot of different things. So it's not just a proof of God, but of a lot of different things. So I think that I'm really hoping to find the right route to do this sooner than later. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So you're saying less than 100 years for sure.
Oh, and again, I hate to. There's one regret I have in bringing it up is that I don't want to sound like I'm teasing people. So it's
No, I know you're not. No, like
yeah.
I know
It
that you're
definitely felt
not.
like a
And
tease to
Lord.
me.
Oh, so you said that you listened for hours and that sounded like a tease. Oh my gosh, it was painful. What do you mean?
Um, Heidi, I just want to point out that you might possibly hold the key for Ulrich, the key between knowledge and faith. If you have knowledge or you have proof or you have evidence, besides the evidence that I think we have all around us, um, that would be phenomenal. We could watch Ulrich's knowledge practice, Ulrich would have 100% knowledge with no faith required. And is that really where we're supposed to be, or is faith part of the game and part of the rules? Part of the whole process maybe is that little smidgen of unknown.
Is Heidi keeping God alive by requiring her to have faith? Right? And God
Oh,
dies as soon as she provides the
God
proof.
died.
Oh,
Heidi revealed the truth. Oh, that's good. Got to do that.
I
We
think
got to go back.
Doom might implode with it. I don't know. We want to keep him in one piece, but I don't know.
Isn't he all over? Isn't he a bunch of pieces?
Look, I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing any questions, and my short-term memory is failing. But like the
No, I was
the
just wondering
suicide.
what. Yeah, the
Go ahead.
suicide part. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's really important. I love the bold questions, Joey. This way, I don't need to ask them, and hopefully for all the other doom spaces, when I start looking like a really bad guy, you can just accidentally come up. You can use a different sock account, different profile, and we can just rehash this with a voice changer. We can do this all the time.
Yeah, I would make another profile, but they keep asking for my phone number, and I have to shut the app every time they do it. I just don't want them having it. I don't know. But I'll try. I might do it. But
yeah, Heidi. Should Joey repeat the question, or?
Yeah, what do you believe happens to the souls of people that commit suicide? Because a lot of people live with chronic pain, and living for them is torture.
Believe it or not, that's a question that I asked my friend that is super psychic, because I just couldn't understand. I understand the struggles and some of the illness out there, and it really put me at a point of confusion. And she told me, she's like, souls do need healing. Some souls do, and there is a place that she's not religious at all, and she's like, but there is a place that is not so pleasant that some of these souls go to as well. So it seemed like a toss up. But we're taught, like, and raised to think that it's the ultimate sin. You can't take it back. You killed yourself. It's over. You're taking your life. But again, like you're saying, somebody might be sick and dying anyhow. It's kind of a mercy, isn't it? So it's a question that I don't personally have the answers to, just others' opinions on it. But again, God is a good God, right? So wouldn't he understand that suffering and that decision to do something like that if a person was about to die anyhow? So I don't know.
Yeah, I've been asking myself that same question, and all I can do is hear a bunch of people's different perspectives, and a lot of people have different perspectives. So thank you for sharing yours.
Yeah. No, thanks for the questions. I appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry to keep you running. I know you were trying to go. I was just curious to hear your perspective, since you seem to know a lot of things.
It's all good. No, I don't have all the answers. I'm still learning. Doom's teaching me a whole lot.
I think we're all learning.
You don't have all the answers, Heidi. You only know the proof.
She only has the proof of God.
Yeah. Which is the most humble flex that I could ever think of. And all I spend my days just thinking of humble flexes, and I still could not come up with that one. And it probably is the best one.
Oh, gosh. I guess, we'll have another conversation on this.
You almost said it, didn't you? It almost just happened.
No, it didn't. No,
okay.
It didn't.
I feel better now.
No, because it was just.
You have a relic of some sort you're keeping in your garage?
Oh, that would be too easy, wouldn't it? No, this is. I just
Maybe
really hope
the seamless robe of Jesus or something.
No, nothing like that.
You know about that though?
His robe, you said?
Yeah, apparently there's a seamless robe that they claim to be the robe worn by Jesus, and I think it's so beautiful, the idea of a robe with no seams that apparently his mother sewn for him.
Well, that's cool. No, I hadn't heard of that, but that is really cool. But
but yeah,
all in due time, and yeah, I'll definitely have another conversation about all this, and Rick can tell me that's it. Why didn't you? Or like, and we won't hear any sounds. He'll just melt. I don't know.
sounds like some genuine fear that you have that you're gonna announce it and that people are gonna go, "Wow, wow, wow, that's it?"
No, it's not that. It'll mean different things for different people, I guess you could say. And it's like for some, I just don't. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how it's will be received. And it's like there's people out there who've been talking about P. Diddy for a decade, how crazy he is. And what did they call them? They were put in mental hospitals, given medication, laughed at. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, but the truth was sitting right there. So it's like to each their own. It's like, oh, people take it for what it really is, and do their best to disregard it. But it is what it is.
Yeah, I think that was just hard for a lot of people to believe, what goes on in the industry. It's really
Mm.
messed up.
Yep.
Gatekeepers and all that stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it gets dark.
Yeah. So
Heidi, what time is it where you're at, Heidi?
1:45 a.m. Looks like it's time for me to go.
Well, thank you, Joey. Thanks for closing us out with great questions,
Yeah,
Joey.
yeah. Thank you for letting me ask.
Thank
Sorry
you.
for keeping you.
No, don't apologize. That's all good.
Fringe, is it okay that I slightly edited the space's title? You're welcome to undo the change at the very end. I slipped God in just to increase the downloads. I hope that's all right.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Oh, I see. You're so funny. Your trip.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I think we have to secure permission from Heidi for just a DM, one DM a week from Ulrich. Just putting the feeler out. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready?
Sure.
So that
Oh, you could. I don't care. It's all good.
as soon as you're ready, we'll be ready, and we can't wait to hear whatever it is. We will not be disappointed.
Yeah, well, I'm not concerned that you'll be disappointed in that sense. It's just yeah. It's
If
just
you can make Doomer a believer in God, that'd be pretty amazing.
That would be a little. Well, he believes you believe in Ulrich.
I do believe in God. Yeah, I don't believe in the traditional story, but I absolutely do know because faith is too low of a bar for this arrogant son of a bitch known as Ulrich. I do know that there's something that is transcendent, and that is currently my working definition of God. It's just the traditional story that I don't subscribe to.
Ah, interesting. Okay.
Well,
All
we
right, Heidi.
exist, so
Yeah,
we come from
remember,
something.
it's not just proof of God. It's a lot more than that. Just a whole.
Okay, now we need to change the title. It needs to be.
Another teaser, and she says she's
It
not.
needs to be not just proof
Oh,
of
it's not
God.
just proof of God.
No,
Yeah,
my
that's
gosh.
what the title needs to be.
I think that's a little profound to say that at the top.
Oh, she's nervous, Ulrich. Okay, she's gonna spit it out right now. I think it's.
No. I mean, I think it'll lend conversation to a lot of different areas. That's all.
Fringe, we need a new slogan for the Doom Room.
Bless.
They came here just for the proof of God, and they stayed for so much more.
Too funny. No.
Thank you again so much.
Yeah,
I want
thank
to
you.
know if I'm the only person who has ever said this, and I don't believe I am. I'm sure there are thousands, if not more. But I will say it. Thank you so much. Thank you for all the time and effort you put into your books and getting this information out there. I know for me, just hearing someone else say what I was saying, it was part of the life-saving process for me last year sometime. I said there's a few different names I put into that group, and you're definitely in there, and I
Oh,
appreciate it so much. And please
thank you.
please come back as
Yeah.
soon as you're ready for the next part of this. We'd really appreciate having you. Even if we're not the first to know, that's okay. We'd like to just get you in here and talk about it and, hear about what's been going on with you this whole time. And I want to thank everyone who came up and everyone who was very patiently listening. everyone who asked questions. And thank you to Tiff and Ulrich, as always. Ulrich, go ahead.
Oh, I just wanted to say I'm going to echo Heidi. You've been divinely generous. Your generosity has been godly, and to everybody else too. Thank you for being crazy enough to let us ask these questions. Fringe, I'm honored that we can host spaces like these, and we can get really, really dangerous. We have not just Christians and non-Christians in the space, not just spiritual people, not just atheists and agnostic people. We even have love and lighters who regularly tune in, and I do not want to lose them. And I think I hope this will continue to be a place where we can have the most enjoyable, uncomfortable, and dangerous conversations in this universe and in all the other multiverses as well.
Thank you both so much. This has been a pleasure. I can't, put into words that, the depth of the conversation and the thought behind the questions, very important to growth. I'm here for this. This is what it's all about, right? This is the meat and potatoes. So thank you both once again, and everybody here. This has been a lot of fun, and I'll definitely come back, and I'll be able to dish. I am hoping by that time to talk about all the ins and outs, and hopefully you'll be able to hold tight, Doomer there.
I will hold tight, and in fact, I just spoke with Elon.
Hoping that he gets proof of God.
Oh my gosh!
Look, I just spoke with Elon, and I explained to him he needs to double his storage capacity for all the servers, because my DMs are just going to be filled every week. They're going to be everybody's going to be bugging me to bug you. Are you ready to give us not just the proof of God, but more as well?
Yeah.
So it's in the works.
Indeed.
Till next time we meet, we will have proof of God, and what more could we ask for? So we're looking forward to it, Heidi. Thank you so much.
Wait, so it's going to be next time? No.
Oh, there's time. There will be a next time.
No, I'm saying like next time is when we're going to get the proof.
Well, we should just do another space until Heidi's ready.
Oh, okay.
So that have the proof. That's a little pressure.
Yeah, the proof.
No pressure.
Probably proof of a lot of things and answer a lot of questions out there.
All right, awesome. Thank you again so much. Thank you.
Thank you both. Have a good one.
Have a good night, everyone.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Great space, everyone. Great job, Fringe. Thank you so much.